What's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal America Show. I'm your host, robnoerr. Oh, man. Just when you think you're getting back to normal schedule here, streaming-wise, I had stuff happen. So, fully intended to stream last evening. Apologize, I didn't. We had a storm. The power was going on and off, and I would have been able to get 2 hours. By 9 o'clock, the power wasn't going off anymore. But I shut my computer down because I'm worried, since I spent a little money to get this new computer I built. I don't want to, put it in a position where a power surge or something could blow it up. So I just said, we'll shut her down for the night if it's storming real bad. It wasn't like a flood or a tornado or anything. It's just a regular old downpour that was flickering our power. But I decided probably best to not stream. So that's what happened. So I'm here today. Thank you all so much for being here. The last two streams I did were complete and utter shit. This is something you want to hear, a little inside baseball. The production value of my show couldn't get any worse. My production values suck. I built my computer on a scale of 1 to 10. How difficult was it? Well, my friend Aftershock helped talk me through it. And him and a buddy basically gave me the list of everything that I would need. And then I literally, there was some website, I can't remember the name of it, but everything was on that website. There was a simple button to basically each part to click on, order it on Newegg or Amazon or whatever. The actual building of it, on a scale of 1 to 10, how difficult it was, I would say it was a 3, so it was pretty easy, except I couldn't get it to turn on. And so finding out which one little pin I didn't have in enough, which was a big problem at one point, that was a pain in the ass. And then the other thing was, for whatever reason, when I had 2 sticks of RAM in it, it wasn't working. When I took it out to 1 stick of RAM, it worked fine. So the initial setup I had was just one little loose pin, which took me forever to find. And then it took me hours of me whining like a little baby to Aftershock, like, I should have never done this, I pissed my money away. And I literally took that RAM card out and it worked. So, yeah, I think that's what it was, just a bad RAM stick. But for a novice like me that had no clue what I was doing, it was enough to make me throw my hands up and be like, I fucked it all up. I don't know what's going on. Everything looks to be, but hey, I'm that 1% Genghis Khan. So, anyways, wasn't that difficult once, I could do it again and be far more confident. I'm the type of person with anything. Like if I'm trying to replace a hot water tank or something, the smallest, like if I follow the YouTube video on how to do it and everything works, I could handle it. But if there's one little like troubleshoot, I'm just like, I don't know what to do, so but yeah, that's that. So I did a couple, here's a little inside baseball. I used to love Conan O'Brien's, I love comedy, I do. It's one of the things that upsets me the most about our woke culture, how comedy has just taken the shits. I used to love the late night shows. I used to love watching, I watched a little bit of, I was never into Leno, but a little bit into Letterman, but I was definitely into Conan O'Brien before he did, like, the network shows, his original show. I liked that. There were certain guests like Norm Macdonald that I always wanted to check no matter what show he was on. Used to love Saturday Night Live in the 90s and stuff like that. Conan used to have this bit when he would do his monologue. I always thought it was hilarious. He'd say, yeah, last night's show sucked. That show was terrible, but tonight's show, this is the show. I rip that off all the time. I'm always like, tomorrow's show's going to suck. Yesterday's show sucked, but this is the show. If you're tuning in, you're special. You caught the one good show. So, but my last, we're going to talk a little bit. I'm really important and what a lying POS is. My last 2 shows objectively sucked because one was driving to a work office with one person watching, and the problem with that is when you're driving, it's a big long story, but you know how you get a thing to hold your phone like on the dash so you don't have, you can look while you're driving. Mine broke, so I ordered another one. So I just had my phone basically in the cup holder so I couldn't see it. I'm rambling. When I get to a stop sign, I look down and I lost service. So I probably talked for 40 minutes by myself. Thanks so much, Talon of the Silver Up. So that show sucked. And then I did just a brief driving to work stream. So if you count those 2, you'll get a little preview of what tonight's show is going to be about, because we're going to talk about Twitter beef that I have. But not like that. It's not going to be drama shit or anything like that. Though we might talk a little about my friend Andrew Wilson. Oh, shit. Okay. I got a call here that I got to take for a minute. Enjoy my intro music. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. That was the wife. Normally, so my routine here when I'm at work, like when I clock out, first thing I do is call my wife. She wasn't available, so I called her before I streamed, and I figured she was doing laundry or something. So, and she just called back, so I just wanted to let her know. Yeah, that song is "As You Were" by the band Track Tribe. That was free music on YouTube from the free use. So, remind me to shout the name out of that band and to that song, because I think that's cool that they're generous enough to put something up for free use. I think that's really cool. So, anyways, yeah, we might cover Andrew Wilson a little, something going on with him. But other than that, it's not really, this isn't drama related. It's talking about debate performances that I've had recently, and almost all of those are focused purely on politics. So, predominantly, the panel I was on, the Kick or Keep panel, where we were talking about politics the whole time, corruption, censorship, and stuff like that. And an ongoing discussion I've been having with Pisco about, it was something like that, McLean. She's doing good. It was just, I like to check in every night just to make sure, and she does the same for me. So you have to understand, my job, when I say I work 5 days in a row, that's not, I come in at 9, I go home at 5. I'm here the whole time, so I don't get to see my wife. So it's important, I think, to try to call each other every night. Sometimes I get to read to Hank on voice chat or on FaceTime, so he'll hold the book up and I get to read it. So that's cool. But I'm streaming tonight. So anywho, so yeah, we're gonna go through the Burisma Devon Archer testimony, conversations I've had with Pisco. I got a ridiculous video to show you on this. Yeah, we'll do some I'm really important stuff. So wherever you all want to start, we could start with the Andrew Wilson stuff. It'll be brief, or we could start with the I'm really important stuff, or with the Pisco stuff. The Pisco stuff's going to be the most interesting stuff because it's going to be focused on the Devon Archer. I'm really important. It won't be that long to show what an idiot he is. I guess we'll start with the Andrew Wilson stuff. For those that don't know, Andrew Wilson goes by Big Papa Fascist. He runs the Crucible. Full disclosure, I had somewhat of a working relationship with him because my show, The Arena, was on the Crucible's YouTube channel. He helped me out with a lot of tech stuff. He had a production team that helped me out with that show. They're incredibly generous. The reason that show has ended, it's not like officially dead or anything, it's just on a big hiatus, was because of my absurd work schedule. So it was difficult to do it. That's the type of show that I can't stream like mobily, or I can't stream from a work office. I have to be there to set it up and try to get 8 people, and so it just wasn't working the hours I was working. Maybe I'll bring it back here in the winter. I don't know. But certainly me and Andrew have disagreements on politics. I've debated against him as much as I've debated with him, I would say. So we've certainly had debates on gay marriage, on questions of consent with your spouse and things like that I massively disagree with him on. And, I also stylistically massively disagree with, or not disagree, differ from Andrew. I think we have similar debate styles. I think he argues more on like syllogisms, sort of the philosophy of debate, where I usually tend to strict more towards like a, I guess, policy debate type orientation. But he likes to focus on a lot of stuff that I don't, like religious conversations or sort of drama that occurs in the cultural space. I don't really wade into that stuff. Andrew was getting some shit, some praise, because one of the groups that he's interacted with regularly is America First, Nick Fuentes' group. And, I'm not going to say anything. I've talked to Andrew in private about this, personal phone calls and stuff like that. But I'm not saying anything that he hasn't disclosed. He's been doxxed. He's been swatted. He's had threats issued to him, to his children, to his wife, and things like that. And so apparently the other day, Andrew and Nick Fuentes sort of buried the hatchet, and they're agreed to basically not be buddies, not agree with each other, but just ignore each other, basically. And, people were giving Andrew a lot of shit. You can go to his YouTube channel. I don't know if it's still up, but I did catch a little of it today while I was working. He kind of gave an explanation of this, and my understanding, I knew exactly what was going on. And I only bring it up for this, because I experienced one 10,000th of what Andrew did. Like, I've been hacked, I've had my accounts hacked, I've had my employer called, and things like that. And it's not, I'm not saying it, I don't know if it was America First, it was probably lefties that did it to me. But I've had that shit happen. I've been mass reported and blah, 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 blah. And I've had people say terrible things about family members. It's not fun, I do this for entertainment. Andrew, I think, also does it for entertainment. I also think that it's a career at this point for Andrew. But at some point, you have to say, like, I have to do a cost-benefit analysis. If I'm going to war, if I'm willing to be engaged in these, like, dramatic battles with people that's resulting in the SWAT team showing up to my house a couple times and threats and stuff, is it really worth it? Like, what do I win if I win, right? It's one thing if you're attacking the powerful, like, Congress people or mainstream media people or oligarchs. It's another thing when you're attacking a dissident group that really doesn't have institutional power, and that's where the fight is. So, I totally get it with Andrew. I'm not under the assumptions that this means that, he's radically changed his position on politics or culture or something like that, and these folks that he was arguing with, now all of a sudden he's buddies with them. I didn't take it that way. And from the little bit of the explanation I heard from him in his show today, it was, as I anticipated, which was like family first, and I'm tired of this constant battle. And you have to understand, and the reason I bring it up is this, because if you have a good family life, if you have a wife, or if you're a woman, a husband, and children and things like that, what you do affects them. It's everything to me is a team effort, right? I can only stream and I can only work crazy hours because my wife is at home taking care of my son, right? And so the decisions that I'm making with my hobbies or with my job affects my wife, and she should have input on that. And, and if it's negatively affecting them, where they're being put in a light that they would rather not be, or they're being put in danger and stuff, then that's on me as the husband to try to do my best for what I think's best for the family. So, that's my feelings on that. I get where Andrew's coming from that. And so for the people out there saying, oh my God, he sold out or anything, I don't see it that way. Doesn't mean I'm going to agree with Andrew on everything. But, I've sort of largely stayed out of that type of stuff. I don't, that's not my forte. I don't judge anyone for their interest as far as the type of entertainment that they like to see or the type of things they think are important. If you enjoy getting in the muck with streamers about their personal life and your personal life because you have you think talking about morality and things like that are important, I don't think that's, necessarily wrong. I just don't have an interest in it. Am I still against gay marriage? No, I support gay marriage. So, so that's it. Now moving on to the good stuff. Just wanted to get that off my chest. So, BPF, he's a big boy. He don't need any words of encouragement from me. He don't need any support. His community is bigger than mine. He don't need support from me. But I just wanted to get that out there. That's what I feel about that, because I know people had been talking about it. By the way, he debated Erudite and Destiny the other night, and the little bits I saw of it, it looked like he smacked them around. It was questions of morality and things like that. So it's not stuff that I'm debating frequently. And by the way, you're going to have a difficult time. Look, I'll fully admit that my position is not well thought out on things like morality, because although I do believe Jesus is the Son of God, and I do believe that that's the path towards heaven through Christ, I don't judge people morally. I think that if you have a system that aligns with that, and you got through it through a different way, so you got through it through Islam or atheism or whatever, I don't really care. I don't judge you for that. And I also am not like a well-versed person in reading the Bible. I'm not. I'll admit I should be better, probably. It's not something I talk about a lot. But you have to understand, right? It is difficult to debate, particularly someone that's orthodox, because I've yet to hear compelling arguments from people, particularly atheists, when it comes to set of morality and where they get their set of morals. You know, I used to be a vehement atheist, and I used to shout the things like, you know, I don't need the threat of eternal damnation to tell me murder is bad. Right. True. But where do you delineate on morality? Where does your sense of morals come from? And you could say, well, it's self-evident. Well, no, it's not, because other people, if it's self-evident, then everyone would agree. They don't. So then what? Right? Where do we fall on, and that's sort of the crux of the debate that I saw, was if you have two competing sets of morality, and one says this is moral and the other said no, it's not moral, how do you delineate which side is right? They can't both be right. Right? So it's an interesting debate, but BPF was killing it. So yeah, you know, there's this philosophical, I could debate with the best of them. I could debate, but when you ask where you derive your morality, it's very hard if you can't point to something and say right here. That's it. It's as clear as day. The Bible, or whatever your religion is, you could point to your morality. If you say, no, humanism, it's like, well, where, though? It's a difficult question, you know? So, anyways, not what I'm doing tonight, not what I usually do, so check that out, though. Anywho, let's jump in. So, I did this kick or keep stream the other night. It was on Destiny's channel. It's funny, Destiny don't want to debate me one-on-one, particularly when it comes to politics. He just doesn't. Now, here's the dirty little truth. I'm very good at debating politics and corruption and things like that. That's my forte. But I'm pretty good at debating anything. Like, you could put me in on the red pill shit. I could debate it if I wanted. And, you know, one of the topics there was, like, dropping the bomb on Hiroshima, whether or not it was acceptable. I basically have not researched any of that. I've heard sort of the objections. But basically, I'm still the best person on that topic because I'm listening to the arguments, and as someone who, you know, is just someone who likes thinking about things and talking through things, I'm able to raise interesting questions and have interesting pushback even without, like, even if we accept what you're saying about this framework. I'm good at those sorts of debates, but I never get invites for that sort of stuff, so, you know, whatever. Destiny don't want to debate me on politics, though, one-on-one. That's why he prefers to be in the moderator role, so he can interject and then say, but I'm just the moderator. I'm not here to debate you. I get it. I don't give a shit. It's not like I'm sitting here like, I don't care. I'll debate him 20-on-1. I don't give a shit. And that's basically what the kick or keep stream was. The only one that, you know, the person that would have been on my side most of the time, Fabian, they booted the first round. So then it was like me versus 6, then me versus 5, then me versus 4, and 3, and 2, and 1. And of course, they give it to Erudite at the end. It's really funny. If you go watch the last topic, it was basically like Trump or Biden. She literally could not articulate one policy that Biden's done that she thinks was better than Trump. She couldn't give one. Not one. And the audience was like, I think I'll vote for that. So, thanks, curtain closed. It was funny. But no hard feelings to Erudite or any of the other people that were on there or Destiny. I don't give a shit. Like I said, at the end of that, I knew I wasn't going to win. There was a cash prize. The lefty audience isn't going to vote for someone like me. I don't care. No hard feelings. All I ask if I go in a place like that is an opportunity to speak. I feel I get that. No hard feelings here. I think I outclass them. But that's neither here nor there. That doesn't speak to me disliking them as people because I think their arguments are dog shit. One of the people that was on there was I'm Really Important. Now, I've debated I'm Really Important in the past. Let me say some positive things about I'm Really Important first. He seems like a likable guy. I have a different sense of what's likable than probably most of my audience. And that's because I have been in a unique position in my life where I come from my background's very unique. I come from, I would say, middle, lower class. I would say, like, I don't know what my parents, made growing up, $35,000, $40,000 a year. But I lived in an area where the cost of living was way lower. I wasn't missing many meals, but that's where I was. And I was, like, redneck, and I say that in a positive way. That's my people. But I was really bad at it. So, like, when I was in high school, all my friends were, like, riding four-wheelers and working on trucks and shit. I suck at all that. I'm a terrible hunter. Can't fix something to save my life. I'm just the worst of the worst when it comes to that shit. But I went off to college and I joined the debate team, and I was very good at that. I was always a good speaker. So I did very good in college debate. In college, the people that I met in that community they couldn't have been more polar opposite than the people I grew up with. The people I grew up with were poor, working class, blue-collar workers. They weren't going to school. The people that I was in the debate community were the left of the left. Most of them went to private high schools, particularly once you advance to the top level. You're debating Ivy League schools. Most of the people you're debated 4 years in high school. Most high schools don't have policy debate teams, so most of the high schools that do have policy debate teams are private schools. So you're debating wealthier people. And I had to teach myself, like, I had contempt, not the people that went to my school that I was on the team with, but, like, everyone else, I had contempt with them. I was like, fuck these people, bunch of rich people, they'll never know how I live, fuck them. I'm going to learn to beat them in arguments about that, But then I had to ask myself, like, am I any better than them, right? If they just point and say, oh, 10-tooth rubes, uneducated, blue-collar, blah, 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 am I better than them if I look at them the same way? Yes, I'm still better than that. But no, I mean, I did try to look to the positives, and I did make friends. And particularly the people that were on my team and stuff, some of my best friends are the most lefty people you could imagine. We don't really talk much about politics. We don't. But I would trust them with my life. I think some of them are the nicest people I've ever met. I think they're incredibly deluded and delusional when it comes to politics, but it is what it is. So, when I debate people in this space, right, when I interact with people, I'm not the type of I'm used to dealing with people that I like, but massively disagree with me. So do I think that my audience has it better or worse than me as a child? It depends on the metric. Financially, I don't know, probably better. But I had a two-parent household with two parents that really cared about me. I had a lot of good friends and things like that. So I think my upbringing was top-notch. I wouldn't trade it for there's anyone who says they would never change anything, like, no regrets, is full of shit. Like, yeah, I would have practiced debate earlier and been way better by the end of it. I would have been better at football, But overall, I cannot complain about. I can't complain about my family whatsoever. I think that they were incredible. They had me when they were very young. I'm 39. When my dad was 39, I was 18. My son's 2. So, my dad gave up his life to raise me, working 9-to-5 jobs my whole life. So that's that. Yeah, I did debate in high school too, and it was literally that. It was a debate. Policy debate's way different than doing a debate assignment. It's completely different. But so I'm really important. Seems like a likable guy. He does. He really does. I also think that his show, he does something that I think there's room for a right-wing person to do this. He focuses a lot watching, like, C-SPAN and watching, like, hearings and stuff like that. And I think that's good because even though, for two reasons. One, it gives people a more straight-to-the-source thing. All of us, myself included, one of our big weaknesses is because you don't have time, because you have a life, you don't necessarily, like, watch when Chris Wray testifies in front of the House Select Committee the entire time. Or you don't read the entire Mueller report, or read the entire Durham report, What you're doing is relying on someone like me, or someone like Molly Hemingway, or someone at CNN, or the New York Times, wherever. You're relying on someone saying, here's the critical parts from this. And you might go and look at that. They'll say, page 38, and you go and you look at that. But that's basically what I'm doing with most of this stuff. So to have someone like IRI that's like, even though he's putting his spin on stuff, to actually be watching C-SPAN, well, the audience gets to see what's going on. Now, he's going to spin it how he wants, which that's the other advantage, but nonetheless. So I actually applaud him because I think that's sort of a niche market that's very, like, nerdy, political type stuff. But there's an audience. I'm not saying the dude's ever going to have, like, a million people watching his live stream or anything, but kudos to him. Putting in the work like that. Now, it's led to some really fun... I think the cash prize was 100 subscribers on Kick, I think. So, the equivalent of $500, I think it was. So I don't dislike IRI as a person. I think that what he does for just watching stuff and talking to his audience, obviously I massively disagree with his takes, but I understand the utility of that, and I don't begrudge him at all. So don't take it the wrong way, right? IRI is a shit debater. He is shit. He's terrible. He is not good. For my expectations, he is one of the people I've debated that is, it would have to be in the top 5 of below my expectations. Not the worst, not the bottom 5, because so many people I debate don't know anything. Like, they don't know anything, right, at all, right? And that's not IRI. But for someone who watches so much political content and comments on sort of the types of things that we're discussing, like censored, because I'll see his tweets. He'll be like, oh, the Twitter files, oh, the Durham report. So I think then, okay, I'm debating him. He's thought this shit through to some degree, right? Right? No. He's terrible. He's absolute terrible. Go watch that Kick or Keep. It amazes me. Like, he's on this panel, and he just, like, he has nothing. Nothing at all. Like, I'll be like, well, this report said X. And he'll be like, yeah, that was Trump's FBI. Right. My entire criticism is the FBI, before, during, and after Trump, has been a corrupt institution that's really running the show. They continue to be so under Trump. Yeah, but Trump appointed people. Right, he did a shit job. Oh, that's what you want us to believe? Conspiracy. That's it? You donated $50? Well, if that's true, thank you so much. I don't know that you did. It didn't come up, and it should have. But we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm looking for that $60 if it doesn't show. No, I'm just kidding. So, I'm just amazed at how poorly he does. And it was funny because the third and fourth topics of the Kick or Keep that he was on with me, one was Hiroshima, and he pissed and moaned about it. He's like, this is a stupid topic, which it wasn't my cup of tea, but if I'm on a show and I don't know the topics and the topic comes up, I'll try my best to interact. And because for the content anyways, I mean, for God's sakes, it's 6 lefties and me. Someone's got to argue, so I'll do it, And then the fourth topic was aliens, and he same thing. Can we talk about politics? We got Rob here. Let's talk about politics. When we talked about politics, he didn't have shit to say. At all. At all. Like, he literally didn't. At all. He would try to make a point. Like, on the censorship topic, he's like, do you think that you should be allowed to make jokes about when election day is if it causes people to go vote in the wrong day? I'm like, yeah, you should be able to make those jokes. Oh, that's ridiculous. And I'm like, okay, well, do you think it should be selectively enforced? Because we know the conservative that did that, he got arrested. He was looking at 20 years. I don't know what he ended up getting, but he was found guilty. But we could point to lefties that did the exact same meme. Get out there and vote on Wednesday was the meme. By the way, just for the sake, voting's always on Tuesday, right? But this was what people were saying. And the joke was, look how dumb Democrats are. Ha ha. Or look how dumb Trump supporters are. Well, the Trump supporter, or the conservative that did it got arrested and charged and convicted, and the lefties that did it didn't. And I was like, and he's like, well, that's because the right-wing guy that was doing it was to disenfranchise people. And I was like, you asked me if the joke should be allowed or not. So I'm asking you, if you think we shouldn't be allowed to make these type of jokes, then you think we should arrest every left-winger that did it, right? Well, no, that's different. That's what I mean. That's how bad he is. Like, he's bad when it comes to, like, the actual factual things that occurred, but he's also really bad at, like, he can't even keep a consistent story. He just can't. Take a fucking stance. Do I think that the Democrat that said mocked people by saying voting day was a different day should be arrested? No. Do I think the conservatives that did it should be? No. What's IRI stance? Well, I think the right-wing people should and the left-wing people shouldn't. There you go. Need you say anything else? Right? This is your big politics streamer? This is it? This is what you bring to the table? You know? Or he'll be like, it's absurd to say the FBI would have been biased against Trump. Anyone making that argument, you literally, the best response is to laugh them out of the fucking room. Right? They're going to sit here and try to tell you, after everything we've seen, actually, James Comey, that was there under Trump, he was Trump's boy. The FBI was on Trump's side. But that's what he's trying to spin. That's it. So you'll say things like, did you see the Durham, or did you see the IG report? Because he's saying they weren't biased. The IG report shows evidence of their bias all over the place and comments on how the top agents were biased against Trump. The question is, did that bias affect their decisions? And that's what the IG was unable to prove. The bias existed, and even smarter people I debate like Pisco will admit that. Of course, everyone has a bias, right? It's obvious. You see Comey out there wearing, vote for Biden shirts and shit like that. It's pretty obvious. But that doesn't mean he's guilty. He's allowed, particularly once he's out of office, to show his bias, right? But to say they didn't have a bias, or that their bias was for Trump, it's laughable. So I asked, did you read the IG report? No, he didn't. Anyways, a good friend of mine, Aftershock, has started clipping, and also Surian bot also clips a lot of stuff, and a lot of other, if I'm missing you, thank you so much to the people that clip stuff. Thank you so much for the cheer. I really appreciate it, Defund Media. Couldn't agree more. What a fantastic name. Thank you to everyone who clips anything of me and puts it on social media, Twitter, X, or whatever the hell it's called now. Thank you so much. So anyways, this occurs. We'll just watch some of this. So Aftershock clips this. Oops. And you can see for yourself. Now, I'll admit, I'm a little loud. I didn't realize when I did this debate how loud my mic was, so apologies for that, but here we go. Your side, when your ideological side controls the flows of information because the FBI is pressuring these social media, then you could just say, I'm blissfully ignorant and only conspiracy theories. Yet this conspiracy theory is right all the time.
You mean the FBI under Trump, right? That's
I believe that the FBI under Trump was also corrupt. In fact, they were biased.
Oh, okay.
Did you read?
This got to make sure.
Let me ask real quick. Let me ask. I understand it's 5-on-1 or whatever. I get it's 5-on-1. I'll take you all. I don't give a fuck.
State plot against Trump by his own FBI.
Did you read the IG report, IRI?
Look, Prime, I kept you around, motherfucker. You better bring the heat, okay? I thought I kept a rabid leftist, and I was expecting at least 3 of us to be called racist by the end of this section.
All right, why are you quiet now? Did you read this? Did you read the IG report?
Nothing about being rabid. Specifically, I'm heterodox.
Did you read the IG report, IRI?
I wanted to let's not.
That's what I thought.
Okay, sorry. Let's not hyper focus on this one.
Right, so you can see big claims from IR. Oh yeah, like Trump's FBI would have been biased against him. Did you read the report? And then, by the way, Prime Case is hilarious too. That when you're debating 5-on-1, that's something that'll often happen. When they don't have anything to say, they'll be dead silence, and then they'll change the subject. By the way, it's something they accuse me of all the time. I don't do that. Right? So IRI's like, we don't want to focus on this point. Right, of course. And what was going on, the precursor to that is we were talking about conservatives that were censored, or information that was critical of the FBI, or critical about, the pandemic, or critical about Ukraine, or, about Hunter Biden, the Biden administration or the Biden team, how that was the stuff that was being censored. And the one girl on the panel was like, I didn't hear about any of that. What's up, Ranger and Rogue? Thank you for the raid. We're just finishing up talking about the left-wing streamer I'm Really Important and how bad he is, based on a panel debate I had the other day. So it's like me versus 6 lefties, as always, and the one host, Destiny's, typing to people and telling them what to say, or interjecting himself. I don't give a shit. Whatever, he could come on as a panelist too. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. So they'll throw a little jab out there, and I'm like, okay, let's focus on this. They're like, well, we don't have anything to say. Let's move on to something else. Right? Exactly. So, anyways, that clip that you just saw there, little clip. He says, "I'm Really Important." Says on Twitter, I did really great in this clip. Rob admitted he thinks Trump's own FBI was out to get him. Smiley face. Yes. Have you watched anything that I've ever said? I think the FBI is corrupt. I think before Trump, when Trump was running, they were out to get him. When he was there, they were out to get him. I think the evidence backs that up clearly. Thanks a lot, Mix-a-Lot. From the disparate treatment from his team that they got in the investigation that was going on versus his opponents, from people at the FBI saying they wanted insurance policies to stop Donald Trump from getting FISA warrants that they knew was unverified, sourced by suspected Russian spies that was paid for by his opposition, that they were using for the first time in the history of our country to get FISA warrants to spy on the President of the United States team. Meanwhile, the other side, they were allowing to give everyone immunity and let them off the hook for everything. Yeah, I think it was evident what was going on. And we could see through the IG report, the Durham report, a bunch of other reports, the obvious bias that existed at the FBI. The defense, no one denies the bias. They just, at least anyone in good faith, they don't deny the bias. They just say, well, one, the bias exists because Trump was so shitty. And second, they didn't act on the bias. They had bias, but they didn't act on it. But no, not IRI. He thinks, nope, the FBI, when Trump was there, they weren't biased against him. It's ridiculous to even suggest so. And he'll be damned if he's going to look at evidence to suggest it. So he thinks he did great in that clip. Anyways, it's laughable in its own, but that's not why I'm showing you this. I'm giving you a little insight of just how bad and dishonest of a debater IRI is. Ready? So let's go further with this Twitter feed. He says, later in the debate, I said I didn't read the Horowitz report. That's the IG report. I saw the conclusion, and they were mostly criticisms of conduct at the FBI. Right, and that conduct was directed towards Trump. But you said that if it was under Trump, how does that make sense, IRI? Even Durham admitted the investigation was justified. Remember that sentence. Even Durham, in the Durham report, admitted the FBI investigation was justified. So I respond, I say, Durham didn't admit that, and the IG report showed the top brass at the FBI exhibited bias against him. Your big brain take is, quote, ignore everything we see about the FBI's targeting of Trump, because it was Trump's FBI. It's clear Comey and all couldn't have been unjustly targeting him. Stick to your bubble, you're not very good outside of it. And the last interactions I had with IRI before this, he debated me, he got one-on-one, he got crushed, and then decided to tell me that he didn't want to talk to me anymore because he likes to stick to his bubble. So that's a little... Anytime your preferred streamer is telling you, I don't like to talk to people that have differing opinions than me, I like to just stick in my bubble, might be a little clue of just how good they are on politics, right? So anyways, that's what I say here. Now he goes back to this idea that Durham did say. What did he say Durham said? Durham admitted the investigation was justified. Here's what he does. This is amazing. He posts from the Durham report, right? Page 295 of the Durham report. He says the preliminary investigation may have been more appropriate as opposed to a full one. The difference between a full and preliminary investigation are granular details for FBI agents and lawyers. Doesn't mean much. Anything else? He points to this paragraph. It says, under the FBI's guidelines, the investigation could have been opened more appropriately as an assessment or a preliminary investigation. FBI investigations opened as preliminary investigations, short of full investigations, include time limits and a narrow range of authorized techniques to mitigate risk and avoid unnecessary intrusion. If necessary and appropriate, a low-level investigation activity may be escalated under guidelines by converting to a full investigation with supervisory approval. So he says, Durham says the investigation was justified. And then he links from the Durham report that says the investigation wasn't justified. Instead, they could have had an assessment or a preliminary investigation that wouldn't have given them wide-ranging access and the tools for intrusion that they had, like a fucking FISA warrant to spy on the president. That's the problem. So this is IRI's big brain take. Let's say that Trump pays someone right now to talk to a suspected Chinese spy, and that suspected Chinese spy gives information to a law firm that then hands it to the FBI and says, Joe Biden likes peeing on hookers in bed, and he's selling out the United States to the Chinese. Is that something the FBI should look into? Probably. Like a cursory look. They'd say, well, do you have any proof of that? Can we talk to this source? That's like an initial assessment. That's an initial... I don't blame them. They could have done that with Trump. Oh, okay, someone told you that? Okay, can we talk to them? Oh, they don't want to talk? They can't prove anything? Investigation closed. But IRI says, as long as someone says, well, yeah, I guess the allegation was serious, someone should have looked into it, that means it's basically the same as spying. It's basically the same as FISA warrants and 4-year investigations and raiding lawyers' house in the middle of the night and going back to 2013 and charging people with crimes and blah, 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 blah. Same thing. Same thing, says RI. Tomato, tomato. That's how, and he smugly, look how he ends this. He literally posts from the Durham report, literally a passage saying this investigation wasn't justified. Instead of they could have done a preliminary or initial assessment. So literally saying the opposite of what he's trying, and then he ends, got anything else? Got anything else? He says, like, and this is why I get so passionate about this. It's not that the topic's not important. The topic's very important. The deflections from the bootlickers, that justify FBI corruption like IRI and almost all the left I debate, that's always fun to point out. But oftentimes, I find the performance or the strategy or the tactics of the person I'm debating to be, to me personally, more interesting. This guy's so smug. He's so fucking smug and stupid, which is an awesome combination. He literally posts a source that says the opposite of what he thinks it says, and he's like, how about that? And his audience will eat the shit up. They'll be like, oh yeah, see? Mm-hmm. So then I say, really? How many FISA warrants to spy on president's teams are done in a preliminary investigation? Sounds like he's saying the massive extent of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation wasn't justified. Got anything else? He doubles down. Watch this. He says, let's recap. I said, even Durham admitted the investigation was justified. You said Durham didn't admit that. Congratulations. That's the first thing IRI's gotten correct in this whole debate. That's true. He did say Durham said the investigation was justified. I said, no, he didn't. Then he goes, I showed proof that his report confirmed an investigation was justified. Anyways, that's all the time I have to play with you today. Until next time. Well, next time you'll be in your bubble and you won't want to debate. But, I mean, it's laughable. And then I finish up, I say, what's amazing here is not only that you're wrong by pretending that saying a limited investigation being justified means it's basically the same thing as spying, getting FISA warrants, etc., which everyone can see how dumb that is on its face. But then you try to get out of it by arguing that technically, semantically, what you said was correct. And it wasn't. You said Durham said the investigation that actually happened was justified. I said he didn't say that. You then post from his report summarizing that the investigation, the one that happened, was not justified, thereby proving my point, but that a far less intrusive one from the FBI was. And somehow you think this proves you correct. You should stay in your bubble. So that's lefty streamer, I'm really important. And when you wonder why they think this is literally I mean, yes, they are. So many of them are bad faith. They are. Don't get me wrong. Many of them are bad faith. The streamers, the pundits that you see, the reporters that you see, the politicians, so many of them are bad faith. But they're also fucking stupid. So dumb. Just completely outclassed dumb. Like, I do think that IRI's bad faith, that he would never admit any corruption to his side. Or he wouldn't admit any that would make a difference. Right? He's not going to admit one that would cause his side to lose a presidential election or something like that. He would never do that, right? But he's also really dumb. I have no doubt that IRI was like high-fiving himself like, yeah, I got him. Durham said that this investigation was way too intrusive and spent hundreds of pages outlining why. But then he does say, yeah, I guess like a preliminary investigation could have been justified, but it would have been far less intrusive and wouldn't have had all these problems that the investigation that happened had. And he posts that and goes, see, the investigation was legitimate. Basically the same thing. Yeah? Someone steals a sandwich out of the police refrigerator. I suppose there could be an investigation to say, hey, who took that sandwich? But if instead they start beating the shit out of everyone in town with nightclubs and then spying on all their phone calls and emails, and I say, well, that's horribly corrupt. What are you doing? And I go, Well, don't you agree that an investigation into who stole the sandwich was justified? You'd want to find out who stole the sandwich, right? So they could have asked questions. So basically the same thing as beating the shit out of you with club and, spying on you. Same thing. It's justified. It's unreal. By the way, this is the best part then. Like, I love this. Because you always get these, and no matter what, like, there's people who are just going to, IRI's arguing with Rob, Destiny's arguing with Rob, Pisco's arguing with Rob. They're just going to click like. They're not following the fucking details. Their guy said something, so they're going to click like. So I thought this was funny. You always get something like this. This guy says, summarize that shit. 140 characters or less, concise and succinct. The art of Twitter's lost on blue check babies. So I made it succinct for him. I said, IRI, I'm really important, was wrong. Durham said the investigation was improper. IRI sucks at debate. You're a whiny bitch. Succinct enough for you? There we go. Nice and succinct for the average I'm really important follower. So there you have it. That's IRI. Left-wing extraordinaire. Pretty fly for a Dem guy, right? Good shit. Good shit. So I just thought that exchange was amazing. Absolutely amazing. I mean, and I don't even have to tell you. You don't need to hear me. Imagine that if it was Trump, if Trump's FBI would have been spying on his opponents like that. If they'd have been spying on Biden. If Trump would have used spies warrants to spy on Biden, had his lawyers' offices raided, had wiretaps on him, been leaking to the press going into the 2020 election, right? And then a report would have came out and said that was all horribly inappropriate. But I guess there could have been a preliminary assessment into whether the Hunter Biden Burisma stuff happened. Do you think I would go, preliminary assessment? So same thing as the wiretaps and the spies. Same thing. Same thing. Leave Trump alone. You think that's what he would have done? Of course not. Everybody knows it. He knows it. Of course he's bad faith. But he's also stupid. Right, that's exactly, you could see Sunflower. So he's trying to make this semantic argument. His own tweet says the investigation was justified, and then 2 lines later he says an investigation was justified. Is it cognitive dissonance or bad faith? Both. He's that stupid. But he's also bad faith. So now let's move on to Pisco. Now, Pisco is a far, far better debater than I'm really important. I enjoy debating Pisco. I also think Pisco seems like a decent guy I would hang out with. Here's the thing, like, people don't understand, when I get chippy and I start yelling, I'm like, you're a fucking hack, you're bad faith. That doesn't mean that, like, I'm wishing ill will on someone. I've explained this a dozen times, so I'm not going to dip into it too much. I like debating Pisco because Pisco strengthens my argument. 1, because I crush him all the time. But 2, because he's one of the only people that will actually look into stuff. Now, he's partisan beyond belief, and he'll defend the corruption of the FBI and shit like that to the point of absurdity because of his partisan hackery. He will, but because he's trying to make arguments that are literally focused on, like, the actual details, it forces me to look more into the details and get a better understanding of what's going on. And so that's why I like talking to him. So the other day I called into his show. Unfortunately, I was unable to stream it because I was just calling in on my phone for the majority of it. My phone started messing up, so I did go up to the computer at the end. But unfortunately, I was unable to stream that. And we dealt with a lot of the objections that they had. Now, that's up on Pisco's VOD on Twitch. I think it's still up there, so you can check that out. I think it's labeled Debating robnoerr. He starts off that VOD. I had it up on Twitch because I knew he was going to call me in like 10 minutes. And he's playing music from the anime Death Note. And he's basically making me sound absurd, like this ridiculous conspiracy theory. And here's his argument, right? Because it's difficult, and I'm going to talk about a lot of details and names, and I'm going to show you a video. It's going to be long. I'll probably be here till 12:30 or 1 or something like that. So this is going to be the bulk of this stream. We'll probably go 3 or 4 hours on this. Though maybe not. Maybe I'll get tired of it and say everything I have to say, but probably not. I liked the Death Note anime. I thought it once L died. Oh, shit, spoiler. Well, never mind. The first half of Death Note was better than the second half. We'll just say that. I didn't watch the movie or anything. Anyways, we will go out over the Burisma story. I'll break it down as simple as possible in many instances. But for those that are more aware this is the crux of the argument that me and Pisco are having. So just brief what happened in the past 2 weeks. Devon Archer's testimony occurs, the transcript's released, and he does an interview with Tucker Carlson. And I think those three things really shed more light on proving that there's even more reason to be concerned with corruption. Now, full disclosure, despite all the evidence we see that's an overwhelmingly points to the most likely scenario is corruption on behalf of Joe Biden, there's always a chance that he's innocent. My criticism has never been directed specifically at Hunter Biden or even Joe Biden. My criticism was on the disparate treatment from the FBI. So on one hand, when they had unverified opposition research sourced by suspected Russian spies, they're literally getting FISA warrants to spy on the Trump campaign and the Trump presidency. What did they do with this information with Hunter Biden and Joe Biden? There's far more evidence to justify a far more thorough investigation, and yet they did the exact opposite. That, to me, is the bigger concern. So as I go through this, keep that in your mind. And that's where so many people lose the plot. So many people would be happy to see, well, Joe Biden go down. If he says, I'm not going to run again and pardons his son, they'll clap, or he gets impeached in the House, they'll clap and say, yay, we did it. That's doing jack shit. The real criminals here are the FBI that covered up for this shit because they wanted Trump out of there, because they have to control who's in the White House. That's the real problem. So just to let you know where my thought is while we go on this. The argument that Pisco's trying to make at this point is there were people in 2014 from the International Monetary Fund, from the EU, and from the UK that were criticizing prosecutors in Ukraine for how they handled the investigation into Burisma. So just to give you a bare bones story of what's going on in Burisma, Ukraine is considered one of the most corrupt countries in the world, and it makes sense why, because they're part of the Soviet Union. So when the Soviet Union disbands, Russia still has a lot of sway over what's going on in the Ukraine, and it's constantly been this sort of flashpoint between Western influences and Russian influences. And so presidents there and politicians there have been accused of being for the West or being for Russia, and the people of Ukraine are frankly fed up about it because they would like people that represent their own interests, not that are puppets of Russia or puppets of the United States. And they're basically a vassal country, and it's been like that for a long, long time. So you had this President Yanukovych, who was considered a Russian puppet. I'm not going to get into the details, but there's allegations that the U.S. may or may not have been involved in ousting Yanukovych, and then you get Poroshenko. Yanukovych was considered Russian. Poroshenko, United States. He's Obama's ally. So much so that Obama's basically funding huge swaths of their government, creates new agencies such as the NABU, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. It's basically their FBI. So all you need to know is around 2014 when Poroshenko comes in, and I might screw up some of these dates by like a year or 6 months or something like that until we get to the specific details of Burisma, then I'll be correct about my dates. But Poroshenko comes in. Part of that, there was this big push for all these Western places, the International Monetary Fund's giving a bunch of loans. In fact, the $1 billion that Biden talks about in his quid pro quo was guarantees from the United States to back the IMF loan, right? So the IMF's giving a bunch of money, and the EU and the UK and the United States, all this money's going into Ukraine. It's going into NGOs. George Soros is putting money into these NGOs, right? But there's also Russian influences that's putting money in there. Right, so you get all this shit going on, like this flashpoint. So you get finally this leader's elected that's pro-Western. So you can understand, given that, whether you think that's corrupt, or whether you think there was a color revolution or whatever, it would make sense to say, if we're giving this country billions of dollars, we want to make sure that our agenda is being met. And part of that agenda is, we don't like that the past regime was corrupt Russians. So we want those people to be held account. We don't want to give you a bunch of money, and then oligarchs in your country take that money and enrich themselves or enrich Russia. So we demand that these corrupt institutions, corrupt people that were in your government are held accountable. One of the ones that was the most pointed was this guy, Mykola Zlochevsky, who was like the ecology minister of Ukraine during Yanukovych, at some point during Yanukovych. He starts this gas company, Burisma. Burisma is like the second largest, I believe, private natural gas company in Ukraine, and they're getting all these government contracts. And the allegation is that the West is sending money for, infrastructure in Ukraine, and then the Ukrainian government's giving money to corrupt people like Zlochevsky, and that's where the corruption comes in. That was the allegation. And so Pisco's right. In 2014, you have the IMF, you have the UK and other places they're interested in this corruption story, so much so that the UK courts freeze the assets of this guy, Mykola Zlochevsky, who runs Burisma. They freeze his assets in the UK, $23 million worth, which is a huge chunk of money for an individual. So this obviously would piss off Burisma and their owner, right? So that's where the story begins, right? Now then Hunter Biden gets signed to the board of directors, and eventually sometime in mid-2014, I believe, the UK courts are like, we don't think there's enough evidence to continue freezing these assets. They didn't say the case is closed. They just said, in order for us to freeze assets, we need a huge amount of evidence, which also makes sense. Like, it would be the same in the United States. There might be an investigation into me, but for them to freeze my assets, they would need a large amount of evidence justifying that before a hearing. So they didn't have the evidence, and what happened with the allegation is prosecutors in the Ukraine's Prosecutor General's office, which is basically like their Department of Justice, they sent a letter to Mykola Zlochevsky and said, you're not in trouble for anything. You didn't do anything wrong. And then Zlochevsky goes to this this United Kingdom court and says, see this letter? Even the government of Ukraine thinks I did nothing wrong. And so the court's like, oh, okay, well then we can't freeze these assets. That's what happened. And so what happens is then you have all of these Western places, the Obama-Biden State Department, you have the IMF, you have the UK. They're like, this is corrupt. We think this is corrupt. So when I talk about the saga of Burisma and Biden forcing a quid pro quo to get this prosecutor fired, the defense that people like Sitch and Pisco will make is as follows. They'll say, but if it was just corrupt, if it was just about protecting Hunter Biden, then why would these places like the IMF and the UK and the Obama-Biden State Department, why would they complain about Burisma while Hunter Biden was on the board of directors? But they don't explain it that way, right? They basically draw a line for, if the IMF's pissed that they're sending loans to Ukraine, and then Ukrainian prosecutors are covering up for a corrupt oligarch, then how could Joe Biden's issuing the forcing of Shokin be illegitimate? They make it seem like, oh, well then the IMF also wanted Shokin fired. There's no evidence of that. Not before Biden recommends it in November of 2015. So the part of the story I'm not telling you is, all of that could be true. And is. There was public outcry against corrupt prosecutors in Ukraine. That was before Shokin was in office. Do you understand? Let's take the complicated names out of it. Prosecutor named Jim, the guy that comes in after him is Bob. The whole world's pissed that Jim is corrupt. Jim gets fired. Bob's now on paper looking into the company. He's looking into the vice president's son. Vice president says, fire Bob. And everyone says, well, hey, the rest of the world wanted Jim fired, so what does that have shit all to do with it? That's what's happening here. And so to steelman Pisco's position, it would be as follows. Well, if they were really interested in protecting Hunter Biden, they would have never brought it up in the first place. And so he spins this story. He goes, and this is what the beginning of his VOD was. He's like, my name's robnoerr. There's an international conspiracy. Christine Lagarde at the IMF is working with, Tony Blair and what was his name? Gordon, whatever, that was that, and it's working with Biden and Obama and all of these agencies and the EU and the UK and the IMF and the Biden, and they're all corrupt, and they're sitting around, yes, let's protect Hunter Biden, yeah, that's not my argument. Now, I understand, props to Pisco for at least trying to be funny, because you gotta, if you're a Pisco fan, what are you getting watching him? Him get his ass kicked every time he streams with me. Other than that, what do you got? So he's attempting to make a joke. 2 thumbs up for that. But he's having to ridiculously strawman me. So that's what we were going to call in and talk about. And of course, when I explained it, I quickly got him to admit. I was like, no, let me explain this. Of course, it's hard because I also mentioned this. Pisco, in many ways, is the opposite of me. I get accused of Gish galloping. Sometimes that's somewhat true, right? But the idea, the negative connotation of Gish gallop is I'm just rapid firing a bunch of points with no factual basis, because then people can't keep up with all of them. That's not what's going on 99% of the time. I might speak for 3 minutes and make 3 points in that 3 minutes, but they're all factually based, and I defend all 3 of those points. I just happen to talk fast. Pisco talks for large chunks without saying anything. It's actually very incredible, and I've called Pisco out for this for years. He'll just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and it's like, you aren't saying shit. You haven't said anything. I wish you were Gish galloping. I'd have something to respond to. You don't say anything. So I call in, and it takes forever. It's like pulling teeth, because he won't admit to little things, right? So you try to set a framework, right? And this is going to sound weird. It's going to sound boring, but humor me for a couple minutes here, right? In order to debate, a debate means something, right? Like, there are different types of debate. There's college debate, where you can do policy debate like I did, or Lincoln Douglas, or parliamentary. Those are games with defined rules and defined winners and losers. Then there's public debate, right? And then you can debate your buddy at the bar. There's not necessarily a defined winner or loser. The rules are going to be vague. But there are necessary things that you need in order to have a debate. You need to agree on a topic, right? If you're like, I think 2 + 2 is 4, and your opponent's like, yeah, well, I think pie is better than cake, that's not a debate, right? Because there has to be an area of disagreement. There has to be an agreement on a topic and some sort of disagreement. That's the bare minimum. And in order for that debate to be any type of useful, productive, worthwhile, entertaining, you have to be able to agree on certain things, such as we have to understand each other's language. If I'm speaking Mandarin and you're speaking French and we literally can't understand each other, then there can't be a debate. Because you have to at least understand the language, right? But there's also, beyond that, there's certain things that you need if you're going to debate an issue. You have to agree on a framework in order to talk about a specific topic. So we might agree with our style. It's one of the reasons I argue about violence so much. We have to have like a set of rules. You can't punch someone because you disagree with them politically. Political violence isn't justified. If you can't agree to that, then my debate with you is worthless. Because it doesn't matter what sort of articulate point I make. If at the end of the day you could be like, I'll just punch you in the fucking head if I disagree. Violence makes verbal debate worthless, right? So, those sorts of things. So, on this particular topic, we're agreeing to talk on the overarching topic of Burisma and Hunter Biden, things like that. But in order to hammer down, you need to set a framework. And the reason that I focus on this a lot is because what'll happen is they will constantly move the goalpost. And the best example I could give is Russiagate. I was writing on websites like Above Top Secret way back in 2017. I brought it up many times in the show. I think it was like October 20th, 2017. I wrote this big long post about how if the Steele dossier, opposition research, was used by the FBI to spy on Donald Trump without being verified, it's the biggest political scandal in the history of the country. And when I said that, this was what people said. That's bullshit. It's all hearsay. It's conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat shit. The FBI would never do that. Ridiculous. And then it's like, okay, well, the FBI... First it was like Hillary's team didn't pay for it. Then it was like, well, then the FBI would have never done that. And then they were like, well, if the FBI did it was because they verified. And then when they didn't verify, they're like, well, but the allegation was so important. So, and that wasn't it wasn't important to getting the FISA warrant. And then it was, well, of course it was important to getting the FISA warrant, but the allegations, right? The goalpost just keeps moving. So I learned that what you got to do is set the framework. You have to be like, okay, what is the framework? You say that the allegation was so serious. So anytime that there's an allegation of what? And they'd be like, oh, foreign influence, so many foreign connections to a presidential campaign. Okay, so if we have a lot of connections, shady-looking connections to a presidential campaign, that justifies FISA warrants, spying, and shit like that. Yeah. Okay, let's look at Hillary Clinton's side. That's different. That's different, they'll say. But you've already got them to admit. So now they just... Of course they're bad faith. They're always going to say it's different. Because what they really mean is, we're better than you. You're awful, so it's okay for our side to do the very same shit that we criticize your side for doing. That's what they really mean. And they absolutely, the good little fascists they are, they absolutely love the government using their boot to silence the people they disagree with. That's who they are. But still, that's one of the ways that I try to set these debates up. So when I'm talking to Pisco on the phone, the very first area that I want to start with, I say, Pisco, can we at least agree on the following framework? If Shokin, this prosecutor that Biden got fired, was legitimately looking in to Burisma, had an active investigation, it would have been corrupt for Joe Biden to force his firing. Or, I should have been a little more specific, it would have had such the appearance of corruption to justify an immediate, massive FBI/independent investigation. Now, Pisco's argument should be, of course, but I don't think that Shokin was investigating. Then that's the debate. But no, Pisco can't say that. He's like, well, it depends. And the crimes that were being looked at was before Hunter Biden was on the board. It was crimes of 2013. And then I have to be like, okay, first off, no, it wasn't just crimes of 2013 because the Ukrainian NABU admits now that they say that Burisma was violating tax laws in 2014, 2015, 2016. That was during the tenure of Hunter Biden. So it is reasonable to believe that if Joe Biden was being corrupt and wanting to protect his son, he would have known that there were going to be tax issues raised when his son was one of the council and one of the board members when this tax evasion was occurring. Secondly, it doesn't matter if they were investigating crimes during the tenure of Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was making $1 million a year from this company. He stood to lose if the company was investigated and if the company was convicted and if their assets were frozen. That's $1 million a year he's not getting. So it could still be corrupt for Joe Biden to force the firing of a prosecutor leading to an investigation, even if he wasn't criminally investigating Hunter Biden. He was just going to investigate the company that would have turned off the money faucet to Hunter Biden. And that's where we spend 30 minutes arguing. Because Pisco, no, well, wait. Now, these are the same people that shit their pants that they needed to see Trump's tax returns because, God forbid, before he was a politician and he was a businessman, he may have had some sort of real estate deal in Russia. And they said, oh, well, if he had a real estate deal in Russia, that calls into question all of his policies regarding Russia. What was the implication here? Well, because he was financially gaining from these places, that could have affected his decision. So certainly if he would have forced the firing of a prosecutor of a business partner of his in Russia, the left would have went apeshit, and so would have Pisco. But it's different when it's Joe Biden. Well, as long as they weren't criminally investigating during the time period of Hunter Biden was there, it's okay for Hunter to call his dad and say, stop this investigation, and his dad stopping it. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. But you can't, and that's how you know Pisco's bad faith. That's how you know it. Because anyone who's remotely good faith would say, sure, of course, I think you're full of shit. I don't think Shokin was investigating. But yeah, I understand your point. Yep. That's it. That's what I would say if I was arguing Pisco's side. But he can't say it. It's every little thing. The last time when I was talking with Pisco, we're on this panel with counterpoints, right? It's him and Ruminate, who's worthless, and me and counterpoints. And it's basically just me and Pisco going back and forth. And I'm like, let me just outline the basic framing of what happened with Burisma. And as soon as I start, he's like, nope. Actually, Blue Star Strategies, you said that they were the lawyers for Burisma, but they weren't. They were their lobbyists. And I was like, well, don't they all have law degrees? Doesn't matter. They were acting in the capacity of law. How does that change materially the discussion? It doesn't. He has to drag it out, argue incessantly every little point, because then his low fucking IQ audience is like, Pisco had a lot to say. Right, and none of it was a defense of what's going on. It was just nitpicking little things that had nothing to do with the grand scheme. At all. So, just so you can see. So, I call in, we have this discussion, we talk about some other things. It is what it is. The next day, he puts this big old post on Twitter, which is fine. I'm not upset about it. I'm glad he did. But he acts like we didn't just talk about this stuff the night before. Right? That's what he acts like. So he puts it all down there, and of course his audience is like, slam dunk, yeah, that's it. That was like 2,000 words, so clearly Pisco wins. Now, I don't know if they mistook me for having a life or something, which I do have a life. But I'll be damned if I didn't go through that post point by fucking point and address every point that he made. And so That's what I'm going to present to you. So let me bring it up. Now, when I go through this, every time I do this sort of stuff, I'm researching more because I'm looking for articles. Because so many times I'll be like, I remember I read this article. What was it? Blah, 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 blah. And I oftentimes am finding new stuff. If I find anything that I think I was wrong about or that changes my understanding, I fully admit it, as I've done. There are small details, for example, when I debated Destiny, small details that I had slight time frame things wrong. Like, I thought the quid pro quo came in February. I now realize it came in December, after the testimony of Devon Archer. What happened was Joe Biden issued the quid pro quo in December, but they didn't agree to force the resignation of Shokin until February. And then they finally got rid of him in March. So, before we begin, I just want to outline what happened with Burisma as simply as possible. You ready? Biden administration and so many of the Western allies in the world say that Burisma and their owner Zlochevsky is corrupt. They're upset because they feel that prosecutors in 2014 in Ukraine are letting them get away with it. They're sending a bunch of money to Ukraine. Joe Biden, despite the fact that he's saying corrupt and everything, the Burisma is corrupt, his son gets a job at the board of directors. We now know through the testimony of Devon Archer that in December 4th, 2015, Mykola Zlochevsky, the head of Burisma, tells Hunter Biden, you need to call your dad. We have this pressure from Ukrainian government investigations that we want him to help with. We know that Hunter Biden called his dad. We don't know what was said. We know that 4 or 5 days later, Hunter Biden flies to Ukraine and demands the firing of Shokin. We know that eventually Shokin gets fired. And lastly, we know that eventually the investigation into Zlochevsky and Burisma is buried. Company's corrupt, according to Biden. Son goes to work for company. Owner of company says, call your dad, end the investigations. Hunter calls his dad. His dad forces the firing of the prosecutor. The investigations end. That's it. That's what happened. And basically, that's as simple as I can make it. Now, we'll go into all the details. We will. But that's what happened. If that was Donald Trump, the country would have stopped. He would have been impeached. There would have been massive independent investigations. There would have been impeachment investigations, FBI investigations, special counsels. Every news outlet in the country would be covering it wall to wall. But it's Biden. And we've known about it since 2016. That's it. That's the story. So for all the people like, this is confusing, there's a lot of names. Company's corrupt. Vice President's son goes to work for them. Vice President's son calls dad, says we're under pressure, the company. Dad forces prosecutor fired. Investigations end. That's it. And at the end of the day, the more details that come out, everything that we've been told over and over that just actually Shokin wasn't investigating, and the more details that come out, and each of them shoot down the talking points that I've had. What you're getting is the ultimate answer, which is, we don't give a shit, we think Biden's a good guy, this is all a coincidence. That's it. That's literally where they are now. It's just a coincidence. It's a coincidence that Hunter Biden called his dad because the owner said, we want you to have your dad help end the investigations. And his dad forced the firing of a prosecutor, and then the investigations ended. Just a coincidence. And it's also a coincidence that his dad didn't then speak up and say, wait a minute, we're pissed off that the investigation ended. It's all a coincidence. All right, let's begin with Pisco's screed, shall we? Put the link to this. You can read Pisco's screed and my responses yourself. It's quite the screed. Copy link. We're just going to read through the whole thing, and then I'll go through my responses. Then I got some videos to show you, and whatever. All right, here we go. The Devon Archer testimony, if you credit it, I like that little deflection, if you credit it, funny, is devastating for the Biden conspiracy theorists like robnoerr. Now keep in mind, he's not saying, and Sitch was saying the same thing. Sitch said, I read the transcript of the testimony. It's devastating. It shows it's defense for Biden. The best that you could argue if you're them is, it's not as damning as you're saying. They could try to make that argument. There's some mitigating factors in this testimony. But to say it's devastating for my side, it just shows you, God, they're bad. That's his stance, right? Just so you know. Archer specifically shoots down the bribery theory. Remember when robnoerr and others were shouting from the rooftops about the unbelievably damning FD 1023? That 1023 said a confidential human source from the FBI told the FBI that Zlochevsky told him that he paid Joe and Hunter Biden $5 million apiece. So directly saying, I paid Joe Biden. So apparently Archer's testimony blows that theory out of the water. It says, Archer, and states unequivocally that he has no awareness of wrongdoing by Joe Biden or that Joe Biden had any substantive conversations with his son about Burisma, something Ukrainian oligarch Zlochevsky has stated previously, Politico article, on business matters. To the extent that Archer claims any specific knowledge about Shokin or the investigation into Zlochevsky, he says that he was told that Burisma considered Shokin to be under control. Archer says unequivocally he has no reason to believe that Joe Biden threatened Shokin to be fired for any other reason than U.S. government's anti-corruption policy. Robnoerr desperately clings to a line Archer gave about pressure coming from the Ukrainian government investigations into Mykola, and subsequent statements made on a Tucker Carlson interview characterizing Shokin as taking a closer look and a threat because anyone in government's always a threat and always trying to shake down these businesses. But nonetheless, disclaiming any specific evidence about Shokin and saying he wasn't involved in Shokin or any of this. Except people like me and Sitch point out, it's highly implausible to read these statements as suggesting that at the end of 2015, Shokin was the one pressuring Zlochevsky. We'll get to all of this, don't worry. As always has been the position, a position categorically has not changed despite robnoerr's accusation of pivoting. The set of facts we suggest overwhelmingly that the West was pressuring Ukraine to go after corruption cases, including Zlochevsky, because Shokin wasn't prosecuting corruption. Archer's, it wasn't that. They said that Shokin wasn't investigating, which is why I started talking to Pisco with the framework of if Shokin was investigating, then this would be corruption, or at least the appearance of corruption so bad that an immediate investigation should be triggered, right? So it's not just Shokin wasn't prosecuting, it's that he wasn't investigating. Archer's testimony has not undermined this conclusion, it has bolstered it. Here are the facts. 1. Shokin and his office were corrupt. That's not just me saying that. That's Ukrainian parliamentarian Sobolev, Ukraine's NGOs, prominent Ukrainian anti-corruption activists, Kaliniuk, Ukrainian deputy prosecutor generals contemporaneously working under Shokin, Kasko and Sakovalides or whatever. The European Union was beginning to have discussions with Washington about this removal as early as April. The International Monetary Fund, it was the conclusion of the entire U.S. apparatus, including law enforcement. The FBI was fed up with Shokin. The State Department, too many sources know, Treasury, etc. It was the conclusion of Senate Ukrainian caucus, including Republican Senators Portman and Johnson. There are numerous reports of prosecutors extorting people to take literal diamond bribes. It's implausible to me to think all these actors are coordinated or lying or just plain mistaken about the facts on the ground. There's no evidence I can find of Shokin actively pursuing corruption in Ukraine, and I have looked. Now, again, I'm going to answer all this directly, but basically his point 1 here is, whole shit pile of people said that Shokin was corrupt. That's it. That's what he said. And we have a laundry list. Okay, we'll go through it. Second, pressure on the PGO, that's the Prosecutor General office that Shokin ran, to go after corruption, including specifically Zlochevsky, came early after Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma, before Joe Biden got involved in the pressure. On April 28, 2014, Serious Fraud Office in the UK announced the freezing of $23 million worth of Zlochevsky's assets. In December 2014, U.S. officials warned the PGO for not helping with their investigation. In February 2015, State Department official George Catt walked into the PGO and straight up asked who took a bribe to shut down the Zlochevsky investigation. On September 24, 2015, when Ambassador Pyatt gave a speech pressuring the PGO to stop being corrupt, he specifically cited the Zlochevsky investigation as an example of times where prosecutors undermined legitimate corruption cases. Recall in April 2015, Washington was already talking to EU allies about removing Shokin. In November 2015, conversations escalate with the State Department about how to pitch to Joe Biden on pushing Poroshenko to remove Shokin prior to any December call from Hunter Biden. If the United States just wants to protect Hunter Biden from a genuine investigation coming out of the PGO, why is the State Department doing all the above? Why are they specifically pressuring Ukraine as it relates to Zlochevsky investigation? Why are they talking about firing Shokin as early as April 2015? Why is the State Department needing to pitch to Joe Biden pushing for Shokin's removal? robnoerr will ask, then why didn't the USA ask for the next prosecutor, Lutsenko, to be fired? when Burisma was given a slap in the wrist, investigations temporarily halted. Answer. The firing of Shokin was premised on something way more broad than any one investigation. When Lutsenko took over, it appeared the State Department was going to be able to work with Mr. Lutsenko on prosecutorial reform. Corruption in the Ukraine is intractable, and Lutsenko was a huge disappointment, but never to the level of Shokin. So basically what he's saying here is, but they were looking into Burisma before Shokin was there. If they were just protecting Hunter Biden, why did they look into it before Shokin was there? And I'll answer all of that. The Archer testimony confirms at a minimum that the board of Burisma was being told a story that totally fits with the above facts. The Shokin was under the control in late 2015, not pursuing corruption against Burisma. In order to explain this part of Archer's testimony away, Rob will say, of course, they'd admit to bribing Shokin, because if they didn't, it would look suspicious. I didn't say they admitted to bribing Shokin, but neither here nor there. I have to say it's not intuitive to me that Burisma would be shouting from their board that they bribed Shokin in order to preempt allegations of pressuring the United States. Seems like the smartest thing to do would be able to keep your mouth shut, and we'll answer that. Fourth, Archer repeatedly states that he has no specific knowledge about Shokin. That totally undermines his statements about pressure from the Ukrainian investigations government to the extent he is implying or others are inferring a connection to Shokin. When he speaks about Shokin as a threat, he immediately demurs and gives a platitude about how everyone in government is always a threat because they always try to shake down successful businesses. That's actually proving my point, but nonetheless. Right, just like it had happened before, specifically with Zlochevsky and Prominent happening on a broader scale. The PGO was getting tons of accusations and bribes. Archer never had any specific knowledge of Shokin prosecuting Burisma, and whiffs of the fact seizure he attributes to Shokin, which predates Shokin's tenure as Prosecutor General. A seizure which was reinstated for technical reasons in February 2016 after the fall of the alleged corrupt officials for ousting Shokin, or the call for ousting Shokin. The only specific pressure situations he's referenced are the UK investigation, obviously not from the PGO, and in fact undermined by the PGO, and visa issues. Ultimately, the choice is yours. To believe the pressure Zlochevsky was facing was coming from Shokin as opposed to Ukraine by way of Western pressure, you have to believe that Shokin was on the level. You have to believe that entities alleging corruption against Shokin are either conspiring or lying or entirely ignorant or misinformed. You have to believe that the entire apparatus of the USA changed on a dime in response to some call between Hunter and Joe Biden that occurred after pressure had already started against Zlochevsky from the West and against Shokin specifically. At a minimum, there would have to be a blatant conspiracy between Joe Biden and the leadership of the State Department. It's just not plausible given the facts we have. The far more plausible explanation is Shokin was corrupt. He and many of his subordinates were extorting companies, not going after corruption, and he was targeted fairly by a united force of domestic and institutional actors. Now, lest I be accused of Gish galloping, do you see what I'm responding to? 5 numbered points plus then several arguments made before that. And I'll respond to each and every one of them, right? So, of course, the criticisms will be, look how much Rob's typing. No shit, because I'm responding to a bunch of stuff. So, we'll go through this one by one, and I'll stop and give sources when necessary, and then we're going to watch a video. All right, so let's begin. I say, great rehashing here of Pisco's talking points, ignoring all of the problems I've raised that he cannot answer. I'll happily go through them here one by one. He makes a few arguments before his numbered list, so I'll address them on this post, then I'll go through his list. A. Archer's testimony in no way shoots down the claim that a confidential human source told the FBI that Zlochevsky told him that he had paid both Joe and Hunter Biden $5 million. This will serve as an example of Pisco's debate tactics throughout this whole issue. Remember, what's Pisco saying? Archer specifically shoots down the bribery theory from the 1023. Now let's talk about this. Confidential human source says, I'll make it as simple as possible. Confidential human source says, I was told by the owner of Burisma that he paid Joe Biden $5 million to fire Shokin. I said it was damning, not that that proves that the bribe occurred, but that was enough evidence, a trusted confidential human source, to justify a massive investigation. I said it was damning because I was juxtaposing that, where we had a source tell the FBI Joe Biden took a bribe to fire a prosecutor looking into his son. They didn't launch FISA investigations. They didn't send spies like Stephen Halper. They didn't start a huge investigation like Crossfire Hurricane. They weren't leaking details to the press. They weren't raiding lawyers' offices when they called CNN to drag them out in their underwear. None of that shit. But when we had a source, a suspected Russian spy that was the source of Steele's dossier named Igor Dushenko, when there were allegations about Trump and his team in it, oh boy, it justified all that shit. Even when that source later retracts and says, actually, That was just coffee talk. They still kept getting the warrants to spy. So on one hand, the source is saying, no, this is what I was told. On the other hand, the source is saying, well, that's not really what I was told. On that one, they were like, guns ablaze and let's spy on Trump. On this one, they're like, that's what I was saying was damning. Pisco says the allegation that Zlochevsky was paid $5 million, that's shot down now. That's shot down. Archer's testimony shot it down. You ready? So look, I'll explain. So I say this will serve as an example of Pisco's debate tactics throughout the whole issue. What he would have you believe is that because Archer says Hunter and Zlochevsky never told me that they bribed Joe Biden, then that's proof that the bribe didn't happen. You understand that? Because Archer said, I have no reason that I ever heard them talking about business. Joe Biden talking about Burisma. I didn't hear it. I know that Hunter called his dad. I know what Zlochevsky was telling Hunter, but I don't know what Hunter specifically talked to his dad about. And Pisco's like, that proves Joe Biden couldn't took a bribe. Because if Joe Biden took a bribe, clearly Joe and Hunter would have told Devon Archer. What the fuck are you talking about? But the problem is, you saw how long Pisco's post was, and there's all of these details, right? All of these little details. Most people, all you have to do is muddy the waters, and then people are just going to go, well, I'm just going to go with my preconceived notion. If this was really corrupt, the FBI would have did something, and they didn't. So Rob outlines, a story of corruption here, but then Pisco makes a bunch of good points. Like Rob talked about this confidential human source, but Devon Archer's testimony blows that out of the water. How? Pisco knows what he's doing here. He knows there is no fucking way that, Devon Archer saying, I didn't personally get told there was a bribe. That proves there couldn't have been a bribe. It's absurd. But he knows what he's doing. He's smart enough to know. He's just gaslighting his audience. Oh, okay. Well, now I don't have to worry about that 1023 and allegations of bribe. Now, I'll answer here later about it. But he knows that's what he's doing. Does everyone understand? And please, if anyone's confused on any of this, please stop. Because I don't know because I've read so much into this for so long, maybe the average person's confused. I'm moving too fast or something. Guy that works with the FBI says, hey, I was told that Joe Biden got paid a $5 million bribe. Devon Archer says, I don't know anything about that. They never told me about any bribes. Pisco says, that proves the bribe couldn't have happened. What are you talking about? I say this is so laughably stupid, it shouldn't even need an explanation for you as to why it makes no sense. But it does show how Pisco argues. Side note, I fully admit Zlochevsky could have lied to this confidential human source, or the confidential human source could be lying. The thing I felt was damning about this was that the FBI had more evidence here justifying wiretaps, spies, investigations, etc. about possible corruption for Biden than they ever did with Trump-Russia collusion, but they treated it in the entirely opposite way. B. Archer having no knowledge of Joe Biden doing wrong, of course, makes sense. Archer testifies that he was kept out of these loop on these, I think he called it black box type conversations, and admits he never heard Joe Biden talking about these things. It isn't proof that Biden wasn't forcing the firing of Shokin to help his son, right? And it makes sense because, I explained this the other day. If you have a company, right, and you own this big multinational company, there's going to be several branches of your company. You're going to have an HR department. If you're into oil, natural gas, you're going to have a department that's out looking for land. You're going to have a department that's tasked with the drilling. You're going to have a department that's tasked with the financial side of it. You're going to have a department that's designed for lobbying. If the lobbying department is breaking the law, they're not going to go to the financial department and to the drilling department and to the HR department and go, by the way, we're breaking the law, just so you know. You're part of a huge international conspiracy of law breaking, just so you know. They're not going to do that. Devon Archer, and I talked about this, it's clear what happened if you listen to his Tucker interview. They hired him because he was partners with Hunter Biden. So they're like, yeah, we want you to come. He's trying to close a real estate deal. He's in Ukraine. Shit falls apart because Russia invades Crimea in 2014. So all of a sudden, his real estate deal falls apart, but someone's like, you want to talk to this Zlochevsky guy? He's got a bunch of money. And he's like, sure, I'm just trying to get investors. Anybody who's rich, I'll talk to. I'll sell them my investment portfolio. So he sits down and talks to Zlochevsky, like, here's my portfolio. And Zlochevsky's like, yeah, I'm not interested. But how would you like to talk to the president of Poland? He's on the board of directors of my company. Devon Archer's like, sure, sounds great. On a plane. Now he's talking to the president of Poland. President of Poland's like, hey man, you look like a cool guy. How would you like to be on the board of directors of this energy company? Now, Devon Archer has almost no experience with energy companies. He has very little experience when it comes to international diplomacy like surrounding Ukraine. There's probably tens of thousands of people in Washington more qualified than him, but they just happened to pick him. And they told him, your job's going to be to put together a package and go out and get investors. Sounds good. He says, sure, I'll take the job. And then his partner, Hunter Biden, he's like, Hunter, you could be a lawyer for Burisma. Hunter's like, okay. So they go to their meeting in Doha, and they're like, oh, wow, you know Hunter Biden? Well, that's interesting. Well, there's Hunter Biden. Your dad's vice president, right? How interesting. Hey, just for shits and giggles, why don't you join the board of directors too? That was the fucking plan the entire time. They weren't hiring Devon Archer for his acumen. They were hiring him and saying, we got a very important job for you. And your job's just going to be get investors. But, oh, there's Hunter Biden. We'd like him to utilize his contacts. Right, no shit. Exactly. That's what was going on. So they're not going to tell him then, hey, Devon, Zlochevsky's going to be like, Archer, come here. Have Hunter tell you what he talked to his dad about today. Yeah, we're bribing the president of the United States. Isn't that great? They're not going to do that. They're going to be like, you're doing great, Devon. Keep going, man. Man, you're doing great. Here's another $1 million next year. Awesome job, dude. Hunter, we need you to call your dad. Come here for a minute. We're going to go in the other room. That's how it went down. And so Pisco's like, well, he says he has no knowledge. Of course he doesn't have knowledge. And by the way, you have to understand, this is someone who was friends with the Biden family. He's not going to just come out. Now, his ass is going to jail for unrelated crimes. He's trying to help himself out, but he has no incentive, just like an axe to grind, to go out there and be like, yeah, fuck the Bidens. That's not what he's doing. So he's just being honest. I have no reason to believe. I don't know. But that's Pisco's big gotcha. Well, See, yes, Zlochevsky did claim in a report that he never had any contact with Biden. If he did bribe or lobby Biden, why would he admit to a criminal conspiracy that would implicate him and the guy who helped him, Biden, right? So remember, the investigations basically inevitably dropped into Burisma and Zlochevsky in Ukraine, and the Western world stops bitching about it. They were bitching about it in 2014. They were very upset. But then once Shokin's fired, and the investigation goes to prosecutors that people trust, and then they drop the investigation, all of a sudden the IMF and the UK and the Obama-Biden state, all of a sudden they're done. They're not like, oh, what's up with the Burisma investigation? We're still pissed about it. They stopped talking about it. So given that, why in God's name would Zlochevsky come out and be like, yeah, I bribed Joe Biden? Because even if he has a plea deal with the United States, with like Trump's State Department, the Ukrainian prosecutors could be like, cool, that's nothing to do with us. You just admitted that you paid a bribe to force the firing of our prosecutor. Now we're investigating you. So it would make Joe Biden, it would piss him off, the guy that got him off the hook, so he doesn't want to make an enemy of the vice president, or the former vice president, and it's going to piss off the people in Ukraine. So why would he come out? Yeah, I'm going to admit to this criminal conspiracy for no reason. Now, when he's talking to the confidential human source and he says, I bribed Joe Biden, that wasn't something that he was expecting to go public. But when he's getting interviewed for people that he knows are going to take testimony public, he's not going to admit to committing crimes. But here we go. And it's funny because Pisco says, you accept Zlochevsky's words when it proves your point, but you forget that he's a corrupt person. No, I'm not just taking Zlochevsky's words. Zlochevsky might be lying about everything he says. I'm taking the words of people that he's talking to. He told that to a confidential human source. He told Devon Archer, I feel pressured. Hunter, call your dad. Why would he make that up? Why would he pretend? He's not being pressured, but he just made it up and said, call your dad for shits and grins? It makes no sense. But I'm not relying on Zlochevsky being a truthful actor. So this is the Politico article that Pisco cited above to say Zlochevsky admitted one time that he never talked. He never talked. Him and his team never talked about business to Joe Biden. I say furthermore, in that same conversation, Zlochevsky tells an obvious lie. Quote, this is right, the article, I'm not going to bring it up, but the article, it says, did you ever have business dealings with Joe Biden? He says no. And then this is the very next sentence. Asked to detail any contacts he had with Joe Biden from 2013 to 2019, and whether Hunter facilitated those meetings, Zlochevsky replied, quote, no one from Burisma ever had any contacts with VP Biden or people working for him during Hunter Biden's engagement. This is a provable lie. We know that Corporate Secretary Vadim Pozarsky met Joe Biden and others for lunch at Cafe Milano. We know that Burisma lobbyists met with people working under Biden at the State Department. We know that Hunter Biden called Joe Biden with Burisma officials in the room on speakerphone, etc. The fact that Pisco would try to accept the words of the very alleged corrupt oligarch denying contacts with Biden as proof it couldn't have happened is once more laughable, but you see that pattern with Pisco's arguments. So one, he's accepting the words of Zlochevsky saying, oh, he said there was no contact, so that must be true. And second, he ignores that the very next sentence when he says, and also, Hunter never facilitated any conversations with anyone at Burisma through anyone even connected to Joe Biden, is a lie. It's a clear lie. D. I'll answer more on this in the numbered sequence, but to address the argument, I'm desperately clinging to the line that Archer says Zlochevsky wanted Hunter to call his dad about Ukrainian government pressure. Pisco, and this is the part that Pisco and Sitch, I'll get to this at the end when I give my complete final summary, but this is the part they can't get around. Pisco's trapped here. He, along with almost everyone defending Biden's quid pro quo for years, has claimed as the central defense that it was okay for Biden to force the firing of a prosecutor investigating the company his son was on the board of directors because actually Shokin wasn't doing an investigation. So when he fired this prosecutor that on paper was looking into his son's company, actually it was okay because he really wasn't looking into his son's company. That's the central claim of defense. Because even if Shokin was corrupt for other reasons, not that I'm conceding he is, he was investigating Hunter's company he was on the board of. It would be horribly corrupt for Joe Biden to force his firing. In other words, I don't know if I'll show this tweet, but we get into it later about this, right? Could it be possible that Victor Shokin took a bribe from Dairy Queen to allow the Dairy Queen franchise to be put in Ukraine without getting the proper permits? Could be possible. Could it be possible that he let people bribe him for parking passes in order to park in government building? Could be possible. He could have took bribes all the time. He might have been corrupt in that sense. But if he was investigating Burisma, or if Zlochevsky was worried he was investigating Burisma, it is still corrupt for Joe Biden to force his firing. And I explained this to Pisco later, right? I'm like, okay, let's say that I, robnoerr, am mayor of a town. And I've been mayor for 20 years, and in my tenure, every 2 years we've had a new district attorney, and all 10 of them over my 20 years have been corrupt. Every single one's been corrupt. 10 in a row. Corrupt, 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 corrupt. And I never do anything about it until the 8th prosecutor. The 8th prosecutor starts looking into my son's business. So I force his firing, and I say, look, the dude was corrupt. Then the 9th prosecutor comes in, and he immediately buries the investigation into my son, and then continues to be corrupt in a bunch of other ways. And I don't force his firing. Is it legitimate for me to say, well, okay, yeah, he was looking into my son, but it's okay, he was corrupt, so that's why I fired him, not because of my son? Wouldn't you say, but why didn't you fire the previous 7? Why didn't you fire the one afterwards that you knew was corrupt, but buried the investigation into your son? Just that one. You just did that one that was looking into your son. It wouldn't be a defense for me to say, but he was corrupt. He was corrupt. And by the way, they know this, right? Because they demanded a special counsel when Trump fired Comey, despite the fact that Rosenstein wrote a memo to say fire Comey, despite the fact that Democrats wanted Comey fired, despite the fact that Republicans wanted Comey fired. They said it doesn't matter. They wanted Comey fired for other reasons. But Trump's reason may have been personal. That's what justifies a special counsel. So why would it be different here? Well, there was this, people allegedly got caught up in this diamond scheme that were prosecutors under Shokin. What the fuck's that have to do with Burisma? The entire argument I'm making is, it looks like Zlochevsky thought that he was being pressured by Shokin. It doesn't even matter if Shokin was in fact pressuring Zlochevsky. All that matters is if Zlochevsky thought he was being pressured, and then told Hunter, call your dad because of this pressure, and then Hunter's dad got Shokin fired, and then the pressure stopped, that's fucking corrupt. That's it. So I say that's the central claim of the defense, because even if Shokin was corrupt for other reasons, which I'm not conceding, if he was investigating Hunter's company that he was on the board of, it would be horribly corrupt for Joe Biden to force his firing. So now that Archer's testimony directly says that on December 4th, 2015, Zlochevsky was so worried about, and I'm quoting now, Ukrainian government investigations, that's the term that he testified to, that he told Hunter to call his dad to deal with. So Zlochevsky, sitting around the Four Seasons, Devon Archer's there, Vadim's there, who's like a corporate secretary, Devon Archer's there, and Hunter Biden's there. And he says, Hunter, I feel all of this pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. Call your dad to deal with them. Pisco wants you to believe that actually, when he said Ukrainian government investigations, what Zlochevsky really meant was pressure from the United States and the West, like the IMF and the EU. Not the Ukrainian government's prosecutor's office that has an open investigation of them. So instead of saying, Hunter, I feel like I'm getting pressure from the United States and from the UK, call your dad to deal with it. Instead, he bizarrely says, I feel like I'm getting pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. But really what he meant was the United States pressure. That's literally the argument that Pisco and Sitch and other people are now making. When he said Ukrainian government investigation, because they said there was no Ukrainian government investigations. There was none. Okay, then why is Zlochevsky saying he's under pressure from them? And they say, well, actually what he meant was the West. The West was pressuring, and they were pressuring to other people in Ukraine to start investigations. That's what they were doing. That's what we're told. By the way, it looks like there's quite the debate going on in the chat there that I'm not following. So that's their defense now. No. When he said Ukrainian government investigations, he actually means U.S. investigations. I say, this is such an incredible leap, it boggles the mind. In addition to how stupid this is on its face, we get more proof from Archer's sit down with Tucker on what he meant. Yes, Archer does say what Pisco said about government officials all being a threat. That's true. He says, when asked specifically about Shokin, he says, well, Shokin was a threat. All government officials are a threat because all of them will try to take down these businessmen and blah, blah, blah. But at 36:25 in Tucker, and I isolated this 2 hours after the Tucker interview went up. I said, this is the most important part of this interview. So it's not going to be perfect because I transcribed it myself. But at 36:25, 36 minutes, 25 seconds into the interview part 2 with Tucker Carlson and Devon Archer, this is what Archer says. In fact, I'll play it so you can know I'm not lying, and then I'll show you what he says.
And so in every actually a country of his assets deal with their own. Like, why would Western powers even get involved in who the chief prosecutor in Ukraine is?
That's a question that I don't know.
I couldn't control myself. So, but within Burisma,
right,
this Shokin was considered a threat to your business.
Shokin was considered a threat to the business. I think anyone in, again, you got to get the signals to the government. I think anyone in government was always a threat, and always trying to shake down these businesses that were highly successful and enriching the owners and the staff and the board and whatever. Yeah. And so at the end of the day, Shokin was taking a look, and again, if I wasn't involved in Shokin or any of this, but he was a threat. He ended up seizing assets of Nikolai, a house, some cars, a couple of properties, and And Nikolai actually never went back to Ukraine after Shokin seized all of his assets. And the case was, I mean, and obviously this is all out there. The case was that Shokin, there was all this pressure to fire Shokin from this, the larger community, and then he was fired, and then somehow Burisma was let off the hook. I mean, that's what the story was.
Now, just so I can't be accused of misquoting, now you'll see I wrote that down. So that was at 36 minutes, 25 seconds. And again, I'll put the link to this, which you can follow all the links. Check for yourself. Don't take my word for shit. You can go watch that video for yourself. I recommend you watch the whole thing. He says, and I quote, "This is Devon Archer, business partner of Hunter Biden, sitting in a room with the corrupt owner of Burisma and Hunter Biden." He says, Zlochevsky told Hunter, "I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. Call your dad to help deal with it." Pisco says, actually, what he meant by Ukrainian government investigations was Western pressure. So then, in this interview, this is what he says, quote, "At the end of the day, Shokin was taking a look. And again, I wasn't involved in Shokin or any of this, but he was a threat. He ended up seizing assets of Mykola," who's Zlochevsky, "a house, some cars, couple properties, and Mykola never actually went back to Ukraine after Shokin seized all of his assets. And the case was, obviously, this is all out there in the world, the case was that Shokin was there with all this pressure to fire Shokin from the larger community. Then he was fired, and somehow Burisma was left off the hook." That's what the story was. Does that sound like he's talking about U.S. pressure? Is that what it sounds like he's talking about? When he says, all this pressure, Shokin was pressuring, he seized assets, Zlochevsky was worried, he didn't come back. Does that sound like U.S. pressure he's talking about? Everybody get it? You get how absurd? It's absurd on its face value to say, wow, when Zlochevsky says he's worried about Ukrainian government investigations, he actually means pressure from the United States. And they were willing to die on that hill. They were willing to be like, that's it, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And I'd be like, that's stupid for X, Y, and Z. Doesn't matter, that's what my belief is. No corruption. That's what they were willing to do. Then we have another interview where Devon Archer's like, no, Shokin was pressuring. He was freezing assets. Zlochevsky didn't like this. And we'll see how they try to get out of that. But you can see, they'll move the goalpost all day to justify this. All day. Think about what Devon Archer just testified. Burisma and them were worried about Zlochevsky. He's freezing assets. He's looking into it. They say, call your dad, Hunter, and deal with this. Calls his dad. 5 days later, his dad gets on a plane to Ukraine, forces the firing of Shokin, then the investigation gets dropped. I mean, what the... If that's not an overwhelming appearance of corruption, what is? But that's okay. I'll keep playing their game. So again, although Archer is admitting he wasn't in the loop regarding lobbying decisions or exactly what was going on with Shokin, he is aware that Shokin was investigating, seized Zlochevsky's assets, and was pressuring Zlochevsky. It seems ridiculous to suggest if that it was Zlochevsky's mindset when he is asking Hunter to call his dad to relieve pressure from Ukrainian government investigations, he's actually talking about pressure from the USA. And remember, this is what happened. Zlochevsky wanted Hunter to call his dad because pressure he was facing from Ukrainian government investigations. Hunter calls his dad. His dad, a few days later, flies to Ukraine and demands the firing of Shokin. Shokin gets fired. The pressure against Zlochevsky and Burisma is dropped. Exactly what it would look like if the pressure was coming from Shokin. But listen, if you're going to clip one thing from this, let it be this. And I assure you, Pisco hasn't even attempted to answer this. Sitch isn't going to attempt to answer. They will ignore this point the entire time. They will ignore it. Because this is the problem they're in. The trap they've set themselves. I'm not even going to pull up the tweet now. I'm just going to explain it to you. Right? And I please, because Sparky's there, so Sparky will answer me. Blank page. But anyone that could answer me, it'll just be simple yes, no's. Because I think that I'm onto something here that is just devastating. That I haven't heard anyone else in the country say. So I want to get people's impressions if I'm on the right track. Thank you, Dex, so much for the cheer. I really appreciate it, man. Blueser, you're just going to have to go back and watch. I can't re-explain it. We're talking about Burisma, the Devon Archer testimony, Joe Biden's quid pro quo forcing the firing of a prosecutor. Thank you again, Dex. I really appreciate it. Here is what is not in dispute. Devon Archer says he hears Zlochevsky say, I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. That's not in dispute. What's in dispute was, does he mean Ukrainian government investigations like Shokin, or does he mean pressure from the West? That's where we're disputing. So I'll just say it this way. Shokin says, Zlochevsky says, who's, again, corrupt owner of this company that Hunter Biden's on the board of directors. He says, I'm under pressure. Hunter, can you call your dad to deal with it? Hunter calls his dad. His dad forces the firing of the prosecutor, and then the pressure stops. Everybody got that? Can I get a yes or no? Does everyone understand that story? Those facts are beyond... That is the facts. There is no debate on that. According to the testimony... Now, you could say Archer's lying, Archer misheard, but from what his testimony is, this is what we're told. Zlochevsky says, I feel pressured. Hunter, call your dad to deal with it. Hunter calls his dad. His dad forces the firing of the prosecutor. Then the pressure stops. Everybody gets it? That's easy. No one's disputing that that's what was alleged. Now, they'll move the goalposts later. When they were out there saying, Devon Archer's testimony is devastating for robnoerr and people like that, then Archer was credible. But once I show them what his testimony really says, now they'll say, well, maybe Archer's lying. Maybe he misheard. That'll be the next step. Watch and see. Crystal clear. Great. Okay. The dispute is, where was the pressure? I'm saying, sounds like because they say Ukrainian government investigations, they're talking about Ukrainian government investigations. And what was the Ukrainian government investigation at that time? The Prosecutor General's Office of the Ukrainian government, led by Viktor Shokin. So to force his firing would be corrupt because they fired the guy that was applying the pressure to help Hunter Biden. And they get out of this, Pisco gets out of it by saying, no, that's not the pressure they were talking about. The pressure is from the United States. The pressure is from the IMF, from the EU, from the UK. That's the debate. And we'll debate for hours. And I'm winning that debate. Actually, when they say Ukrainian government investigation, they meant United States pressure. But here's the best part. Casimir's here. Casimir knows how to debate and argue, so Sparky. Casimir, you following me? Right? They're saying, well, it wouldn't be corrupt if they're not talking about Shokin. Thank you, Mega Man. I appreciate it. I wonder if you're someone I know. They're saying, well, that sounds corrupt. If Zlochevsky said, Shokin's pressuring me, talk to your dad. And Hunter said, okay, and he talks to his dad, and Hunter's dad says, fire Shokin. And then Shokin gets fired and the investigation gets dropped. That'd be bad. Though they'd still defend that. But they're saying that's not what happened. He was really saying, I'm under pressure from the West, from the United States. Hunter, call your dad. Deal with it. And so that's where we'll argue for hours. But you know what they can't get around? How'd that work out? Let's assume Pisco's right. When they said Ukrainian government investigation, what they really meant was United States pressure. How'd that work out? Did it work? So let's concede everything Pisco said about this point. Actually, they mean U.S., but Shokin wasn't doing shit. He's corrupt. He was under the thumb of Burisma. But the United States was still pressuring. And so Zlochevsky said, Hunter, call your dad. I want this pressure from the United States to end. Then Hunter calls his dad. Then his dad fires Shokin. And then what happens? Anyone? What happened next? How'd that pressure from the United States that they were feeling go? How'd that Western pressure? That's right. It disappeared. The beauty of the defense, that Pisco and the left have talked themselves into is, even if we accept their defense, it still fucking shows corruption. There's no two ways around it. If your argument is, the West is like Burisma, we gotta get them, we gotta force the prosecutors to do something, we got to. And that's what Zlochevsky meant. He was tired of the Biden-Obama State Department was putting this pressure, and the UK was putting this pressure, and that's what he was pissed about. So Hunter, call your dad and deal with it. And Hunter says, okay. And he calls his dad, and guess what? The pressure stops, and the investigation's dropped. How is that not corrupt? They can't answer for it. Pisco literally ignores it. He literally ignores that point. Does everyone understand what is that? I'm willing to listen to any argument, even if you don't believe it, if you're just playing devil's advocate. What is the possible justification for this defense? Does everyone understand this? It was okay for Joe Biden to do what he did because firing Shokin wasn't the pressure they were talking about. Okay, if that's true, what was the pressure? Well, it was the pressure from the Obama-Biden State Department and from the EU and the UK. Well, that pressure stopped. It stopped. Now what? Literally, the argument that they will make, I'm not bullshitting you, they're going to be like, Archer lied, or, well, it was a coincidence. That's it. That's the argument they're saying. That's how badly they've lost this debate. They went from, there was no investigation ever. The Shokin investigation wasn't happening. It didn't matter. It wasn't happening. So nothing Biden did was corrupt. And then they're so stupid that the defense that they are forced to argue, because this is the problem, right? If you were actually interested in getting to the bottom of this and getting to the truth, instead of just interested in defending your team no matter what, you would realize that as your arguments change, the defense is now making less and less sense. So now that we know, right, that Hunter Biden was told to call his dad to deal with the pressure, and we know that Hunter Biden claimed, I made the call. We don't know what the call said, but we do know that Joe Biden then took an active interest in this prosecutor, got him fired, and then the pressure stopped. What's their defense? They're just like, well, they thought the new prosecutor was going to do something and then he didn't, and then at that point, they just moved on. And we'll get to how bad... Buddy, I'm not even halfway done with my stream tonight. Not even halfway done. We'll get to how fucking insane this is. But that's it in general. Hunter stayed on the board until 2019. Until Trump started bringing it up again. Then Hunter left. 2019, he stayed on the board. By the way, in 2019, prosecutors in Ukraine started to be like, oh, maybe we're going to reopen these investigations into Zlochevsky. Coincidence, I'm sure. They still haven't arrested him. That's it. There is no defense. Pisco can straw man to his audience all he wants. He can write 2,000-word screeds. He could say, Rob's saying there's this international conspiracy and it would require thousands of people to be involved and blah, 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 blah. Did the pressure stop? Yeah, it did. It did stop. Whether the pressure they met was coming from Shokin, which clearly stopped because Joe Biden forced his firing, or the pressure was coming from the West, like the United States, that pressure also stopped. They were super concerned. And what matters is, you don't even have to take Zlochevsky's word for it. You don't even have to take his word for it. You can listen to Pisco. You can look at these very posts right here. Look, let's go up to what Pisco says. He has a whole section on it. Look what he says. Pressure to go after corruption cases, including specifically Zlochevsky, came early after Hunter Biden was on the board. On April 28, 2014, the Serious Fraud Office announced $23 million of freezing his assets. In December, officials warned the PGO for not helping the UK. In February, the State Department asked them who took bribes to shut it down. On September 24, 2015, Pyatt gave a speech pressure minding. He cited the Zlochevsky case. Wow, everyone was talking about the... Oh, I didn't show you that. It was all right here. All these people were talking about Zlochevsky and Burisma and the case not being investigated. And then suddenly, once Hunter's told, call your dad and relieve the pressure, he calls his dad and all the pressure stops. Now, if I'm right and the pressure that they were talking about was coming from Shokin, it's clear cut. But if I'm not and we're talking about the Western pressure, how do they explain that the pressure stopped? And I'm not bullshitting you when I tell you, he literally hasn't attempted to answer this. Now, maybe he will. I know he's in Australia or something. I haven't heard anyone. First off, I'm the only person I've heard break it down so succinctly. And whoever said nothing will be done. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course it won't be done. But pointing out the corruption is worth it. So I say, even if Pisco is right and Zlochevsky was talking about U.S. and Western pressure when he says Ukrainian government investigation, it doesn't help his case. So in this world, in December 4th, 2015, Zlochevsky's feeling the heat, not from Shokin, who's under his thumb, but by the USA and the West. So he asks Hunter to talk to his dad to get the pressure to stop. And what happens? Biden gets Shokin fired, and pressure from the USA and the West stops. The next prosecutors get Burisma's case, let him off the hook. Even in this world, it still looks like Hunter's lobbying efforts to his father got the desired results. The West stopped pressuring Ukraine about prosecuting Burisma. Makes sense why they'd keep him on until 2019 too, right? By the way, they kept him on until 2019. Under Pisco's narrative, Shokin was under the thumb of Burisma. Burisma's paying Hunter Biden to lobby his father, and yet Hunter Biden's father is doing the opposite of what they want. But even when his dad leaves the vice presidency seat, they keep Hunter Biden on until 2019? Why? Wouldn't you be furious? If I'm paying Aircraft Sparky to get results, and literally the opposite outcome of what I wanted comes from Aircraft Sparky's efforts, I would be like, you're fired. You're fired. We paid you for one reason. And it's not that you didn't get results. You literally got the opposite result of what we wanted. We said, have your dad help us, and your dad literally did the one thing, firing the prosecutor that was on our books that could hurt us. You're fired. But nope, they kept him on until 2019. Strange, right? Even though for reasons I gave above, I don't think this is what Zlochevsky meant, Western pressure. When he says Ukrainian government pressure, it still shows that even in this scenario, Zlochevsky told Hunter to call his dad and deal with the pressure. Hunter called his dad, the pressure was relieved, and the case against Burisma went away. Pisco wants you to believe it's all a big coincidence. Now on to the numbered list. Number 1. Pisco cites a bunch of people saying Shokin was corrupt. Many problems with this. First, even if he was corrupt, it wouldn't justify Biden getting involved as the person responsible for getting him fired. Everyone, including Biden, agrees Biden was the person responsible. If Zlochevsky wanted Shokin gone from his investigation, which I showed above, seems to be the case. In other words, even if Shokin was corrupt in a bunch of other cases, if he was actively investigating Zlochevsky, or if Zlochevsky thought Shokin was actively investigating him, corruption in other issues wouldn't justify his firing. By Biden, it would still be corrupt. Secondly, all of these people saying he was corrupt provides no evidence suggesting they were calling for Shokin's firing prior to when Biden's agenda first included it in 2015. So in other words, he's like, everybody wanted Shokin fired. Okay, what's your example? He says, well, in 2014, a bunch of people were talking about the Burisma case and corrupt prosecutors. Right, that was before Shokin. Shokin started in mid-February 2015, and he was ousted basically in February the next year. So he was there from February 2015. He sent a letter of resignations in February 2016, and then was forced out in March 2016. So when they're talking about in 2014, all of these people talking about corrupt prosecutors in Ukraine, they're not talking about Shokin. So what's important is, what Pisco, the narrative they're trying to spin is, everybody was talking about corruption in Ukraine. Therefore, it's on brand for Biden to want Shokin fired. No. Not at all. Did they issue a quid pro quo to get any other prosecutors fired? No. Just Shokin. And then he says, but a lot of people did specifically say Shokin was corrupt. They claim that they were saying that. I haven't been able to find any public evidence of that. First public evidence I've seen was from the talking points of Joe Biden in November changed to say that they wanted to fire Shokin. Previous to that, the nearest thing to mention Shokin's name is in September. Ambassador Pyatt says, there's corruption. There has been corruption in the Prosecutor General's office, and we want to work with Shokin to deal with it. But they didn't call for his firing in September. My argument, well, you'll see my argument. For example, there are 2 Republicans who signed, Pisco cites that. He says this is something he tries to do. It's smart. Look, he goes, everybody said Shokin was corrupt and wanted him fired. And he says, Senate Ukrainian caucus, including 2 Republicans, wanted Shokin fired. Oh, well then. Republicans, then it must be true, right? Because all the Republicans, they're interested in getting to the bottom of corruption, right? So it says, the letter that 2 Republicans signed was from February 2016. So sure, after Biden's team told everyone Shokin's corrupt, everyone agreed. What evidence did these 2 Republicans rely on? Did they go Ukraine themselves and investigate? Or did they rely on the intel provided by the Obama-Biden administration? Which is exactly what happened. So that doesn't help. Right. Hunter talks to Joe Biden, says, get this Shokin guy fired. Hypothetically, we're saying that would happen. Well, in that world, then when he says Biden's the first one that says, yeah, fire Shokin, and then months later, a bunch of people are like, yeah, we wanted Shokin fired too. Right. After the Biden team told you that he was corrupt. In addition, some of these claims seem suspect. For example, his Financial Times article, the EU was in discussions with Washington pushing for removal in April 2015. Now, these articles, he cites one that says all of the FBI said he was corrupt, and the EU says they were in discussions. None of it's sourced. It's like anonymous EU officials says, yeah, we were talking in the spring about firing Shokin with Washington. That's what it says. But it's just anonymous. They can't point to, here was the statement we made. It's just like, anonymous person says there were background conversations saying, yeah, we should fire Shokin. So I say that's suspect because they said they were calling for his removal in April 2015. But if that's the case, why is Ambassador Pyatt saying in September of 2015 in a speech that they want to work with Shokin to fight corruption? Quote, we want to work with the Prosecutor General Shokin so the PGO is leading the fight against corruption. That's from the ambassador's official speech in September 2015. So if they were talking in April of 2015 with the EU to fire this dude, why are they giving a speech in September speaking glowingly of him? Or not glowingly, but wanting to work with him. He's calling out corruption. Why not call Shokin out here if they want him gone? In addition, and by the way, Pisco cites this as well. He says, Ambassador Pyatt's speech, he talked about corruption in the PGO office. He did, and he cites an example. He cites the most prominent example he cites is Zlochevsky and the UK assets being unfrozen. Again, before Shokin's time. Saying there's a lot of corrupt people here, and I looked this up. The best report I could find is there were 11,000 prosecutors working underneath Viktor Shokin in the PGO of the Ukraine. 11,000. Which, I tried my best. That's the best number I could find. Even if it was half of that. Some of them are corrupt, says the ambassador. That doesn't mean the guy in charge is corrupt. Yeah, I'd love to debate you sometime, average debate enjoyer. Thank you for the kind words. We'll see you, man. Thanks for tuning in. In addition, you can see the litany of ambassadors and officials from the US, UK, EU, and other countries that were meeting Shokin, some praising his anti-corruption efforts well after the April 2015. Most from Ukraine's official PGO page are hard to find or translate, and this is a problem that I have. We're going to watch these videos. Remind me to come back to this. it's mind-blowing. The video is 40 minutes, and I know I'm going to talk a lot through it, so I got to zoom through here because we'll be here till 4 in the morning. So remind me of this, but I got to go to the restroom after I say this part. So many of the sources that I'm finding are from this video, but they're like official prosecutor general statements that were released or news articles from Ukraine, and I can't find them on the web. Probably because some of them have been taken down. Mostly probably, though, is because I don't speak the language. I don't type the language. And even using the translation filters, the search isn't working as well. So I'll be right back. I have to go to the restroom. Be right back. Now, there are like 4 videos from this site. It's www.les-cris.fr. Don't worry, I'll put the link. It's a French site that did a big UkraineGate expose in 2020. And it is I just stumbled onto this. It is incredible. It's like 5 videos, like hour a piece, 45 minutes a piece. I'm only going to show you one of them that are 40 minutes. But I will click right here at this point. So the argument is, everybody in the world was like, fire Shokin, fire Shokin. I'm saying, no, not until Biden said it. He says, but here's a bunch of articles saying, actually, the people are saying they were saying it as far back as April. 5:45 in this video is where we're going. This video, by the way, is Victor Shokin. This is Shokin himself. But we're not going to watch this whole video. Please check it out yourself. There's the link. Now, what I'm going to show you is his claim is everybody said that Shokin was trash and wanted him fired. Okay.
Виктор, держись. Мы понимаем, это все наговоры, которые происходит неизвестно откуда, потому что официально нет. Все кулуарно, все подковерно. То есть...
Indeed, radical changes of opinions toward Shokin have been observed. Thus, before calling loudly and clearly for his departure, the Ukrainian deputy Sergei Lutsenko assured that he was the best prosecutor general that Ukraine had known for 20 years. Thus, between February and November 2015, Viktor Shokin will meet successively the ambassador of the United States with whom he defines the fight against corruption as a priority, the German ambassador who supported the idea of creating a special anti-corruption prosecutor's office, which Shokin did, the Hungarian ambassador, the head of the European Commission representation in Ukraine, the ambassador in the...
we're told the EU delegation in April is considering his firing, yet they're meeting with him. Now here's June, the Netherlands.
Attorney General of the Netherlands, the British ambassador, the Deputy Secretary of State, who congratulates him on the reforms that have been undertaken, the Swiss State Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
In July, did you see that? The U.S. is thanking him for
the British
reforms
ambassador,
he's made.
The Deputy Secretary.
In his turn, U.S. Deputy Secretary of State William Brownfield praised the work of the Prosecutor General's office. We want to congratulate the process that began with the Prosecutor's office being cleared. Support the Ukraine reforming the Prosecutor's office and combating corruption. That sounds... But we're being told that in private they're saying fire this guy. That's July?
Secretary of State, who congratulates him on the reforms that have been undertaken. The Swiss State Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
September?
Again, the head of the European Commission representation in Ukraine.
They're meeting with him the EU's meeting with them in September 2015. But according to Pisco's article, an unnamed person says, nah, the EU wanted him fired. They were in talks with the US to fire him in April. Yet here they are publicly meeting with them in 2015, talking about the progress of reforms.
The American ambassador, who once expressed his willingness to work with Shokin to make his office a leader in the fight against corruption. The members of the Belgian Federal Prosecutor's Office. And finally, the Prosecutor General of Latvia, in order to intensify their cooperation in the fight against corruption.
Why are they all meeting with this guy if they're behind the scenes talking about firing him? Sorry, Cold Slice, I'll work on that gain issue. I'm not at my home, so I got a different mic. I'll mess with it some other day. If I start messing with it now, it'll take me hours and it won't get done. But thank you for letting me know. Now that whole video, it's 10 minutes. It's very interesting. But so wait, all of those public statements that they're meeting and saying, oh, we're working with corruption, with Shokin, versus one article from an unnamed person at the EU saying, actually, in April 2015, we were in talks with Washington to get him fired. Nothing public, though. Assistant Secretary of State Nuland, who's basically running the show for Biden in Ukraine, actually sent a letter seemingly to praise Shokin on June 11th, 2015. Quote, we've been impressed with the ambitious reform and anti-corruption agenda of your government. That's Nuland in June 11th, 2015. But supposedly in April, the US and the EU are talking behind the scenes about firing him. So why is Victoria Nuland writing this letter in June praising him? Huh. It's all linked. Seems incredibly odd for all these people to be doing this when in private they're calling for Shokin's ouster. By the way, this guy, hilariously, this is someone who's trying to be like Pisco's wingman here. Look what he says. Shokin's own deputy quit, stating Shokin's corruption is the reason. The deputy at the U.S. Embassy has testified that Shokin was corrupt. He had been recommending Shokin's removal since before Hunter joined Burisma. I say, really? Hunter joined Burisma before Shokin was named prosecutor in 2015. Can you post a link of the deputy embassy for the United States calling for Shokin's removal before Shokin was even in the job? That's how ridiculous these people. Actually, before Hunter was even there, they were calling for Shokin's firing. The deputy to the ambassador. Really? Shokin wasn't hired before Hunter. Oh, my bad. I'm just talking out my ass. Continued. Next. Much of these reports are based people like Cal Huhick, I can't pronounce his name, probably a spelling error, from the ANT-AC, that's short for the Anti-Corruption Action Center. The ANT-AC was a State Department Soros-funded NGO that was actually being investigated by the Ukrainian prosecutors until the Obama-Biden team put pressure on them to drop it. They also came from people under Shokin at the PGO, such as David Sakravadilias or whatever. You see, a bunch of money from the EU Obama administration and other actors like Soros was flowing into NGOs and to the Prosecutor General's office in Ukraine. And prosecutors in Ukraine started to investigate allegations that this money was being improperly sent and spent. George Kent, on behalf of Ambassador Pyatt, sends a letter to the PGO in April 2016 asking for the investigations into, well, you guessed it, David Sakravadilias and the ANT-AC to be dropped. So in other words, a bunch of money's going to people, this NGO, the Anti-Corruption Action Center, and to reform prosecutors, like this David guy and this Casco guy. So they're getting this money. And the Ukrainian government's like, wait a minute, this might be corrupt. This is outside money. It'd be like foreign lobby money coming into our country. We'd be like, well, wait a minute. So they start an investigation. And the United States says, don't you look into them. They didn't do anything wrong. And then, after that, your argument that Shokin was corrupt comes from the very people he was investigating that was being paid money by the Biden people. That's the people. Of course. Now, you could say, but it goes both ways. Shokin was investigating them because he was corrupt. Maybe. But it's pretty damning that the people you cite are either officials, unnamed officials that say, trust us, in April we wanted him fired, despite the fact that in public they were meeting with him, praising him, or these officials who said he was corrupt afterwards, who were basically being investigated by him. Of course they're going to say that. They're being paid by the Biden administration. And I'll put the links to that. You'll see that here below. Incidentally, George Kent testified under oath that no one in the State Department ever asked Ukraine to drop investigation. Whoops, guess that was a lie. I'm sure you'll be calling for his prosecution. Just like we now found out FBI agent Elvis Chan lied in his testimony when he said, other than the one meeting that he was privy to with Twitter, he never had another meeting about the Hunter Biden laptop. He had a meeting the very next day. Isn't it weird when supposedly people connected to Trump lie to the FBI or lie to investigators, the book's thrown at them. But when Andy McCabe or Elvis Chan or George Kent, when they lie to investigators, no big deal, no charges. Isn't that odd? So yes, groups that were working with the Obama-Biden State Department and getting money from them and then being investigated for corruption by the prosecutor after Shokin, who at the same State Department pressured to get those investigations dropped, yep, they said Shokin was corrupt. I'm not surprised, seeing as how it was the exact same line that their financiers in the Obama-Biden State Department were saying. As far as allegations of other prosecutors in office being corrupt with diamonds and whatever, yeah. How does that prove Shokin's corruption? Allegations of corruption of PGO members continued after Shokin, yet there was no Biden push to get them fired. At the end of the day, you can't get around that no one called for Shokin's firing publicly before Biden. Here's George Kent's letter. I'm just going to go through the relevant parts. He says, basically this section says, we're sending money, blah, 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 blah. We're trying to, we think the money we're sending is good. We've provided $200,000 to the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, a Paris-based international organization, to assist reforming the Prosecutor General's office. None of these funds were provided directly to the government of Ukraine. To date, all of this assistance has supported expert advisors embedded within the Prosecutor General's office, like this David Sakravides guy, who helped create the Reforms Department, developing re-attestation for prosecutors in line with the government of Ukraine procuracy reform law. Training of prosecutors, blah, blah, blah. We are completely satisfied that the assistance in question has only been used for those purposes and, as stated above, do not see any grounds from our perspective as the donor who provided the assistance for an investigation into their use. Hey, we gave a bunch of money and we're giving you a bunch of money. We don't see why you're investigating these people. That's what the U.S. State Department's saying, George Kent. Given the above, we reject the allegations that Mr. Sakravides or whatever, yes, the very person that Pisco cites saying Shokin was corrupt, he's named here. We reject the allegations that he or anyone at the PGO's office with whom we worked could have misused these funds since they were never under their control. The investigation into the actions of the Anti-Corruption Action Center, the group that Cal Unit guy runs, that Pisco cites that said Shokin was corrupt, he's being investigated too, based on the assistance they have received from us, is similarly misplaced. Please stop investigating those two people, he's saying. And then he goes on. As voiced by the European Union Ambassador Jan Tobinsky, we are gravely concerned about this investigation, for which we see no basis and which appears to be an attempt to intimidate those in the Prosecutor General's office most committed to combating corruption, as well as non-governmental partners and outspoken anti-corruption activists. The United States is committed to supporting reforms within the Prosecutor General's office and to building its capacity to meet citizens' demands to recover stolen assets and to counter corruption with the government. Remember when they said that Trump issued a quid pro quo because he was like, we got a bunch of money we're sending you and we want you to do this with an investigation. Here's them saying, we're sending you all this money. We're sending you all this money and it's going to these two groups. Please stop investigating. It'd be a shame. We send you a bunch of money. We think that we're worried. These investigations are misplaced. And then George Kent testifies, no, we never told them who to prosecute or who not to prosecute. Bullshit. Bullshit. He lied to Congress. So at the end of the day, all of this is just him saying, Pisco's big first point is, everybody wanted Shokin fired. Bullshit. Not until Biden said it. Prove it. Show me. All he could do is, he has George Kent saying, well, actually, we in late summer, early fall, decided to start discussing how to tell Biden to do this. That's not going to help anyways, because we know that there are emails that we've seen from Vadim, Zlochevsky, etc., executives at Burisma that are attached to Devon Archer and to Hunter Biden saying, we need you to pressure about Ukrainian officials, etc., to connections you have in the U.S. government. So, right, what's the big thing here? once they start talking to Hunter Biden, like, dude, talk to your dad, and he starts talking to the dad. Actually, it was October when they decided they were going to fire. Okay, that doesn't help. But they don't have any public callings of firing before Joe Biden states so. And the people that they have saying how corrupt they were are prosecutors and NGO activists that were literally being investigated by Shokin in his office. Of course they're going to say the guy was corrupt. I'd be like if, O.J. Simpson says, I think the prosecutor looking into me is corrupt. So 6 years later, it's like, hey, that prosecutor, what happened to him? Well, he was corrupt. O.J. Simpson says so. No shit. He was investigating O.J. And we continue. And there's more on this today. In addition, there were so many prosecutors, politicians in Ukraine that were receiving money from the Obama-Biden administration that such staunch allies that they actually interfered in the 2016 election to help Democrats. This is from the Financial Times in, I believe, August of 2016, right before the election, which, remember, happened in November. This is what this article says, quote, "The prospect of Mr. Trump, who has praised Ukraine's archenemy Vladimir Putin, becoming leader of the country's biggest ally, has spurred not just Mr. Lutsenko, but Kiev's wider political leadership to do something they never have attempted before. Intervene, however indirectly, in the U.S. election." And we could go to this article, which I found from today, that is astonishing. It's the story of Alexandra Chalupa, and testimony proving that her and people in the Obama State Department were working with Ukrainian government officials that were working out of the ambassador's office, telling them to investigate Paul Manafort and people in Trump's team, and then working with the U.S. State Department and the press to smear Paul Manafort. In other words, they were directing them to drop investigations into places like Burisma, or to drop prosecutors like Shokin, but to investigate people connected to Trump. Remember when foreign influence in our election was a big deal? Here it's being admitted. Not on InfoWars, not on Breitbart, not on OAN. It's being admitted in the Financial Times before the election happened. Hey, Ukrainian government officials are interfering in our election. And everyone said, yay, they're helping Democrats. Oh, now foreign interference is good. So given all that, am I surprised that a bunch of people that were literally trying to sabotage Trump from government in Ukraine, that were being paid by the Obama-Biden administration, am I surprised that they say, yeah, Shokin, the guy that was investigating us, was corrupt? No, I'm not surprised. Now, after each of these points, ask yourself this. After Pisco's big points, everybody wanted Shokin fired. Remember this. Zlochevsky tells Hunter, call your dad to relieve pressure. Hunter calls his dad. His dad fires Shokin. Pressure's relieved. Does anything Pisco said there, even though I'm answering all of it, even if everything Pisco said there is true, does that deal with any of those facts? No, it doesn't. It does not. That's point one. Dismissed. Point two. It's about the idea that they were pressuring on Burisma early. I say, strange how you ignored everything we discussed in your stream last night on this. Yes, a bunch of folks were mad Shokin's predecessor seemed to let Burisma off the hook and didn't cooperate in the UK. Side note, Archer says that Hunter Biden joining probably helped motivate the UK to unfreeze assets, but neither here nor there. Yet when Shokin gets fired and the investigation into Burisma gets buried, they weirdly never speak up about the Burisma investigation again. The pressure goes away after Zlochevsky tells Hunter to call his dad and make the pressure go away. Isn't that a crazy coincidence? He cites the Financial Times article. I cited it before. He says the Financial Times article... Here, let's see what he says. Recall in April 2015, Washington was already talking to EU allies about removing Shokin. Again, just so you know I'm not lying. Here's what it says. Here's his article. EU diplomats working in Ukraine at the time have, however, told Financial Times they were looking for ways to persuade Kiev to remove Shokin well before Biden entered the picture. The push for Mr. Shokin's removal is part of an international effort. All of us were really pushing Poroshenko that he needs to do something. He was bad news, said an diplomat involved, off the record, didn't put his name. It was the Biden family that came in and triggered it. Mr. Shokin was appointed in February. Biden entered the fray in December. Where does it say April? Somewhere it says this, April 2015. But the discussions in Washington and EU capitals about pushing for his removal started as early as April, after he failed to follow through on a burst of expected anti-corruption moves. So that's it. That's his big proof. He said, oh, well, that's it. An unnamed EU official says, trust us. We were talking about it in April. But I showed you all those EU officials that were then talking to Shokin and speaking glowingly of him, having meetings with him. But forget about that, because an unnamed EU official says, no, trust us, we wanted him fired in April. By the way, what exactly did he do? Keep this in mind for later. He came into the job February, and EU officials, when they say we wanted him fired for corruption, there's only two things they cite. This Diamond case, which the details of it are very scant, which basically amounts to this. Some prosecutors that worked under Shokin, including maybe a driver that worked for Shokin, got caught with diamonds that I don't know if they were illegal diamonds. That's all I could find about it. Therefore, Shokin's corrupt. I believe the implication is the diamonds were payments, blackmail, something to that. But there's no connection, no proof that Shokin did it. It was just, well, it happened under Shokin, and Shokin didn't prosecute. So, and he knew these people, so it must have been he was involved. And the only other thing, like this guy, this unnamed EU official, what they say is he wasn't prosecuting corruption fast enough. So he comes in February, and they're pissed off. How long you give the guy? He comes in mid-February. So he's got half a month there, then March, month and a half, and they're like, fire his ass. He hasn't charged anyone yet. A month and a half. By the way, his predecessor, Lutsenko, would be around for 3 years without prosecuting almost any high-level officials. Weird, they weren't calling for his firing. A month and a half with Shokin, but Lutsenko, who buried the Burisma investigation, that's what we're supposed to believe. After a month and a half, they've had it. They wanted him fired. Bullshit. What's up, Machine Lies? How you doing, man? Hope everything's great. So let's continue. That's his. So when he says the Financial Times article, I already discussed that. The State Department shows no proof I've seen suggesting Shokin's firing until November. It's easily explained. State Department could have wanted to go after Burisma. And this is the part, right? Everyone said that Pisco's saying, oh, it's a big international conspiracy. Explain why the IMF was upset that the Burisma investigation was not cooperated with in 2014. If they were really protecting Hunter Biden. Well, I'm not saying they were. They probably really wanted that investigation to occur, right? The State Department probably wanted that investigation to occur until Hunter Biden starts talking to his dad and people like, hey. Then all of a sudden their position flips. Now, what Pisco's trying to say is ignore all the evidence we see, because the story that would be necessary for that evidence to paint the picture that Rob's saying is nonsensical. And it's not a bad debate tactic. You think through this, right? You're like, okay, if everything my opponent is saying is true, how can we explain how that could have happened? And if there's no possible explanation, right? For example, if I tell a story that's like, my neighbor robbed the bank in town, right? He robbed the bank, and I overheard him saying that he robbed it, and I saw him buy a new truck, and he asked me if I knew how to launder money, so I know he robbed the bank, right? But the facts is that we have him on camera at 3 p.m. at his job, which is 10 miles away from the bank, and the bank was robbed at 3:01. You would say, okay, if we believe the narrative Rob's spinning, Rob's saying, here's evidence, here's evidence, here's evidence, in order for that story to pan out the way Rob's saying, this dude would have had to, in less than a minute, get from his job 10 miles across town to rob the bank. That's not possible. But if I could give a scenario why it could be possible, for example, I could say, well, he didn't do it personally. He said he hired someone to do it and then split the money with him. Oh, then it's not dispositive. So what Pisco is trying to do is saying he can't dispute what Devon Archer said. He can't dispute that. He can't dispute the 4 central facts, right? Zlochevsky said, I'm under pressure, call your dad. Hunter called his dad. His dad fired Shokin. The pressure stopped. He can't dispute that. So he's like, well, then how do you explain here before all this that a bunch of other people said, we're upset about the investigation in Burisma? Well, there could be any litany of reasons. The simplest is they were concerned about the investigation into Burisma. And then Hunter called his dad, or Hunter started lobbying people at the State Department, and then they said, oh, back off on that pressure. How do you explain that after it, the pressure stops? Pisco can't explain it. He can't. There's no explanation. State Department could have wanted to go after Burisma, then Hunter convinced them otherwise, so they pushed to get rid of Shokin. Why did the State Department stop going after Burisma once Shokin was gone? Why didn't they demand the firing of Shokin's successor, who also is claimed to have been corrupt? They only gave Shokin 6 months, but they allowed future prosecutors years of corruption. Point 3. Point 3, remember Pisco is saying, well, Archer testified that the board was told that Shokin was taking bribes from Burisma. I'll answer that. Again, I answered this in your stream last night. It's clear based on Archer's interview with Tucker, he feels it was a narrative beat into the board's head that Shokin's firing would hurt Burisma. And looking back, it was actually silly. In addition, he never says the board was told Shokin was bribed, only that Shokin was going to go easy. But for the sake of argument, let's say he was implying a bribe, which in all honesty could be the case, is what the implication that the board was told. There's no real danger of them telling the board that if they know Joe Biden is covering for them and will make sure... Oh, sorry. So what Pisco says here, and I can see how I'm a little disjointed in what I typed here. Pisco's saying, okay, so Rob's saying, in order to cover up that they bribed Joe Biden to fire Shokin, they would have had to say, oh, we bribed Shokin. So let me back up here. Pisco's getting ahead of himself with this comment because he says, well, Devon Archer says he was told and the board was told, actually Shokin was good for us and his firing's bad for us. So that must prove that Shokin was good for them. And I said, I've already explained this. I was like, no, because why would you tell your board of directors that aren't involved in corruption? By the way, Joe Biden, you heard that he announced that he's forcing the firing of Shokin. That's great. Shokin was investigating us. Awesome. Thanks, Joe. Why would you tell that to them? Because now if they get interviewed in the future by the FBI or by their country's investigators or by the press, they might say, yeah, they were super stoked when they found out that Hunter called his dad and his dad said fire Shokin and then we got off the hook. Super happy. Finally, that guy that's been investigating us is taken down. They're not going to say that. They'll say the exact opposite. Oh, shit, this is bad for us. Fuck. Curses. Oh, thank goodness, the investigation just coincidentally happened to go away. But, man, that was tight, man. Joe Biden was really bringing the hammer down on us. And Pisco's like, right, but here's the problem, Rob. Why? Then they would say nothing. They wouldn't tell the board, oh, man, we bribed Shokin. Well, what's the harm in saying that? If they knew that Joe Biden was going to bat for them, and he was going to ensure that the prosecutors in Ukraine stopped investigating them, what's the harm of saying, oh shit, we were bribing the past investigator, but now he's gone, now we're really going to get it. Knowing that you're not going to get it. Knowing that the investigation's going to be dropped. There's no harm, because the person that there would be harm from is the very prosecutors in the Ukraine that you know Joe Biden's helping you with. But the opposite, there is a lot of... The only danger at that point for Burisma, if it's true, under my scenario, that Joe Biden's on their team at this point helping them after Hunter calls, there's only one potential danger to you at this point. And that's if the world finds out that Joe Biden was paid a bribe by you in order to end investigations into you. That's the only chance you have. You could say, we bribed the past 50 prosecutors. Doesn't matter, because Joe Biden's making sure that you don't get prosecuted. But if people find out, wait a minute, Joe Biden's corrupt, he's helping you. Now the investigation's reopened. Now you have the United States looking into you. You have Ukraine looking into you. You have the EU looking into you. So what you're going to tell your board of directors is the exact opposite. And there's two reasons that they didn't just say nothing. The first is, everyone on the board isn't a fucking idiot. They're going to see that Shokin got fired because Joe Biden forced it. They're going to see that. So they're going to be like, that's odd. So this guy on paper was investigating us. And then Hunter Biden's here. And then all of a sudden Joe Biden's like, fire that prosecutor. But wasn't he investigating us? And they fired him. So instead of leaving them come to the obvious conclusion, oh shit, Joe Biden helped us out, they come out guns up, oh no, this is bad for us. Oh jeez. Oh man, it's real bad. It's so bad for us. The other reason is, I can actually see it as a believable precondition to Joe Biden helping them out. Okay, we'll help you, but think about it. Joe Biden's got a lot to fucking lose if it comes out that he's being bribed or his son's being bribed to convince him to stop this investigation in this corrupt country. He's got an awful lot to lose. So he's going to have conditions. All right, we'll do this, but you're going to keep my son on for a lot of years. You're going to send him money. You're going to put it into these accounts. You're going to tell everyone, damn, we really hate Joe Biden. He's out to get us. Oh, all these moves he's making are devastating for us. Because that way, when inevitably people in my country say, wait a minute, this looks like a conflict of interest, I'll be able to say, but look, they were telling everyone. They knew, Burisma knew how hard I was going after them. It's not my fault. So I say, there's no real danger of them telling the board about bribing Shokin. The only real threat would be telling the board they paid Hunter Biden to illegally influence Joe Biden. In fact, Biden's team did help Burisma. This was probably a condition they would have insisted on. Immediately tell everyone how mad you are that Shokin's getting fired. That way, the Biden State Department can spin the narrative so it doesn't look like they helped Burisma. By the way, that'll work. That narrative spinning, because the gut reaction from someone like Pisco would be like, that wouldn't work. No one's going to buy that. Yeah, they will buy it. You want to know how I know they'd buy it? Because Pisco's buying it. And all of the left has bought it. They did buy it. They bought, yep, well, as long as Burisma's board was told Shokin was being bribed, that's it. And that was the narrative. That's what Goldman, the head Democrat, that's what he came out and said. And of course, Shokin, I mean, I'm not going to play the clip because I don't have it queued up, but if you go to Devon Archer's interview with Tucker Carlson, he like laughs about it. He's like, yeah, it sounds silly now, even on paper, that firing Shokin was bad for Burisma because the investigation got buried afterwards. He knows. He's like, it was the narrative that the board was being told. Right. What he's saying is, they basically bullshitted us and said, oh boy, this is bad for us, but now looking back, that's fucking stupid. All right, that's number 3. Don't worry, we're zooming along now. Number 4. Pisco says, Archer states he has no specific knowledge of Shokin. He says that when he speaks of Shokin as a threat, he's talking about everyone in the government. Here is the one good point, and I want to point this out, because I'm not a disingenuous hack. I will point out when someone makes a point that's good. Here's the best point in the entire thing that Pisco wrote here. That's actually a very good point. He says, Archer never has any specific knowledge of Shokin prosecuting Burisma and whiffs on the facts of seizure that he attributes to Shokin, which predates Shokin's tenure as prosecutor general. Now this is complicated, right? This is really getting into the detail. Now, with points 1, 2, 3. Point 1. Everybody wanted Shokin fired. Does that answer the 4 questions I'm about to ask? Or the 4 statements I'm going to make? No, it doesn't. Part 2. They were talking about Burisma when Hunter was on there. Does that answer the 4 points? No. Point 3. But the board was told Shokin was under their thumb. Does that answer the following 4 points? 1. Zlochevsky said he was under pressure. Call your dad, Hunter. 2. Hunter calls his dad. 3. His dad forces a fire Shokin. 4. The pressure stops. Nope. Nothing Pisco said addresses that. Nothing. I'm still arguing. I'm still answering all the points. But it's all red herrings. None of it speaks to the central facts that we know. And remember, what is the framework for all of this? Why did the FBI not investigate? Thank you so much, Lavin, for the sub. Why did they just bury it for years and years and years? Why did they impeach Trump for looking into it? Conversely, the investigations to Trump, FISA warrants, sending spies like Stephen Halper, taking away attorney-client privilege, raiding lawyers' homes in the middle of the night. Why the double standard? There's far more evidence of corruption here than there was anything about Trump-Russia collusion. Why the double standard? So, point 4 he makes, right? And this is getting in very nuanced into the details. I played you the clip of Archer saying Shokin was pressuring. One of the lines he says is, Shokin froze the assets of Zlochevsky. And then Zlochevsky never came back. And Pisco's trying to make this argument, that basically Archer's not testifying about shit he definitely knows. He's saying, in retrospect, I assume. Right? But his assumptions can't be correct because he's wrong on the details. For example, the assets of Zlochevsky were frozen right before Shokin came into office. So if he's right that it was the freezing of the assets that was pissing Zlochevsky off, then that's not proof that he was upset about Shokin. That's a fucking good point. That's actually a good point. That's one of the reasons I like talking to Pisco, because a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while. And it forces me to be like, fair enough. That's actually interesting. So I was excited. I was like, great. Someone made a good point for once. That's much better than Pisco's first point. Well, if Archer says he never heard of Biden taking bribes, that shoots down the narrative that he could have taken a bribe. That's bullshit bad faith argument. This is a good argument. Pisco's made a good argument. Now, does that argument, right? Does that deal with the following 4 facts? Zlochevsky told Hunter he was under pressure to call his dad. Hunter called his dad got Shokin fired. The pressure stopped. No, it doesn't deal with those. Even if Pisco's 100% right about this, all that would mean is the part of the testimony where Archer's saying he was specifically upset about Shokin, this would buttress against that claim. It's not dispositive of that claim, but it would buttress against it. Because actually, Archer doesn't really know because he's making incorrect assumptions. But let's see what my answer is. So point 4. I say, while it is true that Archer seems to waffle on what he knew about Shokin, it is clear that it's his conclusion that Zlochevsky was worried about Shokin. The idea of him being wrong about the timelines of asset freezing is actually an interesting point, and the best one Pisco has made in this post. I have several things to say about this. A, Zlochevsky... Am I showing you all this? Because I'm just... Yeah, okay. Zlochevsky could have blamed Shokin for the continuation of the freezing. In other words, the assets are froze like February 2nd or something like that, 2015. Shokin comes in February 16. So maybe Zlochevsky assumed, okay, Shokin will release those now that he's there. But he didn't. So maybe even though the assets were frozen right before Shokin, maybe he blamed Shokin for it. I continue. It's clear he was mad about it, and the fact that Shokin kept the assets frozen, to me, suggests that he wasn't under Zlochevsky's thumb. B, he could have known Shokin's office would push for the refreezing of these assets after the court froze them. So the timeline of this is murky, but basically what we know is this conversation he's having about pressure that Archer is saying is about Shokin is in December 4th, 2015. Now, it's very difficult because you have to go to Ukrainian news sites, but the best interpretation I could get of this is what happened was there were a bunch of assets that were frozen of Zlochevsky's, his car, his home, things like that, his properties. They're frozen, right? At some point, the courts changed the law or the interpretation of the law, right? So they're changing the way things are. And the way they change it, they're like, oh, now the freezing of these assets of Zlochevsky is no longer legal. So they are unfroze, And then it takes Shokin's office like 3 weeks to be like, no. And they refile and they get them frozen again. Maybe once the courts, it was obvious the courts were changing this law and Zlochevsky's being told, okay, your assets are going to be unfrozen. Maybe he hears people in the prosecutor general's office saying, nope, we're going and we're refreezing these assets. So maybe that's how Zlochevsky's looking at it and why he's blaming Shokin. C, I've seen reports, and we'll watch this video later, on a video of an article suggesting in July 2015 that Shokin froze a mansion in Zlochevsky's wife's name. So if that's the case, actually Shokin was freezing assets in July of 2015. This is from a foreign source that I'm having difficulty finding, but here is an image of the article from a video. GPU, that's the governmental prosecutor of Ukraine, arrested a piece of land Zlochevsky and the estate of his wife decided not to touch. The wife of fugitive ex-minister of ecology Zlochevsky, Natalia, is the owner of an elite mansion and village near Kyiv. This has become known with extract from the Register of Property Rights of Nashi Groshi, who's a news source. As noted, the estate is located in an elite area, blah, blah, blah. The total property is 922 square meters. That's July 31st. Now, there are possible explanations if I'm going to make Pisco's argument for him. This article doesn't cite a Ukrainian announcement, official PGO announcement, so this could be referring back to the February seizure, which is true, it could be. But it's definitely something interesting to consider. Lastly, even if he's wrong about the timeline of the assets being frozen, it's clear he's suggesting Zlochevsky was worried about Shokin. Even if it was just because he was worried about everyone in the government, Shokin and everyone else, that still wouldn't mean it wasn't corrupt for him to tell Hunter to call his dad would deal with it, and then his dad to force the firing, which led the case to Burisma being dropped. Finally, the idea he mentions things like the UK frozen assets. So that's what Pisco's going to say. He's like, well, when in his testimony, Archer's like, well, the investigation's like what? And he's like, these assets were unfrozen in the UK and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but that was in 2014. Zlochevsky's not going to be saying, I'm worried about this pressure, and be talking about visas and unfrozen assets in 2014. That doesn't make any sense. Why would that be pressure he's currently feeling? Now, despite all that, does that answer any of the 4 central questions? Let's say that Pisco's totally right about everything he said so far. They thought Shokin was corrupt. That was point number 1. They were talking about being pissed off about Burisma even before Shokin was there. That's point number 2. Point number 3 is they said that Shokin was under their thumb, so he was under their thumb. That's point number 3. And point number 4, actually, Archer's mistaken about the timeline, so it couldn't have been that Zlochevsky was mad about Shokin. That's point number 4. Does any of that answer the following? Zlochevsky said he was concerned about pressure and told Hunter to call his dad. Hunter calls his dad. His dad forces a fire of Shokin. The pressure stops. No. I could concede everything Pisco said here. I'm not. You can see I'm clearly arguing against it. But I could concede everything he's saying here. And guess what? He still hasn't answered the central case. Finally, and this is now getting down to brass tacks. Oops. The 5th point that Pisco makes. This point is his summary. Ultimately, the choice is yours. Blah, blah, blah. So I'll answer that. This is the crux of it all. Pisco's argument all relies on Zlochevsky meaning Western pressure when he tells Hunter to call his dad to deal with Ukrainian government pressure. I've already responded why that's dumb. But again, if we accept Pisco's version, it still heavily suggests corruption on the part of Biden. Zlochevsky says, call your dad about Western pressure. Hunter does. Biden gets Shokin fired, and then the Western pressure against Burisma stops. Pisco can't get around this other than to say it's coincidence. The follow-up prosecutor Lutsenko and the NABU that got the Burisma cases buried them after Shokin was gone were both spoken of positively by Biden. And I'm going to do a show just on that. I could go 3 hours on that. Biden said, even in his famous speech, and son of a bitch, they fired him. And then the line he saes after that is, You remember the famous speech at the Council on Foreign Relations? He says, I told them, $1 billion, you're not going to get him unless you fire him. You got 6 hours and I'm walking away. And son of a bitch, they fired him. And the line they always cut off after that is, and they replaced him with a guy that we thought was good at the time. And that's true. Biden was publicly saying, oh yeah, Lutsenko, good dude, good dude, good dude. Yeah, good. In fact, Biden gave a speech like in November 2016, once Trump had won the election, but there's that lame duck period before Trump's sworn in. Biden goes to Ukraine and gives one last speech glowing about how great the anti-corruption efforts are. Lutsenko hadn't done shit for a year. He'd been there since March, hadn't done anything. Now, we're to believe that they wanted rid of Shokin because in a 6-month period, he hadn't prosecuted anyone. What did Lutsenko do? Buried the investigation into Burisma. That's it. And yet there's Biden saying, doing a great job. We got great people fighting corruption here now. That's odd. The NABU that got the other, so the prosecutor got half the investigation. Lutsenko, the one that came over from Shokin. The other half of the investigation went to the NABU, which I already showed you, and I could show you a litany of articles. They were funded by the Biden-Obama State Department. They were cooperating with the Biden-Obama State Department on who to prosecute. They were considered the allies of the Obama-Biden State Department. Now they have the investigation. What did they do? Buried it. And yet no comments from Biden or George Kent or Pyatt, the ambassador Pyatt. All these people that spoke up about Shokin didn't have shit all to say about Lutsenko. In fact, George Kent, who was talked about by both me and Pisco, he was the secretary to the ambassador, or the State Department, one or the other. He was the one who wrote the letter that said, hey, leave the Anti-Corruption Action Center alone. He testified in, I believe, the Trump impeachment hearing that they knew Lutsenko was shit from the get-go. In April 2016, he knew he was shit. And yet, why wasn't the Biden administration calling for his firing? Oh yeah, fun one. The fun's just beginning all across the world. Remember, if Trump gets elected in 2016, my God, there could be World War III. How's that looking now? These people were never pressured to be fired. In fact, Biden gave a speech at the very end of his term in Ukraine touting how great they were doing rooting out corruption. They weren't. They did terribly, according to the very anti-corruption groups the Pisco is citing. Why would all these institutions in the West who spoke up about the lack of pursuing the Burisma investigation suddenly go silent? Lastly, the entire reason of this case being focused on me, the entire focus of this case, to me, isn't to focus on Hunter Biden. I don't care about him. It's not even so much to focus on Joe Biden, though clearly having a corrupt VP and then president is a huge deal. My focus has been on the double standard of our institutions in affecting our politics, particularly the intel community. The FBI literally got FISA warrants to spy on Trump's team based off of unverified research sourced by a Russian who at one point was suspected as a spy by the FBI. Here we have far more evidence of potential corruption in the case of Biden. And what did they do? Buried it. Had intel people set the stage to remove the laptop story from the 2020 election. Had former intel leaders say it was Russian disinformation. No wiretaps, no spies like Stephen Halper sent to spy on Biden associates, no raiding offices in the middle of the night. Heck, it appears they didn't even interview people like Shokin to get their side of the story. At this point, if anyone can see this and not acknowledge the gross double standard, they are partisan beyond all hope. I want you to think about that last point. Now, you might think Victor Shokin, maybe you're still trying to defend Biden. You might think Victor Shokin's corrupt. Prosecutor that was forced to be fired. How did the FBI never interview him? How fucking ridiculous is that? They didn't interview this dude? They might not have believed him. They might have said, we think you're full of shit. But they didn't even interview him. And he's out there saying, I was told by the president of Ukraine that I had to stop looking into Hunter Biden or I'd get fired. The Biden presidency is just the Obama presidency. Obama's people in all of these institutions are still there. Obama was at least articulate and shit. Biden's just a corrupt figurehead. But if Biden is corrupt here, remember, the person that signed off on this, the buck stops with Obama. He was president. Is he going to feign ignorance? Well, I didn't know that Hunter Biden was on the board of directors. I just listened. I learned about it in the newspaper. That's Obama's line. He learns about everything in the newspaper. Most uninformed man ever. I didn't know anything about anyone in my administration. I learned about it in the newspaper. Now, Pisco, to his credit, I encourage you to go to these threads here on Twitter and look into yourself. He does respond to some. I can't be here all night because I want to go through this video. Now, there's 4 or 5 videos on this UkraineGate thing from this website. We're going to go to the website. You can check them all out yourself. I recommend you do. I haven't even seen the last one yet. But it's amazing this was produced in 2020. And now we know things on top of this as well. In addition, I'm compiling, I'm going to try to do a big PowerPoint or something. If you look at my phone here, these are all tabs of sources that I have on the Burisma stuff. So I'm trying to compile, get those sent to the computer and stuff like that. It's so much information, and it's so difficult because so many of the sources that you try to find are official PGO statements that are written in a language that I don't understand, that I'm trying to search and get them translated. It's brutal. It's very difficult, so I'm trying my best, though. But I cannot speak. Now, I hadn't seen these videos until last week, so everything you've heard me say about this case was previous to seeing this video I'm about to show you that's 40 minutes, right? Everything you've heard me say. It is amazing how my research, independent of what these guys' research is, lines up 95% of what they're saying. It's absolutely amazing. Now, they have an interesting twist at the end that I never thought of, that you'll have to stick around for to see at the end. I think it's likely to be true. And it was something, to their credit, I haven't thought of. This place has a bunch of other investigations. I'm going to check them all out. They have a big Edward Snowden section, and they have a big section on WikiLeaks and Assange. Here's the website. It's in French. But please, please, please check them out. And here is their section in English on UkraineGate. This is from part 2. Now it's going to be dubbed and subbed, I believe. So understand that, the person presenting speaking French. Now, I want you to think about how this seemingly independent French news organization did infinitely better than any U.S. or any U.S. news agency out there. Look at how amazing this is. It's absolutely amazing. These people deserve awards for this. I can't speak highly of them enough.
Hello, we are happy to be back with you for this second investigation video on the UkraineGate. Today we will analyze Joe Biden's line of defense, set up by his communication consultants. You will see that this narrative has not only been widely repeated by many American media without any verification, but it has also been contested by the principal concerned, the former Prosecutor General Viktor Shokin, in various interviews, of which we will reveal some extracts that have never been broadcast. Let us note in passing that the Democrats' accusations against Trump are related to a type of behavior that is very similar to what Joe Biden displayed in this case. Considering that Burisma, the company administered by his son, was under an investigation opened by Prosecutor Shokin's office, the conflict of interest might seem obvious. However, Joe Biden's advisors, to save him, created a narrative that would then be adopted by the media. According to this narrative, Prosecutor Shokin would have deliberately stopped all investigations against Burisma. Consequently, Joe Biden would have acted as a sane guy by asking for his resignation, which prevented the investigations from being kept under the rug. And when I'm talking about this sane guy narrative, this is no exaggeration. Let's listen to what Joe Biden's advisor immediately declared at the time of the events.
Initially, Lutsenko actually reopens the case against Burisma. The vice president was acting against that interest because Shokin wasn't investigating Burisma, and replacing Shokin with anybody who was more interested in anti-corruption actually increased the risk that the Burisma case would be reopened. I think then a court dismisses it in the fall of 2016. Some of our hopes about Lutsenko being kind of a non-politicized reformer were kind of dashed by what happened afterwards.
Now, some things I want to say here. There are clips out there that my friend Aftershock and Surian has put on Twitter of the last debate that I did with Destiny, where I was on a panel with him, and it was a big bone of contention in this debate I had with him because I mentioned exactly what they said here. The narrative didn't make sense from the outset. The narrative was this father, Joe Biden, who loves his son and talks to him every day on the phone and came closer to him when his brother, Beau Biden, died. Joe Biden's other son died. And so they're very close, and he's a loving father. And, he actually was intentionally setting it up to make it more likely that the company his son was on the board of directors would be investigated harsher. Bullshit. That's bullshit. It never made sense. So I brought this up in the Destiny debate, and Destiny responds to me. They didn't get this part of the clip in what was clipped. Destiny's like, no, that's not what's going on. What are you talking about? That's not what's going on. What I'm specifically saying is that you didn't say anything about Burisma. They never had anything about it. They said they fired him for other corrupt reasons. That's Destiny. This is my Destiny impression, right? That's what Destiny says. No, Burisma. No one mentioned Burisma. So me saying it's absurd to think Joe Biden was like, oh, I'm making it more likely my son's company get... No one said that. I said they literally said firing him would help increase the pressure on Hunter Biden's company. No one said that. And then, of course, later, Destiny reads an article that says, and actually, the firing of the prosecutor made it more likely that Burisma would be investigated. I was like, didn't you say that no one was saying that? And he's like, oh, no, I said it wasn't the central point. It wasn't the central point. Right, he changes his stance because it's nonsensical. So this guy points out the same thing. We have people from Biden-Obama team out there saying, actually, this made it more likely. And the other thing is, I think he'll say this here coming up, but it's important to know. This is the central defense. They have to argue that Shokin wasn't investigating. They have to. Because they know that despite the fact that, yes, all the left-wing sycophants that cheer for all of the corruption will, no matter what, they'll still defend it. Average people, including independents and people that aren't partisan hacks, would be like, wait a minute, so this prosecutor was investigating the company that Joe Biden's son was on the board of directors, and Joe Biden forced the prosecutor to be fired, and then the investigation got dropped. That's terrible. That's horribly corrupt. So the central claim has to be, no, the prosecutor wasn't investigating. All of their defense hinges on that.
Lutsenko being non-politicized and interested in anti-corruption.
And you heard that person there just saying in the tape, he said the guy that replaced, the prosecutor that replaced was Lutsenko. We thought he would be non-politicized and interested in anti-corruption, so we were kind of surprised in fall of 2016 when they dropped the case.
Corruption? The bigger the lie is, the more it will be believed. However, it's true that determining whether or not Burisma
He'll talk about Lutsenko towards the end, you'll see.
Investigations under Shokin were actually proceeding is essential to the UkraineGate. Therefore, we will analyze the media's narrative on this point.
And by the way, did you notice, this is what I'm saying, it's amazing how much I had in common with the people that produced this. Because my point, if you go back and you look when the testimony of Devon Archer came out, then when you look when the interview of Tucker came out with Devon Archer, I said the entire time, the most important smoking gun from this is when Devon Archer said, Zlochevsky said I was under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. Because despite all the easy talking points to understand, it said that Hunter Biden put his dad on the phone 20 times. It said that his dad met at the Cafe Milano. It said that the narrative that Democrats are trying to spin that his dad didn't know about his business was bullshit. All of that's important and true. But this is the key argument to their defense of Joe Biden's quid pro quo. If it falls apart, if Shokin was investigating, or if Zlochevsky was worried that Shokin was investigating, and told Hunter to call his dad. Remember, they produced this in 2020. In addition to everything you're about to see here, we now know that Devon Archer said on December 4th, Zlochevsky said, call your dad and to deal with the pressure, and Hunter did. That's the central point. So this 40 minutes is focused primarily on, was Shokin investigating?
We thus realize that the narrative over the Burisma investigations being dormant has been overwhelmingly put forward by the press ever since the beginning of the scandal at the end of September 2019. Or here too, from the Washington Post. It must be understood that this argument of the dormant investigations is central to Joe Biden's defense. Indeed, aside from the interference, of what can we accuse him if the investigations of the prosecutor he got fired did not actually threaten Burisma? Nothing at all. And it is precisely this argument used to exonerate Biden that has been hammered everywhere by the press. Let us look at the example of the Washington Post, which particularly distinguished itself by its pro-Biden bias. In this article, not only the journalist fails to criticize Biden's despicable blackmail on Ukraine, but in a very complacent way, he virtually congratulates Biden for having managed to squeeze months of diplomacy into a few hours. We can legitimately wonder whether words such as lie, deception, or mythomania wouldn't have rather been used if Trump had done the exact same thing. Even worse here. Not only does the journalist take up the narrative of the investigations being stalled, but she also states that Burisma was only investigated for a period of time prior to Hunter's hiring in the company. Yet, as the Prosecutor General's website still states to this date, the Burisma Group is guilty of tax fraud for the 2014 and 2015 fiscal years, when Hunter officiated as administrator.
So, if you go back again to me and Pisco, when I called into Pisco's show, and Pisco tries to make this defense, oh, they were only looking at crimes from the tenure before Hunter Biden was there. Bullshit. One, it wouldn't matter anyways, because Hunter still stood a vested interest because he's getting paid $1 million a year into Burisma not going down. And second, that's not true. There were crimes that they're accused of committing while Hunter Biden was there.
Moreover, the Burisma company once again committed fraud in 2016. We don't have any information regarding the 2017-2019 period, but anything is possible. Here the fact-checker states that the American ambassador Pyatt would have publicly criticized Shokin's office for having undermined the recovery of Zlochevsky $23 million by London. But we have already seen that this case actually occurred in 2014 and thus falls under the responsibility of Shokin's predecessor. The case had actually contributed to his resignation and thus to the eventual arrival of Shokin.
And this was something that, so you see Glenn Kessler from the Washington Post. Pisco's not as bad as Glenn Kessler was there, but both of them are sort of making this point. Oh, in Pyatt's speech when he criticized the Zlochevsky investigation, that was an attack on Shokin. No, that occurred before Shokin took office. There you have Glenn Kessler just laying it out there. Pyatt criticized Shokin because the case, the UK unfroze the assets, blah, blah, blah. That was before Shokin. That's one of the reasons that Yerema, who preceded Shokin, was forced out and Shokin came in. So the Washington Post somehow doesn't have their facts together as much as me. It's almost like they're a propaganda outlet. Let's see more.
Finally, even worse, the Washington Post went as far as lying to smear Shokin's name. Have a look at this excerpt from an article dating from the 2nd of October, by the way titled, "Correcting the Media's Mistake." The journalist writes that on the 24th of September 2015, the American ambassador criticized Shokin in one of his speeches by accusing him to have sabotaged reforms and the work of honest prosecutors. This information actually totally discredits Shokin, and it is then surprising that an ambassador could have held such words against an officiating prosecutor general. Let us fact-check the fact-checker. This will be easy. We have recovered the video of the speech.
And by the way, this is exactly... I'm assuming Pisco read these Washington Post articles to come up with his tweets, because that's what Pisco says. Oh, Pyatt's speech in September, he criticizes Shokin and talks about all this corruption.
Listen.
Corrupt actors within the Prosecutor General's office are making things worse by openly and aggressively undermining reform. We have learned that there have been times that the PGO not only did not support investigations into corruption, but rather undermined prosecutors working on legitimate prosecution cases. For example, In the case of former Ecology Minister Mykola Zlochevsky, UK authorities seized $23 million in illicit assets.
It is clear here that the ambassador mentions corrupt elements inside of the prosecutor's office, but he never directly points at the prosecutor general himself. In fact, do you know how many prosecutors and investigators officiated under the orders of Shokin? Although the figure might seem unbelievable, it is true. 11,300 prosecutors and investigators, to which must be added 3,700 other employees. And that's not all. This article from The Independent indicates that 70 to 80% of their work was not honest. It then becomes clear that this represented a lot of corrupt elements for Shokin to manage by himself, and he was not going to perform miracles in the span of a few weeks. Hence, the ambassador's accusation did not directly target Shokin, unlike what the Washington Post would make us believe. This is even undeniable, considering how Payet ended his speech.
The United States wants to work with Prosecutor General Shokin, so the PGO is leading the fight against corruption.
Thus, as we can see, there is a complete mystification of Ambassador Payet's words, which never directly targeted Shokin. These issues of journalistic integrity...
Before I saw this video, this was the argument I was making against Pisco. Payet says, if Pisco's right that everyone's already decided that they want to fire Shokin, and he cites his evidence, look at this speech that Ambassador Payet gave where he talks about corruption in the PGO. Well, no shit. And he's citing examples of how it's always been corrupt, even before Shokin. But he ends his speech saying, I want to work with Shokin to deal with this. That's a far cry from saying Shokin's guilty of this. And Pisco just says, well, the fact that he's criticizing the PGO proves that this means that he doesn't like Shokin. Bullshit.
Integrity show how our case study on the Washington Post is relevant to analyze diffusion of this narrative around the Burisma investigations which been dormant. Therefore, we have decided to analyze all publications pertaining in the first months of the scandal, starting from September the 23rd. Here are
This is just the Washington Post, and watch what he's able to show.
Occurrences of the Washington Post hammering down this pro-Biden narrative. We realize that this anti-Shokin argument was hammered down at least 20 times during the first 4 days. And that in articles authored by around 15 different journalists.
So this is once Trump's team starts accusing, the laptop ships coming out, they're starting to accuse, hey, what's going on? The impeachment's going to start coming. Talk of impeachment of, a whistleblower. So the Washington Post is right there. 20 articles in 4 days. Joe Biden did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. And this is replicated all over the mainstream media.
But this trend did not stop. On the contrary. We find traces of the anti-Shokin narrative in 19 other articles from the sole Washington Post, with numerous and different writers who all use the same copy-paste sentence. And it's still not over. Here is another 15 articles, all reproductions of the exact same narrative. Shokin swept the Burisma investigations dormant. On the whole, this pro-Biden narrative was reused 52 times in 31 days in the Washington Post alone, as this chart shows. However, this narrative does have a source. It originates from a declaration reported on the 7th of May by Bloomberg, and its author is Vitaly Kasko, one of Shokin's deputy prosecutors.
Now, Pisco cited 2 deputy prosecutors that said that Shokin was corrupt. The first was David Sacrilavadides. I showed you the George Kent article that he was someone that was being investigated by Shokin's office for corruption, and that the United States was paying him money, and they were like, you need to stop investigating him. Here's the other guy, Kasko.
This is obviously a statement that must be taken into consideration. But in Ukraine, unfortunately, one needs to stay very cautious regarding official declarations. For example, Bloomberg forgets to mention the long conflict between Mr. Kasko and Mr. Shokin, and that eventually pushed Mr. Kasko to resign. Furthermore, on May the 6th of 2019, Shokin claimed on a Ukrainian website that Kasko had at the time joined the Biden clan, because he had been promised the position of Prosecutor General. In short, as it's often the case in Ukraine, things are very complicated, and one must avoid black and white analyses. There are many shades of grey. So in order to know whether or not Burisma investigation was indeed dormant, we have decided to rely as much as possible on facts. And here are the ones we can find fairly easily on the progress of the Zlochevsky cases during the short mandate of Shokin, who started in February 2015. On the 16th of June 2015, Viktor Shokin launched an investigation against Burisma over the attribution of gas extraction.
Now remember, we are told, this is the narrative we're told, he wasn't investigating corruption, he wasn't investigating Burisma. Right? Now, do you see these articles? I can't find these. I've emailed this Le Crisis. I've emailed them and it's like, can you please send me your sources? Because I want to look at them myself. But they're showing the case numbers and all of this stuff, official statements. Right? So let's count the amount of investigations into Burisma. So here's June 16th, 2015. Case number 1. We'll go back just a bit.
Short mandate of Shokin, who started in February 2015. On the 16th of June 2015, Viktor Shokin launched an investigation against Burisma over the attribution of gas extraction licenses during the time when Zlochevsky occupied a minister position.
That's number 1, June 16th, 2015.
On the 25th of June, Shokin launched an investigation to find Zlochevsky accomplices in the prosecutor's office.
That's the $23 million assets cases, right? So here we are in June 25th. He's looking into the former corrupt prosecutors. He's launched an investigation. That's investigation number 2 into Burisma.
In the $23 million case. On the 10th of July, the Prosecutor's Bureau published a press statement in the wake of Shokin and American Ambassador Payet's meeting. We can notice that the press release states that Shokin had informed the ambassador of the investigation's progress on Zlochevsky, and in particular the intensification of cooperation with the British in this direction.
So he announces a statement, he meets with Payet, releases a statement saying, we talked about how we're trying to prosecute Zlochevsky and how we're working with the UK to do it. That's number 3.
On the 31st of July, the prosecutor's office seized one of Zlochevsky's estates. On the 9th...
That's 4, seized an estate.
Of October, a press dispatch indicated that Shokin had complained about the British justice on freezing Zlochevsky's assets and that he had launched a joint investigation unit with the British, who had accepted to cooperate. He specified having been invited by the British to a Eurojust coordination meeting, the Justice European Interpol, dedicated to the Zlochevsky case.
So he gets invited from Europe to a meeting in November 19th to deal specifically with cooperation with the Zlochevsky case.
Following an internal investigation, on December the 1st, a lawsuit was launched at the Prosecutor General's office request against the employee who signed the letter that had allowed Zlochevsky to recover his $23 million.
The investigation found the former corrupt prosecutor that helped unfreeze the assets of Zlochevsky and started to launch investigations and civil penalties against him.
On the 15th of December, the specialized anti-corruption prosecutor was charged with taking the lead in the investigation over the gas licenses attribution cases. On the 21st of December, the file was handed over to the Anti-Corruption Bureau to be investigated. And finally, on the 4th of February 2016, Ukrainian justice ordered the seizure of all of Zlochevsky's personal property and real estate in the country. The event was so important that a press dispatch was produced for the occasion. In short,
now, all we hear, with no proof whatsoever, from everyone is, he wasn't investigating Burisma. He wasn't. Now, is this proof, just all of this on paper, that the investigation was proceeding? Not necessarily. But what's their proof? Just the word of, well, we're meeting with this guy, we're talking to him, and then all of a sudden in November, after we know Hunter Biden was getting emails saying you need to reach out to your dad to deal with pressure, all of a sudden they're like, okay, we want him fired.
These dormant cases still seem to be pretty active. That being said, the best way to know whether or not Shokin really was investigating might still be to ask him. And
now, we're going to see what Shokin says here. What this guy producing this, remember, it's in 2020. What he doesn't know, and we now know, is now we have Devon Archer's testimony saying on December 4th, 2015, Zlochevsky was saying, I'm worried about Ukrainian government investigations. It's amazing.
So, here are Shokin's main declarations.
And I know what Pisco, they'll just say, Shokin's corrupt. You can't listen to anything he says.
Over this year. I attempted to continue the investigations, but on or around June or July of 2015, the US ambassador, Geoffrey R. Pyatt, told me that the investigation had to be handled with white gloves, which implied to do nothing. I was investigating Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma. Hunter Biden was appointed to the board of the firm, which was an appointment made by Zlochevsky in order to protect himself. Biden landed here a group of such managers who are personally indebted to him and depend on him. Everybody knew about that. Concerning Zlochevsky, there were hints. After all, his company at that time was very famous. And everyone understood that he didn't take such people to his board of directors for no reason. The US Ambassador Pyatt talked to me about the cases against Zlochevsky. All the problems happened because I didn't understand the hints to stop the investigation on abuses by Burisma. At first I was gently prompted and led to it. There were many such approaches. All subsequent events are a consequence of my refusal. We even planned to interrogate Hunter Biden, Devon Archer, but we didn't have time. President Poroshenko told me several times that Biden demanded my dismissal. Biden took this very seriously. He promised Poroshenko to bring a compromat proving my corruption. As Poroshenko said, he brought fuck all. If the vice president of the USA had evidence of my corruption, he would have used it in his interests. All criminal cases against Burisma and Zlochevsky were illegally dropped under Lutsenko's supervision.
Now you might say, well, Shokin's corrupt, why would we believe him? But he says two things there that are very intriguing, right? In addition to the huge accusations that he was basically being told by the ambassador to drop the case, he says, one, if they're smearing me as corrupt, how is the most powerful country in the world, the United States, how have they not been able to find evidence of it? Literally their evidence is, well, this diamond case, that some other people did something and we don't really have a connection to Shokin, and you didn't go after corruption hard enough. That's it? And it falls flat, and he's right, because when you look at all the other prosecutors in Ukraine before and after him, they never were treated the way Shokin was by Biden. The United States and other places wasn't demanding their firing like they were with Shokin, such as Lutsenko, who we'll get to at the end here. So it's very interesting. And then he flat out says it. When Lutsenko came in, he dropped the cases.
Joe Biden claims that my declarations are false, and yet all my words are nothing but truth. I had explained this in an interview for the American television network ABC, but this section was never broadcast on television. Just like most segments of our conversation, which lasted almost 2 hours. Yes, you heard it right. Shokin was interviewed by ABC News.
Did you know that? Did you know ABC interviewed Shokin? Doesn't that seem relevant? Why didn't the FBI interview him, for one? And second, don't you think it's important that the American people get to hear from this guy? Let's see how that went.
Which cut off most of the interview, and apparently didn't make it available on their website afterwards. We have contacted over the issue more than 20 times the 3 ABC's journalists to get more explanations, without ever getting an answer. But the most interesting thing is that Shokin, who apparently doesn't really trust American media outlets, had asked his assistant to record the interview with his phone. And so here are the notorious interview's highlights, which apparently never appeared on ABC News. What do you think?
So, now we're going to see ABC interview Shokin. Here's what he said, and then instead of showing any of this, ABC shows like a little 2-minute clip. and leaves out all of these allegations. Do you think if he was accusing Trump of this shit that they would have edited it out? Just curious.
Think about Joe Biden's statements.
Повторяю еще раз и акцентирую на этом внимание. Джо Байден никогда формально не сделал ни о моей работе, ни о моей личности, ни о моей коррупции, ни о чем. Я повторяю, что если бы, я в этом уверен, обладая такими широчайшими возможностями, вице-президент США имел какие-то либо доказательства моих каких-то неправильностей, он бы давно это сказал формально для всех.
Were you investigating on Burisma?
Взял документ, сколько было уголовных дел в отношении Burisma и Zlochevsky.
Here is a document showing how many investigations there were regarding Mr. Zlochevsky and Burisma.
Вот. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, did you get that? You want to do it again?
Yeah, let me have close up.
Mr. Shokin, can you do that again?
А можете, пожалуйста,
показать еще раз, пожалуйста.
пальцем пересчитать, вот как вы сделали.
Пожалуйста.
Now, surely ABC mentioned this and then was able to debunk these investigations. Oh, wait, no. They just buried it and cut the evidence. It'd be nice if I got to interview Shokin, but when Shokin tried to come over to testify, his visa was denied when he was trying to talk to other news outlets. I'm sorry, I retract that. That may have been Lutsenko. I'd love to talk to Victor Shokin and see what he had to see.
You're saying there were 6 investigations against Burisma?
Да. И что получилось? Почему он сейчас не расстрел? Я объясню. Потому что генеральный прокурор Лутсенко 2015 года, да, и я думаю, что было очевидно, что мы придем к тому моменту, когда начнем проводить следственные действия и с Хантером Байденом, и с Злочевским, и с другими нанятыми представителями, которые имели влияние в тот период в США.
What did you think when Joe Biden insulted you?
Ну, давайте немного к истории. Дело в том, что это все он сказал уже намного позже, когда меня уволили. Когда шла речь кулуарно у него с президентом, с Порошенко, еще с кем-то, нигде, повторяю еще раз, а формально, официально он это не заявлял. Он это заявил через полгода. Мне сложно оценить его моральное качество, потому что я уже дал под поводу своего интервью. Это человек только может говорить, который мира, не уважает матерей, которые родили и его в том числе.
It's pretty fun to find that same journalist of ABC in the process of asking questions to the Ukrainian President Zelensky, who does not really want to lie to please.
Yeah, you want to hear Zelensky? Now, Zelensky, it's funny knowing what we know about him now. By the way, is it maybe the reason we're sending billions of dollars is because Zelensky has compromise on Biden? Because he knows where the bodies are buried, and he knows he could end Joe Biden and the Democrats? So they're just going to unquestionably send him everything that he ever wants? Maybe. But you can see Zelensky here, he doesn't know who's going to win the 2020 election. So he can't take a side. He can't be like, yeah, fuck Biden. Because Biden's running against Trump. So he's like, I ain't saying shit. But look how aggressive the reporters are trying to get him to be like, but isn't Trump corrupt? Trump's corrupt, right? Trump's corrupt. This same reporter is very meek when we're talking about Joe Biden. Oh, Joe Biden's corruption, he sits there very meek. Let's see how meek he is here with Zelensky.
He's the journalist.
President Trump asked you to investigate Joe Biden. Is that why the new prosecutor general is reviewing the Burisma case?
And we have many criminal problems, so okay.
So to be clear, though, you did that because President Trump asked you to.
What did he ask?
To review the Burisma. You're against corruption, so I'm curious. What do you think of a president asking a foreign nation to investigate a political rival? Is that corrupt?
I think that this is not corruption because it was just called.
Do you think it's corrupt if a president asks a foreign nation to investigate his political rival?
Тому що якщо я, як президент України, буду коментувати згідно законодавства розмову пана Трампа, а значить це буде втручання в ваш виборчий процес.
But do you think President Trump was corrupt to ask you? Do you think President Trump was corrupt in asking you?
Я не відчував тиск і вплив.
So to be clear, you don't want to judge him? in English. You don't want to judge President Trump. It's not your place, is what you're saying.
Дивіться, я не дам вам можливості змінювати мою позицію. Я не хочу коментувати законність дій президента будь-якої іншої країни.
But the bad face of some...
Huh. Wow. Well, that guy, all of a sudden, he found his balls when he was trying to get a talking point that Trump was bad, right? Huh. But Trump's the worst, right? Trump's corrupt, right? Nah, I'm not saying that. But can you just say he's corrupt? So what you're saying is you feel pressured to say he's not corrupt. But when the Shokin's sitting there like, I got all this evidence of Biden's corruption, he's just like, huh.
Some journalists can go even further, like here on CNN. Quite a character, this Zelensky, who answers the questions we ask him.
His answer was evasive, relying on semantics. Did you feel pressure from President Trump to investigate the Bidens in order to unfreeze military aid?
I understood. I'd like to tell you that I never feel pressure. And I'd like to think, and my actions suggest, no one can put pressure on me.
Now you hear there, he says, no one can pressure me, Jake. That's different from saying no one did pressure me.
We let every...
Are you fucking kidding me? He has a war to fight. Our election's the least of his concerns. Well, this was 2020, right? So there wasn't a war yet. And put yourself in Zelensky's position. I don't blame him. You know, regardless if Russia invades or not, you're going to heavily rely on money from the United States for your country to exist. So there's option A or option B, and people are like, can you talk shit on option A? He's like, I ain't talking shit on anyone, because whoever wins, I want to be my buddy. So he's not going to talk trash on Trump, even if he thought Trump was guilty. So I get what he's doing, but the media's aggressiveness of attacking him when the people that are talking about possible Biden corruption, they don't give a shit about that.
Everyone form an opinion regarding the argument, repeated time and time again, that Shokin was not investigating Burisma, and whether or not arguing the opposite would qualify as a conspiracy theory.
There you see, they're calling it a conspiracy. And, like, what evidence did they support that the investigation of Burisma? They just repeat it over and over and over and over and over and over and over, as you've seen, that's been presented very well here. And then when someone like me is like, well, they froze the assets, they did this, they did that, people are like, you're conspiracy theorists. No one has time to put up with all your conspiracy theory bullshit. See, they just listen to and they say, they'll say all the time, oh, the mainstream media, what do you mean by that? Do you see how this works? They repeat a narrative enough and then say, well, it's just true, and to question it's a conspiracy theory. And when you look at the data and stuff like that, the details behind shit, they don't have anything. It's all false bravado.
Let us further develop our analysis with an important information. When the Ukrainian justice ordered the seizure of Zlochevsky's assets, coincidentally, Joe Biden intensified his pressure on Shokin only a few days after this event.
And this is, can see here. And now this is what I've been saying for a long time, before the Devon Archer testimony. So yes, the quid pro quo. Now this is the timeline that we know. He's going to give the timeline. This presentation's from 2020, which it's criminal that this damn presentation didn't make its way to the United States, and I'm just finding out about it now. But here's what we know now. December 4th, 2015, Zlochevsky tells Hunter Biden, I'm feeling pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. Can you call your dad to help deal with it? Then Hunter calls his dad. Then his dad, 5 days later, flies to Ukraine and gives his infamous quid pro quo. That's in December. Right after Hunter Biden called him to deal with the pressure. He's on a plane 5 days later demanding the firing of Shokin. But the firing didn't occur. However, in February then, assets are frozen by Shokin of Zlochevsky. Right after, and this is what we've known forever, the Devon Archer parts knew about the December call. Right, and so when I'm debating Destiny from a couple months ago, this is what I'm saying. I'm like, listen, all of a sudden the assets get frozen, and all of a sudden Biden's, we got to get rid of this fucker. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Wouldn't at that point Biden be like, oh, wait a minute, they are doing things to investigate corruption? But no, they up the intensity to fire him when he ups the intensity on the Burisma investigation.
Yeah. Thus we learned that Biden called Poroshenko no less than 4 times in 8 days. in order to reassert his position. There would be no money as long as Shokin remains in office. Poroshenko then gave in, and on the 16th of February...
So the assets are frozen, and then in the next 8 days, Biden calls 4 times. Fire Shokin, fire Shokin, fire Shokin, fire Shokin.
He asks Shokin to write his resignation letter, which the prosecutor did 3 days later. At this point, we do not claim anything more. It must be kept in mind that coincidences happen. But clearly, the events here are serious enough to deserve a thorough investigation.
Which has always been my take. Why did the FBI choose to not investigate? Why wasn't there a special counsel? Why didn't they interview Shokin? Why didn't they use FISA warrants, or if you say, well, it wasn't foreign surveillance court worthy? Why didn't they use spies like Stephen Halper? Why didn't they raid lawyers' offices? Why weren't they subpoenaing records? Why didn't they do any of that? That's what they did with Trump. Here it's just a big coincidence.
And not a simple copy-paste from media outlets relying on questionable and unchecked information.
Yeah, why didn't the media do investigations?
What's important to understand now is what happened exactly after Shokin's resignation in order to secure the $1 billion guarantee. On the 20th of February, the days after Shokin's resignation, Joe Biden called Poroshenko to express his satisfaction and declared that the prosecutor's replacement paved the way to a reform of the prosecutor's office. On the 1st of April, Obama was still describing the $1 billion loan guarantee as a simple possibility. Apparently the racket was still going on, which seemed to not make Poroshenko very happy. For once, he was on the wrong side of the fence. On the 14th of April, Biden called Poroshenko to urge him to designate a new prosecutor general that would bolster the agency's anti-corruption efforts. On the 13th of May, Poroshenko designated Lutsenko as new prosecutor general. The next day he received another call from Joe Biden, who welcomed the appointment of Lutsenko, quote, a first step to bringing much-needed reform. He then announced that the $1 billion guarantee could finally be agreed upon.
So Lutsenko gets put in, Biden says the next day, yes, great, now we can give you the money. Lutsenko's good.
Which was done on the 3rd of June, in the presence of Poroshenko and Ambassador Payat. Hence, Joe Biden obtained what he wanted, albeit not in 6 hours, but in 5 months, the replacement of Shokin with Lutsenko. All these pressures to make Shokin resign are truly astonishing. Not that we claim Mr. Shokin was a perfect prosecutor general, but a more nuanced analysis of his case seems absolutely necessary. Let us look at the way the press presented Shokin's resignation at the time, since he then was of no importance to the American domestic political life. Hence, on the day...
Now, I want to preface this. They're going to take this into a direction that I hadn't thought of previously, that I think is actually quite amazing. They're going to explain corruption in the prosecutor's offices in Ukraine and potentially what was going on. And I find this case to be very compelling. Incidentally, one of the things that Pisco tried to get me on Twitter was he wanted me to point blank say, do I think Viktor Shokin was corrupt? And I said, I don't know, it's complicated probably, but that's because everyone in Ukraine is corrupt. In fact, I think that almost everyone in high-level politics around the world is some level of corruption. But I didn't see evidence that he was personally getting bribes from Burisma or anything like that. And Pisco is just like, victory. And that's when I had to explain to him, like, just because someone's corrupt doesn't mean that you can't force his firing for personal reasons if he's corrupt on other things, right? I already went through that earlier here, so I'm not running from that conversation. But I find this very interesting, looking at what people were saying about Shokin and this story that he's going to explain about corruption. I hadn't thought of this, and I find it very interesting.
Shokin resigned, the New York Times unapologetically reminded that he had been criticized for turning a blind eye to corrupt practice of a venal and entrenched elite rooted in the country. But he also emphasizes that he played an important role in balancing competing political interests, thus helping maintain stability during a treacherous era. This same newspaper reasserted at the beginning of the year that knowing whether or not Shokin was indeed conducting a legitimate investigation against Burisma, or if he tried instead to get a bribe, aroused considerable debate among Ukrainian and American officials. This is the New York Times. For now, it is hard to know where the truth lays, but an investigation from the Independent will get us closer to it. Here, Shokin is described as someone that is dependent, obedient to his bosses and following orders, who tries to avoid scandals, qualities that allowed him to survive in this hostile environment. We then learned that he had been promoted at the beginning of the 2000s thanks to pressures from Poroshenko, but that his employer at the time never had to complain about him, since he was a competent investigator who didn't spare himself in order to successfully find the killers of journalist Georgy Kongadze, murdered in 2000. In conclusion, Shokin is here described as a man who is not bad in itself, but is typical of the Soviet period, when investigators never disturbed the nomenklatura elite.
Did you see who said that?
Spare himself in order to successfully find the killers of journalist Georgy Kongadze, murdered in 2000. In conclusion,
Shokin was the embodiment of a post-Soviet prosecutor. In summing up, David Sakraverdilis used a similar formula. That's the very deputy prosecutor that Pisco and the Western media outlets have cited to say Shokin was corrupt. So here's his comment. He says, Shokin wasn't a bad man per se. He was simply a man of another era, a typical post-Soviet Ukrainian prosecutor. So the picture that's being painted is, this is a dude that just listened to his boss, and went to work every day, and wasn't trying to rock the boat, and was just doing what his boss told him.
Conclusion, Shokin is here described as a man who is not bad in itself, but is typical of the Soviet period, when investigators never disturbed the nomenklatura elite. Finally, there is another important information. Apparently, Shokin would not have been no more, no less corrupt than his predecessors. These accounts confirm us in our astonishment over the course of our investigation. A number of witnesses harshly criticized former prosecutor Shokin. Certainly, no one can deny that this one deserves objectively critics. But why such verbal abuse, coming from such high-placed people just a few months after his arrival at the head of a very corrupt institution, where it is difficult to work miracles so fast? What could Shokin have done so badly? Once again, the Independent's investigation will be helpful, because it talks about Burisma. This newspaper explains that the Burisma investigations obey to a well-practiced pattern of corruption in Ukraine. Prosecute an oligarch, seize his assets, and then negotiate a bribe to close the investigation. And the journalist mentions that Poroshenko was at the heart of this extortion scheme. From that moment...
Now this is the angle they're taking it, and it's very interesting. What they're saying is Poroshenko's corrupt. Now that's very interesting, and they're going to show you evidence that Poroshenko had been known to be corrupt even by the United States as early as the 2000s. So why was he the favorite of the Obama-Biden State Department to become president? This dude is basically the puppet of the United States, the Ukrainian president Poroshenko. So the argument they're making is like Poroshenko would have his prosecutors go after wealthy businesses, threaten to seize their assets and shit, and say, look, unless you pay us a bribe, we're going to continue this investigation. And Shokin may have been a man who was just told, go investigate these guys, because Poroshenko's plan was, I'll have my guy investigate them until they pay me a bribe and then tell Shokin, okay, drop the investigation. So Shokin necessarily wouldn't be involved in the bribery. He wouldn't even know about it. He would just know, I was told to investigate, I investigated, I was told to drop the investigation, I dropped the investigation.
Momentum, we start to better grasp the magnitude of the scandal. And we understand that the problem isn't so much Shokin, as it is in fact the president and the Ukrainian government. Meanwhile, the Qatari news channel Al Jazeera accurately informs us. The news outlet also confirms the fact that Poroshenko controlled Shokin, who could have never tackled high-level corruption without the approval of the president, which was therefore missing. Yegor Sobolev, the MP heading the Parliamentary Anti-Corruption Commission, even concludes with these words. There isn't enough political will at the parliamentary and presidential levels to establish a real justice. And all these corrupt judges, all these corrupt prosecutors, allow the new president and many members of the parliament to continue corrupt schemes that were established before the revolution. This declaration is...
You see what they're saying? The reason that Shokin was unable to end corruption is because the leadership, Poroshenko, didn't want corruption to end. So then to say, well, Shokin needs to go because there's still corruption, well, maybe it was the president that needed to go. But despite the fact the U.S. had suspected Poroshenko of corruption beforehand, they decided to work with him.
It's truly horrifying. Let us add that a few months later, Poroshenko's party suspended Sobolev from his position, from which he had blocked more than 300 bill projects, including provisions that would facilitate practices of corruption. The worst thing is that Poroshenko's corrupt character has been known to American officials for at least 15 years, and this 2006 diplomatic cable in which the embassy stated that Poroshenko was tainted with credible accusations of corruption. Finally, it should obviously be noted that this information can be found in the American press. However, it is usually very limited and seldom placed on the front cover, something I call the page 27 syndrome. Finding the important information sometimes requires extensive research. Last, let's quote this excellent article from a Reuters blog, explaining that corruption is so bad a Nigerian prince would be embarrassed, and that Poroshenko was determined to maintain control over prosecutors used as a weapon against opponents in business or politics, as we will see. All these elements explain the lack of popularity of Ukraine's political leaders, all perceived as corrupt. So there are only two main hypotheses left. Either Shokin was genuinely working, and so the Burisma investigations were moving forward, either Shokin was not working in an honest manner, because Poroshenko was trying to extort money from Zlochevsky. In order to do so, he would have ordered Shokin to keep investigating so as to have leverage on the oligarch. So, according to these two hypotheses, the investigations could only be moving forward, indeed more or less rapidly, and facts indeed show that they did make progress.
You see what he's saying? So even if it was true that Poroshenko and company was trying to solicit a bribe from Zlochevsky, Zlochevsky still didn't like Shokin because the investigation was threatening him. So if the investigation was going on because Shokin's just a good guy who's trying to weed out corruption, you could understand why Zlochevsky would be pissed. But if he was investigating because he was trying to solicit a bribe from himself or from Poroshenko, Shokin would still be pissed. Either way, Biden forcing the firing of that prosecutor and then resulting in the investigation being buried is still corruption.
And so in both cases, Zlochevsky would have certainly been dissatisfied with Shokin. Joe Biden's pressures would have acted in the oligarch's interests. And so the vice president was in a particularly problematic situation of conflict of interests. So this reasoning is certainly only logical. But it turns out that the thorough investigation of a New York Times reporter allows us to confirm this. He says that Mr. Zlochevsky's lawyers were relieved by the dismissal of Mr. Shokin.
Do you see this? Do you see what that just said? The entire debate we're having is, wow, when it was okay. Remember, what did I tell you? It is the linchpin, the absolute linchpin of their defense, that Joe Biden was okay to force the firing of Shokin because it harmed Burisma. It didn't help them, it harmed him. And now they're trying to say, oh, well, no, actually, even the board was told that Shokin was under their thumb. Now, I understand I don't have much of a reach. But I was blown away when I saw that article. Blown away. Because that article shows as early as 2019, I believe it's from, the New York Times was literally reporting that Burisma was excited with the firing of Shokin and happy with the replacement that Biden's pressure had resulted in. From the New York Times in 2019. Did Joe Biden's push to remove the prosecutor help Hunter Biden's employer? Zlochevsky allies were relieved by the dismissal of Shokin, the prosecutor whose ouster Mr. Biden sought, according to people familiar with the situation. Shokin was not aggressively pursuing investigations into Zlochevsky or Burisma, but the oligarch's allies say Shokin was using the threat of prosecution to solicit bribes from Mr. Zlochevsky and his team, and that left the oligarch's team leery of dealing with the prosecutor. So the New York Times is reporting that people on Burisma's team are saying, we're happy that Shokin's gone. But wait, there's more. Mr. Shokin was replaced by a prosecutor named Lutsenko, whom former vice president later called someone who was solid at the time. Mr. Zlochevsky's representatives were pleased by the choice, concluding they could work with Lutsenko to resolve the oligarch's legal issues. Well, Lutsenko initially took a hard line against Burisma. Within 10 months after he took office, Burisma announced that Lutsenko and the courts had fully closed all legal proceedings and pending criminal allegations against Zlochevsky. The oligarch, who fled the country amid investigations by previous prosecutors, was removed by a Ukrainian court from the wanted list and returned to the country. Did you see that? That's not InfoWars, that's not Alex Jones, that's not robnoerr, that's not Breitbart, that's the New York fucking Times. Saying, in 2019, we reached out to people connected to Burisma, they said we were happy. We thought Shokin wasn't investigating, except that he was putting pressure on us so that he could get a bribe. So we were happy that he was gone. So we're happy Shokin's gone. Thank you, Biden, for getting rid of Shokin. Oh, and then the guy he's replaced with, we're happy with that. We know we could work with him and get the case dropped, and that's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. I tweeted it out. Pisco respond. That got 2 reposts and 3 likes. 1 comment, quit distracting from Trump, I think was ironic. There you go. That's what it's like to be on the cutting edge of proving all of this corruption and have no one listen to you on Twitter. What's the argument going to be? What's the argument now? Actually, the New York Times was wrong. They were wrong in this instant. And it's just a coincidence that Hunter called his dad because Zlochevsky told him to call his dad to alleviate pressure. And then his dad fired Shokin, and then pressure was relieved. It's all coincidence, and this New York Times reporting was wrong. Let's go back to the video here.
They claim that Mr. Shokin used the threat of prosecution to solicit bribes from Mr. Zlochevsky, which left the oligarch's legal team leery of dealing with the prosecutor. We
Thanks for
therefore
the
have
follow.
confirmation of our analysis and the answer to the fundamental problem. Joe Biden's actions indeed serve the interests of...
Oh, and remind me, there's one more thing about Lutsenko that's not in this video that I want to show you afterwards. In fact, I should probably do it now. I think they'll talk more about Lutsenko, but let's see, I think I had this pulled up. You're not going to believe this. You're literally not going to believe this. I mean, this is unbelievable. So they get rid of Shokin, then they bring on this guy Lutsenko, right? Who Biden says was a good guy at the time. We thought he was good. Ah, shucks, he closed the investigation into my son's company. Shucks. You ready for this bombshell? There's a group that I've talked about a lot. Blue Star Strategies. Karen Tramontano and Sally Painter, I think was their name. I know they're full of it, but proving that they're full of it is fantastic. I wouldn't have done 1/10 of this research if I didn't have someone like Pisco with his bullshit defense that I enjoy swatting down. Right? So Blue Star Strategies, the lobbying firm that's connected to Burisma, that's reaching out. Hey, Hunter Biden works here. Can we talk to someone at the State Department? Blah, 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 blah. That's Blue Star Strategies, right? You want to see something that blew my mind when I read it today? So Shokin's out. Lutsenko's in. Hunter Biden business associates close with replacement of Ukrainian prosecutor. After then Vice President Joe Biden succeeded in pressuring Ukraine to remove its general prosecutor Shokin, the next person to hold the job had ties to Hunter Biden. Yuri Lutsenko, the prosecutor general who took over for Shokin after his ouster in 2016, had relied on the same lobbyist representing Ukrainian's energy company Burisma and its chief executive for years, State Department emails suggest. Hunter Biden personally brought those lobbyists into Burisma deal in 2015 for the purpose of shutting down the investigation. The connection is newly relevant due to a fresh debate about whether Shokin was actually investigating Burisma at the time Biden had him removed. The debate sparked last week from testimony from Devon Archer, who said Burisma's board members were fed a narrative which Ukrainian prosecutor general did not pose a threat. In 2015, Hunter Biden arranged for Sally Painter and Carrie Tramontano of the lobbying firm Blue Star Strategies to begin working for Burisma and its chief executive Zlochevsky. A Burisma executive said the ultimate purpose of the contract with Blue Star would be to close down any cases pursuits against Nikolai in Ukraine. I trust Sally and Karen implicitly, so I believe we're all aligned, Hunter replied to the Burisma executive, according to an email. Internal State Department emails from 10 months later suggest Painter told the State Department that at the time, she was representing Lutsenko. Did you get that? Did you get that? The guy who becomes the prosecutor after Biden forces his firing literally is represented by the lobbying firm for Burisma. Literally, the same lobbyists that are contacting the State Department. Hunter Biden works here. He's a great dude. We didn't do anything wrong. That's getting paid. Who's since been fined for lobbying for Burisma. Are literally the lobbyist in the United States for Lutsenko, the prosecutor that's tasked with investigating Burisma. Burisma and the prosecutor looking into Burisma have the same representation. They're both paying the same lobbying firms. I was blown away. I saw that today. I was like, what the... Are you kidding me? It's a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Let's keep reading. Internal State Department 10 months later say Painter told the State Department that at the time she was representing Lutsenko. George Kent, there he is again, the guy that's reaching out saying, don't investigate our allies that Obama Soros is paying in Ukraine. That guy. At the time, a high-level State Department official focused on Eurasian affairs complained to other high-level State Department officials that Painter had effectively bullied him in a phone call regarding Lutsenko, the Shokin replacement. Painter told Kent, according to a September 2016 email, that she had represented Lutsenko's interest in the U.S. for 5 years. This meant that Painter, who Hunter Biden brought in to help shield Burisma from legal scrutiny, was claiming to have been simultaneously representing the prosecutor who replaced Shokin after Shokin was fired. In other words, she's representing Burisma and the prosecutor that's looking into them. In the same email, Kent went on to note that Blue Star Strategies, Painter's company, had offered to connect Lutsenko with Hillary Clinton's team. At the time, most political operatives believed Clinton was weeks away from winning the presidency. Blue Star has promised they could arrange access to high levels of the Clinton campaign, Kent said, Lutsenko told him. Blue Star Strategies later come under investigation by the Justice Department for allegations of unregistered foreign lobbying. Painter and Tramontano later registered for their work with Zlochevsky under the FARA Act, but not until last year, despite the firm's failure to comply with FARA. Did they go to jail like Manafort? Nope. No, only Trump-connected people go to jail for failing to register as far. They're allowed to retroactively sign paperwork. Only Trump's people go to jail. An IRS whistleblower told lawmakers in May that in 2020, Assistant Attorney Leslie Wolf shut down an effort to get a search warrant for Blue Star Strategies. Whether Shokin was indeed investigating Burisma and Zlochevsky at the time Vice President Joe called for Shokin's removal has become a flashpoint. Archer, Hunters said, offered little clarity. Archer conceded Shokin was a threat. Then he was fired and somehow Burisma was left off the hook. But he also said Burisma board members were told a different version. Here's the email, just in case people don't trust the source. I read, by the way, 197 pages. I read every fucking page in this, if you can believe it. The other night. My wife probably loves me. This is George Kent, September 2016. He's writing, the topic was Prosecutor General Lutsenko and has now canceled plans to come to Washington. I wasn't able to scribble notes to follow the specific accusation of bullying remarks. The crux of the accusation was that I had allegedly damaged her firm's representation to Lutsenko and allegedly told him not to have anything to do with them. For the record, I did not tell them that. She then proceeded to make rambling references to not representing Nikolai in the U.S. I presume this is Zlochevsky, because he has legal representation in the U.S. or Burisma, Zlochevsky's company. And she had represented Lutsenko's interest in the U.S. for 5 years. And knew what was legal and what was not. And when it was required to register. And that she was on the board of the Atlantic Council on a pro bono basis, happy to arrange something for Harris, i.e. for Lutsenko to speak. And they have offered a private dinner for Lutsenko that she and her partner Tramontano would have hosted for Lutsenko at no cost. So she's not only claiming that I represented him for 5 years, but she's like, and I'm working with him, and he told me about conversations he had with you, and I'm trying to set up this dinners. Why is all this happening? Why is the lobbyist for Burisma whining and dining in September 2016, the prosecutor that's looking into them? And it just so happens, 2 short months later, he'll drop all the cases into him. Oh, no, Sky, I said early, man. I said I'm going to be here till like 2 in the morning. I did say this was the plan to go deep on this. Continuing.
Of the oligarch, whether or not it was done in a deliberate manner. Consequently, this fact requires Joe Biden's actions to be further investigated. But the New York Times article goes even further. We learn that Mr. Zlochevsky's lawyers were pleased by the appointment of Mr. Lutsenko and felt that they could work with him to resolve the oligarch's legal issues. Textually, working with him to solve the legal problems.
No shit, because now we know that he was being represented by people that were being paid by Burisma. Of course they feel great. Who's the new prosecutor? Oh! A guy that's working with our team. That's represented by the same people we're paying to represent us. Boy, can you imagine Blue Star Strategies are like, okay, our job's to make things look good, make things look good for Burisma. And our job, a separate job, is to make things look good in the United States and to represent Lutsenko. Oh, now Lutsenko's the one investigating Burisma? Oh boy, this will be easy.
Obviously knowing that an honest prosecutor does not work to solve the problems of the indicted people, he investigates and pursues them, that's all. And here we read, while Mr. Lutsenko had initially adopted a hard line against Burisma, 10 months after taking office, the company announced that Mr. Lutsenko and the courts had totally closed all judicial proceedings and criminal proceedings pending against Mr. Zlochevsky and his companies. The oligarch, who had fled the country as a result of investigations by previous prosecutors, was removed from the list of people wanted by a Ukrainian court and came back to the country.
That's the question, Z. That's exactly what I'm questioning. Again, I go back. My focus isn't Zlochevsky. It's not Hunter Biden. It's not Joe Biden. Why was the investigations from our institutions, the mainstream media, but more importantly, our intel communities, why did they cover this up? The George Kent email was from 2016. That New York Times story saying that Burisma was happy it was Lutsenko was 2019. This video that we're watching is from 2020. I was the only person in the country that I know during the Trump-Ukraine impeachment that was screaming my head off. Like, the argument for the defense of Trump is if there was a corrupt case to look into, then Trump did nothing wrong. And I was calling this out way back then, 3 years ago. I've been debating people over and over. The first conversation I ever had with Destiny was like in 2020 on this shit. I was called a conspiracy theorist and dismissed over and over and over. And yet, just like I was right about the pandemic, just like I was right about Russiagate, I am vindicated more every day. Why did our FBI cover this up? Why did the FBI spy on Trump and go after him over a bullshit dossier and bullshit claims that they knew his opposition paid for, that they knew was never verified? And yet with all of this information, they didn't need to talk to Victor Shokin. They didn't need to talk to any of these people. Blue Star didn't register as foreign lobbyists. We won't charge them. We'll let them retroactively file paperwork.
By the way, Burisma welcomed the decision and their victory in a triumphant press release which announced the end of the prosecutions following the cooperation between the company and the Prosecutor General. This was on the 12th of January 2017, 3 days before Joe Biden's last trip to Kiev and 1 week before Donald Trump's inauguration.
So then 3 days after this is closed, Biden's back in Ukraine right after another big Burisma case decision. Is he going to say, oh my God, you just closed the case into Burisma? Remember, his son's still in the board of directors until 2019!
Obviously, the Ukrainian anti-corruption associations vigorously protested against the dismissal of the charges, as Transparency International Ukraine and the Anti-Corruption Center did here. Or here again with Anticorps, Ukraine's biggest anti-corruption website. And both the front picture and the title illustrate what they thought to be the reasons behind this first-class burial. They bluntly conclude the article by writing that actually Burisma is the only motive of Joe Biden in his love for Ukraine.
What all those anti-corruption groups that we're talking about Shokin, now they're saying this is corrupt, Biden just wanted this investigation buried. Whereas, weird how the media that was quoting them all about Shokin, they don't have shit all to say now. Isn't that weird? We don't care about those anti-corruption groups now, right?
Because it's obvious for those who know how Ukraine's General Prosecutor's Office works, and we have detailed its functioning earlier, a sudden dropping of criminal charges after an intensification of the investigations almost certainly signaled the payment of a bribe by the prosecuted individual. This is a typical pattern in Ukraine, one of the worst, most corrupt countries. The dropping of the charges is especially surprising to those aware of the incriminating evidences against Mykola Zlochevsky. For example, the sole fraud accusation surrounding the self-attribution of gas licenses had been corroborated by a remarkable investigation from the Wall Street Journal in 2015. As for Yuri Lutsenko, the facts speak for themselves. Remember,
company Burisma is a great company with 3 main cases.
This is Lutsenko. This is the prosecutor that had the same lobbyist that Burisma had. Here's him talking about Burisma. This is the prosecutor that was investigating them.
So the first case about non-paying taxes, we have finished this case. They have paid money, and according to Ukrainian law, maybe it is crazy for you or for American, but according to Ukrainian law, when they have paid money, they are free. The case was closed. I am sure that it was legal and successful for Ukrainian budget.
Ще раз повторюся, загальна сума несплати – мільярд гривень. Експертиза нарахувала 160 мільйонів гривень податків.
A great success!
In short, all these elements show that there is around a 95% probability that Zlochevsky indeed paid Poroshenko in order to end the prosecution, since his innocence cannot be completely ruled out. To this point, we have mainly talked about concrete facts, but I would now like to share what is no more than an intuition, completely arguable since I do not have any solid evidence to support it, if not the hours I've spent analyzing Viktor Shokin's actions and interviews. I tend to think that he was saying the truth on the Burisma case, and that at least until the end of 2015, he was genuinely investigating. I obviously take no position regarding the other cases. I have several reasons to think this way. First, the case is extremely sensitive from an international point of view. It is overseen by Eurojust. It directly affects the image of Ukraine's legal authorities, which had already been humiliated by the $23 million episode in London. Then, because there are occasions when Shokin can be very combative. For example, it must be noted that Shokin first contested his dismissal in Ukrainian courts, before bringing his case to the European Court of Human Rights. Does a simply corrupt prosecutor do this? Put himself back into the international spot?
It's a great point. Shokin went everywhere trying to say, this was corrupt, I shouldn't have been fired, this was corrupt, this was corrupt, I was corrupt. If he was really corrupt and he was paid these bribes and he's not criminally charged for it, he's just let go. Wouldn't you just ride off into the sunset? Think about this. If Burisma paid him and this new prosecutor comes in and the investigation is buried, Burisma is going to be reaching out to Shokin like, dude, shut your fucking mouth. Stop talking about this case. We just want it to go away. And yet here he is going everywhere he can, to every court he can, testifying how corrupt it was he was fired.
Spotlight. Because there is one thing that appears very clearly when one carefully listens to him. By and large, Shokin is a patriot, and it is easy to imagine him resisting, as a matter of principle, to the pressures of the highly controversial employer of a foreign leader's son, especially when that leader is trying to get him fired. But most of all, it is the main hypothesis that makes the most sense considering Zlochevsky's lawyer's statements. Why would have they been so critical of Shokin and so happy with Lutsenko's appointment when we know the latter's crookedness? But these are only simple leads to be examined by other future investigations, which might very well come to a different conclusion. And let us state again that, in any case, this issue doesn't change anything about the main point, Joe Biden's involvement.
Right!
Since the investigations were moving forward, he de facto helped the oligarch, voluntarily or not. But just as in American movies, there's a final twist at the end. Someone that rises alone and who helps the truth come to the light.
Now this guy, he's going to talk about George Kent. And what's funny is, despite the fact that my estimation of George Kent is he's someone who's working with Victoria Nuland in the State Department to sort of push through this agenda where they're making Ukraine basically a puppet state of the United States and to achieve the goals of the Biden-Obama administration, the Obama-Biden administration. That's what they're doing. But he's going to use the words of George Kent to further illustrate his
man is George Kent. He is a civil servant working for the State Department. In 2014-2015, he was the anti-corruption coordinator for Europe, before becoming deputy chief of mission to the American embassy in Kiev. During his closed-door testimony to the Congress on the 15th of October, he revealed a number of elements. Mr. Kent thus said that in February 2015, 9 months after Hunter Biden's appointment, he had shared his concerns over Hunter's presence in Burisma's executive board with the vice president's staff. But he then explains that he was abruptly turned down and that no one was willing to address the topic. Another argument was rehearsed in the media. Biden had not been the only one asking for Prosecutor General Shokin's dismissal. It had in fact been an international movement, which included the IMF and the European Union.
That's Pisco's argument, that's Sitch's argument, that's Destiny's argument. They're just repeating what the Washington Post said. Oh, actually, it wasn't just Biden, it was the IMF, it was the EU, it was the UK, all this Western pressure.
Yet Kent explained that the United States were actually the leading voice against Shokin, and that their voices mattered a lot. When asked if the United States had been the first to push for a change of prosecutor, Kent implies it was indeed the case. He indicates that the US were coordinating with the other institutions on this issue, and that the US had greater interests at stake in doing so. Unfortunately, it doesn't specify what were these interests. All these elements seriously weakened
Thank you so much for the follow.
Others were the leading voice against Shokin,
but
many of them were merely following the United States position. Furthermore, this seems to be corroborated by subsequent developments. Oddly enough, just about all of these institutions allegedly independently concerned with the Shokin issue seem to have mysteriously aligned with the American stance. A surprising...
Yep. Where were they? Where's the IMF? Where's the EU? Where's the UK? once the investigation into 2014, that's all they could talk about. Oh, this Burisma, oh, it's corrupt. Oh, we need to get this money back. Then Hunter Biden gets told by Burisma's owner, hey, you got to call your dad to deal with this pressure. He calls his dad. All of a sudden, the pressure stops. All of a sudden, all of these institutions in the world, they don't give a shit about Burisma anymore. Isn't that odd? And they're okay with Lutsenko, who's corrupt. They're fine with him.
Complacency towards Lutsenko. Moreover, Ken tells us more about Zlochevsky's methods. During a meeting with one of the deputy prosecutors general, he was told that the $23 million had indeed been unfrozen thanks to a $7 million bribe paid to the prosecutor general's office. Consequently, Kent answered that it would be appropriate to arrest Zlochevsky the next time he came to Ukraine, and that the US were furious about this situation. The whole thing is mind-boggling. While the American embassy is advising the prosecutor general's office to arrest Zlochevsky for corruption, the vice president's son is making a fortune working for him. And to say he was working is already a bit much, but we will come back to this point in another video. For now, let's say he was employed by the oligarch. In short, the whole thing says a lot about what the US were blaming Zlochevsky for, and consequently on the problem of having Hunter Biden putting his father in a situation of conflict of interest. It is thus most welcome that on the 4th of October of 2019, the new prosecutor general announced he would closely be controlling the proper functioning of the 15 investigation concerning Zlochevsky. Moreover, Kent also mentions Burisma, and coyly says that the company does not have a good image in Ukraine because it is known for not competing in public tenders relying on the quality of service. Corruption. Most importantly, Mr. Kent says to have met Yuri Lutsenko in the spring of 2016 to evaluate...
Now remember, Lutsenko comes in May, so Kent meets him right away in spring of 2016, right? So let's see what Kent thinks of Lutsenko.
His reliability. At that moment, it quickly became very clear that he was not any more serious about reforming the prosecutorial service than Shokin had been, and he concludes by saying that Lutsenko was simply another corrupt prosecutor general. This is obviously a very important point. It would be necessary for the Congress Investigation Commission to look at the assessments of Lutsenko, performed by the Kiev embassy, and their dates, bearing in mind that the embassy was inevitably consulted regarding the new prosecutor. If the embassy has indicated that he would be better than Shokin, it would be necessary to understand how they could have said such an enormity. But if the embassy maintained his final stance, which was one of mere common sense, about Lutsenko being a bad choice, Joe Biden would then have to justify why he did not oppose his appointment, or at the very least, asked for his dismissal. Because...
Right. So if they knew that he was going to be corrupt in spring of 2016, why didn't they say, we don't want him? Or why didn't they say, okay, he's there, we want him gone? Thank you, Z. It does vindicate everything I've been talking about.
Kent indeed states that the US never asked for Lutsenko's removal, and that they were never as concerned with him as they had been with Shokin. But why? To sum up, Kent declares that Shokin had been more troublesome for the American government in 10 months than Lutsenko was in 3 years. And Kent also notes that the embassy quickly realized he would not be a better prosecutor than Shokin.
So we're told, if you listen to the narrative of the left, Shokin comes in February, mid-February 2015, and by April they want him gone. So February, March, April. Month and a half, and they're like, okay, we are all ready. That's what Pisco's saying, that the EU and the US were saying in Washington. Month and a half, we want this guy gone. Lutsenko, George Kent, the same guy that's saying we wanted Shokin guy, says as soon as he interviews him, like a month in office, he's like, this guy's corrupt, he ain't gonna do shit. 3 years. 3 years. And they don't push for his firing. 3 years. Month and a half with Shokin, 3 years with Lutsenko. Why? What did they say that was the key difference? Well, the only thing for a fact that we know that they spoke that were different was Shokin said, at least on paper and still arguing, I wanted to investigate Burisma. And Lutsenko saying, Burisma's clear. They're good. Investigation over. That's the only difference we could see. Now, Pisco and others will say, well, Lutsenko was better. How? The burden of proof's on them. George Kent doesn't think so. What did Shokin do in a month and a half that justified talking about removing him in April, we're told? But Lutsenko, for his corruption for 3 years, nothing. Where's the list of the prominent corruption that Lutsenko got rid of?
We always fall back to the same questions. Why didn't Biden continue his blackmail so that Lutsenko's appointment be rescinded?
Yep.
Why did he ignore the assessments the embassy made of him? And most importantly, what did Shokin do to Biden to make him react so passionately? What were those interests Shokin was threatening? Couldn't it be because he was truly investigating Burisma? Finally, if Biden's demand that Shokin be removed was truly motivated by the fight against corruption, Poroshenko humiliated him by replacing him with someone that was much worse. From then, it is surprising to see him spontaneously mention the episode in public, with plenty of detail. He did so laughing, showing himself in the best light, exaggerating, lying. Humiliated people don't act like this. They'd rather pass under silence the scathing failure.
Right. What he's saying here is, if it's true that Biden was genuinely trying to fight corruption, and then it blew up in his face because he got rid of Shokin and Lutsenko comes in and it's just as bad as worse, he wouldn't be out there bragging about it. He'd be ashamed. But he's not. He's lying, he's laughing, he's bragging. Why?
But everything happens as if Joe Biden was not humiliated, and that the replacement of Shokin by Lutsenko delighted him. Is it because a few months later, Lutsenko was going to totally whiten Zlochevsky?
You also have a battle, a historic battle against corruption. But I can tell you, you cannot name me a single democracy in the world where the cancer of corruption is prevalent. You cannot name me one. They are thoroughly inconsistent.
Thank you for watching this video to the end. I hope you found it interesting and that you have learned a lot about UkraineGate. In the next video...
Now I'm going to put the link to this again. One of the things, I saw little bits of this video. That's how I found it. I saw someone clipped like a minute of it on Twitter, but they didn't give credit. You can see the website up top there. les-crises.fr. And I think these people deserve a world of credit. So here's the link to this. They have a bunch of stuff in French there, a bunch of investigations, but this page is linked directly to, and you can see they have part 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it says 5, 6, 7, 8 coming soon. I haven't seen them working on much, though, so I don't know if they're still around, but that's incredible. That was 2020. Then when you look at that with stuff that we see now that we know, it's an absolute incredible story. It's surreal. And I'm telling you, I need to go through my phone and all of these articles I have. I'm just looking at some of them. Oh, shit. It's surreal. Wrapping up, watching that video, things we've known since then. Here's the facts that we know that are not disputed. These 4 facts. December 4th, 2015. Devon Archer testifies that Zlochevsky tells Hunter Biden, "I'm under pressure from the Ukrainian government investigations. Call your dad to deal with it." Hunter calls his dad. Hunter's dad gets Shokin fired. The pressure ends. Investigations dropped. On top of that, we know the guy that came in afterwards, Lutsenko, now we're told that he literally had paid the same lobbyist firm that was being paid by Burisma. We know that he buried the investigation. We know that the embassy thought that he was corrupt right out of the gate. We know that he was there for 3 years without anyone suggesting his firing. And yet we're to believe that Shokin was only there 2-3 months and they wanted him fired. Why? There is no good explanation. Does this 100% prove Joe Biden's corrupt? No, it doesn't. There could always be some explanation. However, the preponderance of evidence overwhelmingly suggests that there needs to be an independent investigation of this. However, the group that I'm focused on isn't Joe Biden, it isn't Hunter Biden. Why did the FBI cover this up? Why were they out there when they had access to all of this information? Remember, that production that you just saw, that video that you just saw was from 2020. The FBI had access to all this information by 2020, all of it. They had access to more. They had a confidential human source telling them in 2017, Joe Biden got a $5 million bribe. Doesn't prove it's true, but that's more information that these people that put on this presentation didn't have. So how are they reaching out to social media companies, feigning ignorance or winking and nodding to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story? How'd that happen? How'd 51 former intel officials, including heads of the FBI and CIA and the NSA, say that it was disinformation? They knew all this all along. Where were the FISA warrants? Yeah, FISA's just about foreign terrorism and foreign governments, and a corrupt foreign Russian oligarch in Ukraine doesn't qualify. Really? Okay, even if we say that. Papadopoulos didn't have a FISA warrant against him. They still sent spies like Stefan Halper and Azra Turk. Where were the spies sent against Biden's team? Where was the FBI interviewing principal people like Shokin? Where was that? Where were the raids on houses? Where were the subpoenas? Where was all that? They knew, for example, that Blue Star Strategies were lobbying illegally without registering for this corrupt oligarch. Why not charge them? Turn the screws. That's what they did with Trump's people. They charged Manafort with failing to register foreign lobbyists. They're like, we'll squeeze him. We'll try to get him to flip on Trump. Why didn't they do that with Blue Star Strategies or Hunter Biden? They knew he was registered. He was lobbying as a foreign agent. They didn't put the screws to him. I wonder why. Why didn't they do that? They knew about this shit since 2016. We're now in 2023. They're like, investigation ongoing. How long do you need? Right until the statute of limitations run out or it no longer matters. How many have their own connections to Ukraine? Yeah, right. Now, I go through these details, and I will admit, one of the strategies that's used by people that defend this corruption is to be like, oh, it's such a convoluted, complicated story, and it's a conspiracy that involves tens of thousands of people, and you're just a crazy conspiracy theorist. We can't keep up with all of your bullshit. It's very simple. Do you think that the Piscos of the world and the Destinies of the world and the Jake Tappers of the world and the Rachel Maddows of the world and the Nancy Pelosi's of the world, you think they'd be able to contemplate this story if it was Don Jr. is a member of the board on a hostile foreign gas company? Someone testifies that Don Jr. was told by its corrupt leader, call your dad and get the prosecutor and get these investigations dealt with. Then he calls his dad, and his dad forces the firing of a prosecutor, and the investigations get buried. You think they'd have trouble understanding that story? Oh, no, baby. That story they would understand quite well. But now they just feign, oh, it required the IMF. The IMF had to be corrupt, and the EU had to be corrupt. And it was clear that Shokin's corrupt. It's clear. He was corrupt. Everybody knew he was corrupt. Look how many people said he was corrupt. Look how many people. Why are people like Pisco so heavily defending people that don't give a shit about them? Because it is a crucial part of who Pisco is. and who so many on the left are. The left believes that they're the underdog. They can't acknowledge that the very institutions that they've relied on to attack the people they don't like, the FBI, because Orange Man bad, and Trump's bad, and he's the worst, and whatever it takes to take him down, right? They can't be like, oh, I'm not the little guy. I've actually been part of the exact same type of fascist fucking corruption that I've accused others of for my entire life that I've talked about this, particularly young people. They can't. That's why they could say things like this. They'll say, think about it. Trump, what sets him apart from other politicians, you don't have to believe that this is the case, is that he's a political outsider. You could say, no, he's not. That's fair. I'm not going to argue with that. But he appears to be to the FBI. That's why Chuck Schumer said they're going to find 6 ways of Sunday at getting back. That's the important. Now, it could be that if the FBI would have, instead of coming at Trump with a stick, would have came at him with a carrot and been like, yeah, let's work together and blah, blah, blah. Maybe Trump gives in and he just goes along to get along. Could be. But it doesn't matter. What matters is before he was even sworn in, they were like, this guy's a fucking threat because he's a potential outsider. We're going to take his ass down. And we're going to make sure that everyone knows you can't upset the apple cart anymore. We're not going to tolerate potential outsiders coming in here. We're not going to do it. That's why when I debate, so many people like on Trump's indictments or something like that, and I'll say my issue is with the FBI. My issue is the system being ran fairly or is it a two-tier system? Is it corrupt? That's my big issue. I don't really give a shit about Trump. If he goes to jail, that doesn't really affect me. If Hillary goes to jail, that doesn't really affect me. I care more about the systems. Because long after Trump's gone and Hillary's gone and Biden's gone, the FBI is still going to be there. They're still going to be censoring speech online. They're still going to be locking up people they don't like. Intelligence community is still going to be going to wars in foreign countries. That's going to happen. So what they'll be able to do is they'll say, like, remember Brianna Wu, right? When I'm on that panel with Destiny, she goes, yeah, maybe they should have locked up Hillary. Maybe she should have been charged. Anyways, take down Trump. That's how they look at shit. They don't give a fuck. Hillary's a dime a dozen. There's 50 politicians just like Hillary that'll take over and do the exact same shit. But Trump's considered an outsider. He's considered a threat. And so it is part of it. They could say tit for tat. Trump goes down, someone on our side goes down. But that's like 100% of the people go down that are in positions of power that challenge authority, challenge the institutions, and 1% of the people because they got 100 more just like Hillary or Biden. But what you can't do, the sacred cow, is you can't attack the process. You can't attack the institutions itself. They can't admit, yeah, the media, corporate America, the FBI, they're corrupt and benefiting my side. Because their entire brand is like, we're the little guy. We're the revolution. That's why they can't admit it. They can't. He can't admit, like, I mean, I don't, like, the shit that about the FBI is so obvious. Like, Russiagate was the first thing I talked to Pisco about this. The FISA warrant. They spied on the President of the United States' team. They spied on his team. They got 4 warrants to do it. We were told it was bullshit. Trump was a crazy lunatic for suggesting it. It's 100% proven now. 100%. They spied on him over bullshit that was paid for by Hillary, that was sourced by a Russian who was suspected of being a spy. And they spied on a president's team doing that. They lied to the FISA court to do it. And after we were told for years it was a lie, it was bullshit, it was a conspiracy theory. Now people will say, like Pisco will say, okay, but those people at the head of the FBI are gone, problem solved, no big deal. No big deal. What? These are the people that claimed that Trump was going to be this authoritarian and, oh my God, he kicked Jim Acosta out of a press pool. Imagine had he had his FBI give FISA warrants on his opponent to spy on them based on bullshit. Imagine. But they're okay with it. It's mind-boggling. Anyone who's remotely objective looks at the situation and is like, holy shit. And that's just one small part. It's the same pattern over and over. Paul Manafort didn't register as a foreign lobbyist. He was Trump's campaign manager. Throw him in jail. Oh, what's that? He worked with the Podesta Group, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, when he was doing that? Retroactively filed paperwork. Oh, what's that? Hunter Biden for years was operating as a foreign lobbyist for a company? Nah, no big deal. Oh, what's that? The lobbying firm Blue Star Strategy that was lobbying to the Bidens and the Clintons? Nah, retroactively filed paperwork. Wait a minute, I thought FAR violations were a big deal. No, I guess not when it... And I've told you this. I was like, listen, the investigation into Hunter Biden, this plea deal that fell apart, and that shady shit, which I haven't talked about enough, the key part is they'll have Hunter Biden plead guilty to tax shit. They don't give a fuck about that. Hell, they'd even have him plead guilty to the gun shit. But they don't want him pleading guilty to the FARA shit. Can't have that. They have to pretend like everything that was on the laptop was bullshit. Foreign money? What? What are you talking about? Because that's the line that they've had to embrace. And as they lie, they just have to keep digging in. The lies get more transparent and more brazen. No one ever said lockdowns. We never censored people that said that it could have came from a lab. What are you talking about? Huh? That's odd. Huh? We never said, oh no, wait, Russiagate. No one really I didn't really focus on it. Who really talked about Russia? That's forever ago. They just bullshit you. They just blatantly lie. Now they're doing it with this Burisma shit. As more and more of it, just like with Russiagate, that I was right. More and more of it comes out. And the same people that every step of the way told me Russiagate, no, there's no way. Trump's a stooge of Putin, absolutely guaranteed, blah, 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 blah. Oh man, Carter Page is a spy and blah, 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 blah. No, they didn't. Hillary's team didn't pay for the dossier. Nah, the dossier didn't get used to get a FISA warrant. Nah, Trump wasn't spied. Well, okay, there was a FISA warrant, but that's not technically spying. It wasn't like wiretaps and stuff. Okay, there were wiretaps and stuff, but it was justified because of the allegations. Okay, well, it turns out that the allegations were Hillary's team did pay for them, but still, they're true. Okay, it turns out they weren't true, but still, the FBI verified a lot of the information before they got... Okay, the FBI was unable to verify anything, but surely they did everything in their power to keep looking in a consistent way by the book. Okay, so they were lying on warrants and shit like that to go to the FISA court to be able to get it. It's on and on and on. And then by the time you get to the truth of it at the end, in part because there was never an attempt to hold people accountable, Durham did tell you some of the truth, but he didn't tell you any of the truth that I hadn't been telling you for 3 years. The real role of Durham is a pressure release valve. That's what it is. That's the same with Kevin McCarthy. All these Republicans that are like, we're going to get to the bottom of this shit. Strongly worded. Lindsey Graham, I'm going to write a strongly worded letter. My fingers will fly so fast as I write a letter and go talk to my friend Sean Hannity about the possible corruption of the Biden administration. And I can't wait to get back and sign billions of dollars to the FBI and to the Ukraine, for the very institutions that covered up this corruption. I can't wait to do that, but this letter is going to be strongly worded. Thanks, Lindsey Graham. You're killing it, man. Woo! That's what Durham was there for. Same thing Barr was there for. Just put enough out there so that people will go, oh, look, wow, that was really bad, that was corrupt. But don't hold anyone accountable. Then the people that need to know that it was corrupt, those on the left and those that aren't really paying attention, they'll just say, must not have been that bad, no one got charged. Nothing to see. That's it. And then when I go on debate panels like I showed earlier in here, you get these big brain takes like from I'm Really Important that go, that was Trump's FBI. Trump's FBI was there, so they wouldn't have been biased against him. If Hunter Biden did anything, The Republicans would have got him when they had the House and the president. The Republicans would have did, and they didn't. That proves Hunter Biden didn't do anything. That's the whole point. And nothing will be done this time. By the way. But just know, I know who these fucking people are. I know who they are. They can't win the arguments. They can't. So it's just bullshit. Oh, well, no one got charged, so nothing must have happened. Oh, Trump was there, so his team wouldn't have gone after him. Oh, Rob just Gish gallops, and he doesn't know. He's a conspiracy theorist. No one wants to listen to this. Here's one I heard, right? You go back to that debate I had with Destiny, right? So it's like, as always, anytime I debate him, it's always 4-on-1, 5-on-1, shit like that. Because none of the big left-wing streamers want to debate me 1-on-1 because they know what would happen. Zen Shapiro, Zen Shapiro, put on Twitter, he was like, why don't Rob and IRI, why don't you guys debate? They've tried to set up a debate before with me and IRI. Reached out to me, said, would you debate? I'm really important on Biden's record. I said, abso-fucking-lutely, let's do it. Never heard back. I wonder why. They don't want to debate me. They know. They fucking know. So they just rely on bullshit. Oh, Gish gallops. Let me show you something. So I'm supposed to be debating / talking to someone. I guess it's not officially a debate. What was this shit? Direct message. Spam? Whatever. Oh, we got a big conversation going on by Discord. So I was looking for something that someone sent me. Maybe. Let me give a small streamer a shout out here. Food Shops on Kick. A trans Asian progressive activist I should be talking to Monday. I know next to nothing about them. But, on my Discord, friend of the show, Sky Guy, who always give me nice tips and stuff like that, he was debating this person and suggested they debate me. Let's see how that conversation went. So there's now a group of people, she's asking this group of people, like her supporters, about me.
Hi.
Yeah, what's up?
Wait, what?
Hey, babe, what's up?
Okay. Didn't realize that. Anyway. I would say if you're gonna talk to robnoerr, please, for the love of God, schedule that shit like a month out. Because that's how many hours of random bullshit conspiracy he's gonna throw at you. You're gonna have to read a lot. Yeah, Midnight, bro. This guy is like literally the fucking. He's like the god of throwing random tangential bullshit out and somehow getting you to admit that Hunter Biden's cock is the same thing as fascism or whatever.
There has to be some easy topic, right, to get him on?
No.
No?
No.
Not even social
He's
issues?
a very skilled debater, yeah.
No. He's an excellent debater. He is wrong about everything, but he is an excellent debater. And well, he's not wrong on the facts of everything, but
Will he
he'll use
Gish
those
gallop?
facts to
Won't
support
he
a
Gish
conclusion
gallop
that's
you?
not true. Sorry, what?
Will he Gish gallop you? Like, he won't Gish
Yes.
gallop you? Yeah, he will though, right?
Well,
that's the problem.
The thing about his Gish...
You see, Gish gallop. I heard Destiny say that once, so we'll all just repeat it.
Galloping is there will be some foundation in fact, right? Like I don't think robnoerr outright lies frequently midnight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I
like
wouldn't say
he'll
he lies,
usually
he just uses poor sources, right?
yeah, but he would use like either shoddy sources or be like he'll make like a leap somewhere, but you won't catch where the leap is because it'll be preceded and followed by the longest sentence you've ever heard.
I would skilled debater, but like just I don't know.
Okay, so he debates like Karantos basically.
A little bit, but Karantos has like 1/10 of the IQ that Rob does. Or actually, I don't know if it's like an IQ thing. Nah, it's not an IQ thing. It's like Rob just knows more.
He just said that the black guy had 1/10 the IQ of me. And whoa, wait.
Basically,
You are
like
being
a lot
dishonest. I'm sorry. If he's conservative, he's automatically wrong. It's just a fact. Sorry. It is what it
kinda
is.
true.
Okay.
I wish it weren't the case, but if you are a conservative, like you're probably just wrong.
Yeah.
Usually.
I don't know, he comes off as like pretty reasonable. I mean, I'm not gonna say he's right. but-
Listen, if I'm taking a fact from chill incel, all right. I'm not gonna. I'm kidding. But
okay, Ultra poisoned our brains.
is there
water.
any way to see a debate where he loses?
He's debated Destiny a lot.
Yeah,
A
watch his
lot.
debates with Destiny. They're pretty good.
Fuck. Okay.
And it's like they date back to years ago of like Trump shit.
No, but that actually happened. The CIA did put LSD in towns, like certain towns' water. It's pretty base.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. He probably actually believes on what he's saying because he's such a
I
good
don't think
debater.
Rob's a grifter, yeah.
Yeah, because he actually believes on Jesus.
The problem with Rob is he just knows too much. Like it's almost impossible to beat him because he spends all of his time like reading everything there is to know about like why Trump was actually innocent. Like it's actually like Destiny did debate him, but like it's almost impossible to beat because a lot of his
I'll be right back,
conclusions
guys.
are unfalsifiable. No, it's like debating like I don't know, like religion at a certain point, because he will have like a foundation in fact. He'll be like, okay, this Clinton thing did happen, but then he'll just start making leaps, and you'll be like, wait, why did you make that leap? And then he'll just keep reading off like more shit.
I wonder what he
in
believes
response
on
to
the
your
Serbian
question.
genocide.
So that was someone I'm going to be talking to Monday. Food shops on Kick. So you can go to food shops on Kick. And I should be talking to them Monday. But I play that for a reason. Like, they don't have an argument. Rob knows too much. He spends all of his time. I work 120 hours a fucking week. 95% of the debates I do, I literally turn my computer on, turn a camera on, and go, what's the fucking topic? Let's go. By the way, I told her, I've said, I will be honest. When she emailed me, she asked, the topic was going to be, should people, I have to be careful to even say the word because of the platforms I'm on, people that criminally assault children, I'll put it that way, before, if they have the gumption to do that, but haven't assaulted them yet, should those people admit how they feel and then get treatment? And I said, because I'm banned so much on the platforms I'm on, I don't even want to delve into that topic because what I have to say isn't going to be very friendly to those platforms. But I said, other than that, pick a topic. Whatever. She's like, Pride Parade's fine, do it. Whatever. I said, you don't have to tell me the topic. Whatever you want. You go ahead. If that's the problem, then I'm researching too much. You go for it. You pick the topic. It could be something I have no clue about. You go ahead. Right, Bleezers. Of course. But none of them have an argument. Any of them. Literally, they just all parrot each other. The people that know me in the space all say the same. Rob Gish gallops and like they know I'm good. Right? Ever since I did the Biden debate with Destiny, where as soon as I get like, watch, I'll show you. Now these are the people, 90%, I don't know, 50% of their fans. Rob's got brain worms. He's stupid. He's an idiot. He's the worst debater ever. Here's the end of my... I can't show you the video because where we're at, but on Twitch, so...
The biggest thing on Rob is just being aware of... It's always the same with him. You have to be aware of so many things. And if you're not aware of them all, it's so easy to like miss things because he always interjects like 3 or 4 things that... And I think I caught most of them because I've been aware of so many of the talking points, but like, fuck, it is so hard to keep track of like all the different things. But I will say, regardless of everything, my conversations with Rob, at the very least, I feel like it gets my brain moving more than some of the past horrible fucking conversations I've had. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate to say it, but god damn, it felt so much better to argue with him versus all the insanely stupid fucking conversations I've had recently. Jesus Christ.
I saw that, Mr. White.
Oh my god. One thing that Rob is really good at rhetorically, and you can watch this, and for me to counter it, I have to be kind of an asshole. Something Rob is so good at doing, okay? I don't know if you noticed in the debates, is Rob can make a point that's actually just completely factually incorrect, and then I can actually corner him on it, and he will drop it very subtly and then move on very quickly so that it hasn't actually looked like he's lost any ground. He is really, really, really good at doing that. There was a couple times where I saw him do it, and I almost thought about saying, like, hold on, I want you to admit that you were wrong here. The FBI didn't actually do anything wrong. But he's so good at kind of like summarizing his argument and getting rid of the more extreme parts and then quickly moving to the next point so that it doesn't actually look like he was wrong about anything he said, regardless, right? I'm not trying to insult legally impersonate him. But yeah, he's really, really, really good at doing that.
Now, say what you will about Destiny, right? He said that, and now one of the things I hear over and over again, go on Twitter, look at people, go on Reddit, look my name up, and people say it all the time. Well, what Rob does is he's wrong on a point and he just moves on, and that's the criticism. Destiny said I Gish galloped once. Now everyone says Rob Gish gallops. There are a bunch of, like, I agree with you. Like, here's the thing, right? At least with Destiny, and I think he's fucking wrong and has dog shit opinions, I'll call it out. I'm not trying to be Destiny's buddy or anything like that, but he's a good debater. I wreck him, but he's a good debater, and he's better than 99% of the people in the space that are lefties. Most of the lefties are just, in the streaming world, are just looking to one of the bigger, they're looking to Vosh, or they're looking to Destiny, and they're basically just poor impressions of them. That's basically it. So they say what they say. Yeah, that's the thing, Ali. They can't bring up examples. So, like, in that Biden debate, like, what they'll do is they'll get, like, it'll be shit like this. Like, when Pisco the other day, I said, Blue Star Strategies, the lawyers for Burisma, and he goes, now, they're not the lawyers for Burisma, they're the lobbyists for Burisma. And I'll be like, okay. Anyways, and that's them like, see, Rob was wrong, and then was like, okay, and then moved on. Or it'll be something like I'll mix up like a date by like 2 weeks that's inconsequential. But like, you know, when Destiny, the last time I debated him, it was on a panel, but he was like, you're the biggest liar I know. I ask you for sources and you show the sources and they don't say what you say. No, 95% of the time the source says exactly what I said it said. You might not agree with my interpretation of what that means, but it said what I said. And so the attack on me is like, what's funny is like the attack on me that it's like just rapid fire talking point. I can ask my audience right here. I'd be like, hey, if someone came up to Alley Cat or EOD or any of the people that I know that have been here for a long time, and it was like, Rob's going to have a debate where he's talking about double standards at the FBI and how they've treated Trump versus anyone else. Y'all are going to, I would bet that 80% of my audience would be like, well, here's like the 6 things Rob's going to focus on. They've been blatant. Sure, some things are added as we go on, but the big ones I still talk about are Russiagate. Talk about the Burisma Ukraine stuff. Talk about the pandemic and the bullshit around that. That's where most of my debates in this sphere go. So the idea that it's like, oh, well, Rob's just got the, he memorized like 1,000, like, because did you hear how the other people were like, MK Ultra puts, right, because they instantly go there. Like, I'm this unhinged conspiracy theory talking about MK Ultra. By the way, there's no problem if that's what you're talking about. They say his sources are questionable. He uses bullshit sources. Like what? Official congressional testimony? When's the last time you've seen me use a source from, like, the Gateway Pundit? Or InfoWars? Or Breitbart? I never do. What sources was I using today? Okay, I did use a video, right? And that video was showing documents that I'm unable to get my hands onto from, like, the Prosecutor General's office. But the sources I was showing you personally was New York Times, congressional testimony, yes, Sonsel. I like Sonsel, but yeah, he's... it's amazing. I'll be like, well, the Washington Post said that, oh, blah, 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 conspiracy theory. And God forbid, like, you're like Fox News. Oh, I don't like Fox at all. Fuck Fox. I don't watch them ever. But if I'm looking for a source and I see it and I put, oh, Fox News, here we go. It's like, what are you talking about? Everything you put to me was CNN and MSNBC. I didn't say shit. I looked at your source. They just bullshit. All of this has been answered. What has been answered? Yeah, because I'm conservative, they disparage me. That's true. And they have to defend the corruption. They assume... Well, right, and I do get things wrong once in a while. This is another big attack. The two big moments of me debating for years. I've probably had thousands of hours on here talking and hundreds of hours debating people. And the only 2 moments that people could point to as like aha moments are when I debated on that panel with the General Alden thing, and then when I was on the panel with Destiny and there was a conversation about Brexit. I'll talk about both of them briefly. General Alden thing, fully admit I should have handled it better. Fully admit that. But it wasn't bad. What it was an audience. We were talking about the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. I was making a very simple point. I supported the withdrawal. I thought the way it was done was terrible. They shouldn't have closed Bagram Air Base until we got our people out first. Instead, we closed the base, then we relied on the Taliban for defense. It was terrible. And the caller said, do you think General Alden's plan would have been better? I mistakenly thought General Alden was one of the generals under Trump. I said, I don't know, it could have been. Any plan that wouldn't have closed Bagram Air Base would have been better. And everyone starts laughing, and I'm like, what are you laughing about? And they're like, can you tell us what his plan is? And I was like, I don't know what his plan is. I don't know who he is. I'm just saying that any plan... So I said it could have been better, but I don't know. And they're like, haha, General Alden was something we made up. That was my mistake. I should have said, I don't know who that is, so I can't answer. But I falsely assumed that the person calling in was pointing out a real general. But it wasn't like I was like, oh yeah, General Alden's plan was great. I didn't do that. I said, I don't know. If the plan would have done this, then it would have been better. That's it. So anytime that I'm pointing out how Vosh is stupid. That's instantly where he or his audience will go, General Alden. Okay, whatever. The Brexit thing's probably even sillier. I'm on a panel with Brexit, right? Well, it wasn't even Brexit. The panel was globalization, like, institutional corruption at the global level. And I made a point that it seems like democracy only matters when the globalists are getting their way. So when the Libsyn Treaty comes up, didn't get the vote they wanted, they're like, fuck it, revote. Brexit comes up, didn't get the vote they wanted, fuck it, we're going to drag our feet, we think there should be a revote. Trump wins the election, they didn't like the results of that, fuck it, we're going to stymie him, right? That's the point I'm making, right? And so the one person, I forget his name, Beckett I think's his name, he's British, and they start arguing with me about Brexit, which wasn't even the topic, it was just one example. So that's where they're going to focus. It's 5-on-1 and they're focused on Brexit. Now, I don't know a shitload about Brexit since it's happened, right? And I asked Beckett, I said, well, did Brexit happen? And he says, no. Because I didn't know if it officially happened by now or not. He says, no. And so then we keep having the discussion, and then like 10 minutes later, someone's like, well, they did. They probably Googled it. Well, they did vote to leave. They officially signed the declaration and shit. And I was like, oh, I was just taking Beckett's word for it. Then later, one-on-one, when I'm crushing Destiny after the panel one-on-one, I was like, I'm just being honest with them. I was like, look, with the Brexit shit, I'm out of my depth on that. I don't know the specific details. What I said was still right about it. That this was this, oh, let's leave them vote, leave the plebes vote. Oh shit, they voted in a way we didn't like. Now we're going to drag our feet and blah, blah, blah. But because I was honest and said, oh, okay, I was wrong. I said it didn't happen because I listened to Beckett. I was wrong. No excuse. Fair enough, I was wrong. That is a sign of weakness to like Destiny's audience. Oh, remember when Rob admitted he was wrong on Brexit? Right, I did. I was right about the point I was making, but I was wrong on that specific detail. Absolutely right, no excuse. I listened to Beckett. I shouldn't have just assumed it. I'm a sucker for a British accent, so I assumed, Thanks, Brisk. I appreciate it. That's it. That's their big takeaway. Look, anytime I say something about Destiny on Twitter, inevitably someone will say, oh, like Brexit. Right. How weak of me to admit I was wrong about something that wasn't even consequential to the greater point I was making. People ask me all the time, can you say times that you've been wrong in debates? Yes. I'll give you the best example. I had an entire debate with Pisco about Derek Chauvin, right? And just the evidence that we were presented in the court and what we thought about the trial and stuff like that. The crux of my argument was as follows. I'm trying to look at this like I'm a juror. And as a juror, if I see that the technique that Chauvin used, the knee, whatever, blah, 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 was something that was taught to them in training, then I can't hold Chauvin accountable for that. I can't. Like if, I work in home health care. My company is non-restraint. I can't restrain. I'm not even allowed to grab someone by the wrist and be like, come over here. I'm not allowed to do that shit. We're non-restraint. But some companies like this that work with people with autism and stuff, they can do restraints. If your company trains you to put someone in a sleeper hold and you do it, I don't know what your culpability is. I can't charge you for murder. I might charge the trainers because they trained you with a knowingly deadly hold. So that's how I was looking at it. I was like, that would be, if I'm listening to this and I'm adjudicating it, it's a jurist, and Pisco was like, well, the jury instructions specifically said that under the law, being trained was not a defense. And as he said that, I was like, no fucking way. And I looked it up, and he was right. And so if I was trying to be straight down the middle jurist, I would say, oh, okay, I have to follow the jury instructions. Pisco's right about that. And that wasn't a small deal in that debate. That was central to the fucking debate. One time I debated Destiny and we were talking about the app Robinhood and the whole game stonks thing. I fucking was way confused with how Robin would work. Now, I was still right about the greater point I was making, But Destiny was way more technically accurate on the process of how that app worked. Now, I'll be honest, I'm still biased for me. I still think I win almost all of the debates I'm in, but that's because I think my positions are right, so I'm automatically going to have a bias towards them, and I think I'm a damn good debater. But I'll be honest, there are very few debaters you'll see in this space that'll be like, yeah, I was wrong about that, and I try to be one of them. But the fact that if you don't do that, then you're accused of being delusional, and then if you do it, they're like, what about that one time you were wrong? Okay, what the fuck, okay. If that's what it's going to take, you can have your General Alden and your Brexit thing. More power to you. I know the truth. I know that you're making a mountain out of a molehill, and I know that the reason you're doing it is because you don't have anything to say on the specific issues we're talking about. Is my shirt blue? I'm colorblind. I thought it was kind of greenish. My hat looks blue, but I thought the shirt was green. So, I don't know. That's just... But, I thought this information... What I need to do is... I got to sit down. Maybe this week I'll do it. I got to condense this Burisma information into, like, a 15-minute video. And get it on YouTube, is what I have to do. Yeah, it looks like teal to me. I don't know. I am colorblind. I'm blue-green colorblind. So, that's the truth. So I'm going to look for that this week. I'm going to try that. Pisco's in Australia. I'd love to talk to him again. I'd love to do it with a moderator. But it is what it is. I think it's I'm going to brag about myself here a little. I think when you listen to people in this space talk about debating me, regardless, anyone who's remotely honest would say that I'm top tier right-wing debater on this space. And I don't just mean Twitch. I mean YouTube, any of them. Should I do a manifesto? I don't think so. I'm not big enough to have a manifesto. I don't get the opportunity. I see people in the right-wing space. I'll tell you, if I'm asked who I think's great right-wing debaters, I think BPF's great. We disagree on some things, but I think he's a very good debater. I think actual justice warrior Sean is a fantastic debater. I think he does very well most of the time. Some Fabian is good, but the libertarian shit I think's not good. It all goes back to that. I understand why. It's central to his beliefs on the world, so it always goes back to that. But and there are people that I've ran into that I really like. I like Drone Tech. I like Sparky. I like my friend Let's Be Frank. I know I'm missing a bunch of people. But I'd take me over anyone in almost any debate, particularly surrounding politics or corruption. And I don't get the opportunity to get seen by a lot of people. I'm not going to get on Tim Pool's show. Lauren Southern can get on there. I'm not going to get on there. I'm not going to get in these big podcasts. Not going to happen. I'm not going to get on Crowder's show. I'm not going to get to debate Sam Cedar like actual justice warrior. I just don't. And I think that, what frustrates me, I never thought, I know people you probably don't believe me on that. I don't need to be the fucking big man. I don't. I'm happy. I have a family. I pretty much like my job. The hours are crazy sometimes. I'm doing okay. I ain't missing any meals. My wife has to write a top-selling book. Yeah, and Drone Tech would admit that I'm a better debater than him. That's not his forte. By the way, that debate's not everything. It's not. You could be far more influential being better at the things Drone Tech's doing. Making short-form videos, excellent editor. His editing's top-notch. His production values are top-notch, Drone Tech. It's not that he knows less of me. Debate's a very specific thing. But I don't, it doesn't have to be me. what frustrates me is, who is it? It shouldn't have to be drone tech either. It shouldn't have to be actual justice warrior. It shouldn't have to be Lauren Southern. It should be like actual fucking people in Congress is who it should be, but it's not. So when I see the ridiculous impeachment of Trump and I'm screaming to the heavens like, what the fuck is going on? How is no Republican in Congress making the relevant arguments? And they're not. Yeah, ANCAP's no good on panels. I totally agree. It's ANCAP's. I like debating them one-on-one. I think there's interesting things. But what about professionals? Ben Shapiro's a good debater. Jordan Peterson. I like Jordan Peterson's book. I feel like he's kind of gone off his rocker a little. Michael Knowles is okay, but I don't know. Is he a debater? You know, and Ben doesn't make, like, Ben's not arguing the big topics like corruption and shit. You know? I remember listening to Ben Shapiro back in, like, 2018, you know, as he said, never explained by corruption, which could be incompetence. And I don't see any evidence, you know, that it's corruption, this investigation into Trump. Congratulations, Shapiro, you're the last person to cross the line. How'd some fucking dude like me, some bumbling, like, former alcoholic, you know, no connections to Washington, doing as a hobby. How was I so right and you were so wrong? How'd that happen? And on the big topics, what's the biggest topics? Corruption. Who was right about Russiagate? Me. Yeah, Haas, BPF I've debated. Zerka, Nick, and Haas I've never debated. Haas I've interacted with. I did Haas's panel show. But and Zerka I know next to nothing about. I'd debate Nick Fuentes, but I mean, it'd probably just be JQ shit, so what's the point? But, you know, and I hesitate to reach out. You know, I talked a little about BPF not dealing with America First and stuff like that. You know, that comes with baggage. What happens if I beat Nick Fuentes in a debate? Then what? I get doxxed? Sounds great. You know? But that's for another day. So, you know, it is what it is. I don't need that shit. And what's weird is there are things that, you know, I've said this before, like, I missed the Andy No trial. I did see that Antifa was let off the hook. Meanwhile, we have the officer that was holding the crowd back with the Chauvin thing. He got sentenced to 5 years. It's fucked. You know, I told my friend this the other day. I was like, America's peaked unless something drastic happened. He thought I was nuts. And he's like pseudo-conservative. He's like, what? And I was like, you don't even have a clue, man. I mean, maybe that'll be my show Thursday. I probably won't be streaming tomorrow night. I'll probably stream Thursday. Maybe we'll just talk about that. I mean, it's really depressing. Like, you don't understand. Like, well, you might understand. I can't say you don't understand. But our culture is... The culture war has been lost so bad. There are literally half of this... I won't want to say half. A third of this country would feel justified in doing anything to you whatsoever if you have right-wing opinions. I mean anything. Or if you engage in actions that goes against their orthodox. I mean anything. They would blatantly let someone who broke into your house and assaulted your wife off the hook if they thought that they disagreed with you politically. They would throw you in jail for the rest of your life for protecting your wife if they thought they disagreed with you politically. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. These people are on juries. These people are judges. These people are lawmakers. These people are teachers. These people are tech workers at social media. They don't give a fuck. And on our side, we have people that are like, well, we disagree with you. We think you're dog shit and blah, blah, blah. But I'm a police officer. I'm not going to act corruptly based on people's politics. I'm a judge. I'm not going to act corruptly based on people's politics. I don't know what to do. How do you fire up people to say, well, you got to fight fire with fire? How do you do it? don't know. It's not in me really either. I don't want to be that person. I live in a predominantly conservative town, right? If a left-wing, like someone from Portland, comes into this town and they're accused of breaking the law, they would get a fair trial in this town. If I go into Portland, I'm fucked. That's it. Whatever I'm accused of, guilty. Everyone knows it. Everybody knows. I saw Scott Adams talking about this the other day. The biggest story that no one's talking about is, how's the Trump trial going to go? Let me just ask you, how do you all anticipate the Trump, if it goes to trial, the recent Jack Smith Trump trial, how's it going to go? Go ahead, someone tell me. How's it end? What happens? Goes to trial, and then what happens? It's going to trial in D.C., and then see if anyone reads it the same way I do. No, it's not nothing. He will be convicted, and then what will happen? It'll be appealed, and then it'll go to an appeal court, and they'll uphold it. Then it'll go to the Supreme Court. We all know that. We know that's what's going on. We absolutely know that he's accused of in D.C. Anything. He's guilty. It doesn't matter. They could, for a test, they could do it. They could literally, let's say that you found a prosecutor that was, in cahoots with Trump. And was just like, we're just going to fucking make up bullshit with no evidence. Yeah, we saw Trump, Trump did a bunch of fucking cocaine, and he ran a red light, and he slammed into an old lady in her walker. Vehicular manslaughter. Bam. There's no evidence. There's no body. There's no drugs. Guilty. Guilty. Guaranteed. And then the prosecutor could come out after the guilty verdict and be like, I made the whole thing up. They wouldn't even give a shit. Whatever. He's a bad dude. We don't give a fuck. We all know it. We know. We absolutely know. Everybody knows it. Oh, I know. I just read the Google Archipelago. He says, the quote in that part, Marcus, that I like the most is when Solzhenitsyn says, I'm going to butcher the quote, but it's something to this. When you had a knife, it was dangerous. It was like insurrection. It was anti-Soviet agitation. But when the criminal had a knife, it was a social misunderstanding. Sound familiar? Well, that's part of it. Guess who farted? That's part of it. They'll say, see? And that'll be the narrative that they would put. That's absolutely what they want. They want the narrative to go out there to a bunch of Democrats and independents that aren't paying attention to. Trump is the most guilty dude ever, and a corrupt Supreme Court is the only thing that kept him out of prison. That's the narrative they want. And they'll spin it, and they'll say, see, something needs to be done with the court. Oh, look at that. The one justice that voted to overturn. One time he went golfing with someone who knew Trump. Sound of Freedom. Oh, that's a great. Sound of Freedom funder charged with child kidnapping. It's great. I'm glad that you brought this up. Fantastic. Big story. Yeah, that's a big story. Movie about child exploitation and harming children. And one of the producers of the movie, one of the funders of the movie, he was charged with child kidnapping. Of course, it was a custody dispute. Thanks for the follow. So the sort of thing where mom and dad are split up and dad's got the kid for the weekend, but mom says, I want the kid back, and dad disagrees, and so he takes the kid camping, and then mom calls the police and dad gets arrested for kidnapping. He donated $500. That's right. There was 11,000 donors? One of them that gave $500. Basically a GoFundMe. It would be the equivalent of if I do a video on Hunter Biden and corruption, and then 10 people subscribe to my channel for $5, and then one of those people get arrested, in a lobbying scheme for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. People would go, ha! Rob talks about corruption and Hunter Biden working for foreign institutions, but then his show was funded by someone who also, ha! Like, what? Okay. But that was the narrative. That's what we were told. That's what. Oh, see, Sound of Freedom. Really, it was all a bunch of child exploitators that was funding it because this one guy had a custody dispute. Donated $500. It was one of tens of thousands. So, all right, let's see if I could rate anyone. It is 2 a.m., so I streamed. I did my diligence. I don't know if anyone's on right now. Mm-hmm. Who we raiding? Anyone on? Oh no. I'll take any suggestion, but I'm not gonna sit here all night. Kai Girl, is that how you say it? I don't know who that is, but sounds good to me. Okay, we'll try it. Or we could just do a random person. Yeah, let's raid a rando. I look for someone with like 3 people watching and then just chatting. Live channels recommended for me now. Viewers high to low. No, I want viewers low to high. Oh, come on. Alright, we're just going to scroll down. There we go. This guy's got 10 people watching. And his video's titled, Oh, You Poor, Poor Liberals. Let's do it. Looks good to me. He might be like a commie. That's okay. I don't know. So maybe he's making fun of liberals because he's more left-wing, but we'll give her a go, right? I'll listen for a minute. So, all right, enjoy this raid. Thank you all so much. I hope you found this information informative and entertaining. I love doing these types of shows. This is my shows that I like. I like debates, and I like deep dives and shit like this. It's my favorite type of stuff. So, thank you, Sky. Thank you, everyone who donated and followed. Thank you to all my followers that have stuck with me for a long time. Probably look for me to be streaming Thursday. That should be my next show, so it should be a good show. So, all right, enjoy this raid of Finn Settler. And as always, have a good one.
Dude, opinions are wonderful. That's how you learn how to deal with them. Whoa!